In the profound sky continent, Qi Mountain County's Great Yin City, many people were discussing the latest news. Hey brother, did you know? Another genius youth has appeared in our Great Yin City. At such a young age, he has already obtained the best admission score of the Divine Wind Academy. Moreover, I heard that he's only 16 years old and is already at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Of course I know. Who in the entire Great Yin City doesn't know such a genius? However, to be honest, in the past 100 years, there have been too many geniuses appearing in our Great Yin City. They're like bamboo shoots growing after the rain, appearing continuously. Unfortunately, it seems that the Lin family's situation is a little awkward. Ever since the Lin family's Lin Hao became our city lord, there has been no decent geniuses in the Lin family for more than 100 years. Looks like the Lin family is about to decline. What a pity for City Lord Lin Hao. He's a great city lord. What a pity, what a pity. Hey, I heard that City Lord Lin Hao's wife has been pregnant for 100 years. Including this year. It has indeed been 100 years. Sigh, what a pity. Back then, City Lord Lin Hao and his wife were a match made in heaven. The marriage between the two elites made the entire Great Yin City envious for several years. That's right. I heard that when the City Lord's wife was pregnant back then, all the large families of the entire profound sky continent came to the Lin family to congratulate her. Now, that baby has actually been in her womb for 100 years and has yet to be born. It's really worrying. That's right. I've never heard of a fetus being in the womb for so long. I think it should be a stillborn. Sigh, let's not talk about this. After all, City Lord Lin Hao is really good. In a place filled with endless darkness, the power of chaos wrapped around a youth. The youth curled up his body and continued to feel warmth from his surroundings. Where am I? Lin Xuan was a little confused. He wanted to open his eyes to look at his surroundings, but he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not open his eyes. It was not only his eyes, his limbs were also curled up tightly. His entire body and every move contained a huge resistance that made him unable to move. What was this place? Lin Xuan was a little anxious and very puzzled. Shouldn't he be sleeping at home? Why did he suddenly appear here? Was he kidnapped? Was he dreaming? Just as Lin Xuan was puzzled, a gentle voice sounded in his mind. It sounded like a woman's voice. Xianer, why are you being naughty again? It's already been 100 years. I no longer want anything else. I only hope that you can come to this world safely and healthily. As long as you can be delivered safely, I am willing to pay any price. I have heard many people say some bad things, but I feel that Xianer must be fine. You will definitely come to this world safely. Lin Xuan was slightly stunned. These words were like a spring breeze, warming his heart. At the same time, memories surged in his mind. Looking at these memories, Lin Xuan was caught between laughter and tears. He actually transmigrated. When he woke up, he had become a fetus. No wonder he could not open his eyes previously. Moreover, he had been in the womb for 100 years. This was definitely not Earth. After all, even Neza of the legends had only stayed in his mother's womb for 3 years. Compared to him, 100 years was simply on a different level. A host who meets the requirements has been detected. System binding. Prodigy system binding complete. A robotic voice sounded in Lin Xuan's mind. Lin Xuan was slightly stunned. It was actually a system commonly seen in web novels. Moreover, it was called the Prodigy system. Lin Xuan was puzzled. What was the use of this system? Prodigy? Could it be that it wanted him to be invincible? Host, the system will not automatically reward you. Only when you make an achievement can you obtain a reward. You will not be invincible immediately. Achievement? What achievement? How? Lin Xuan thought curiously. This system has countless achievement missions. No matter what the host does for the first time, you will be able to complete the corresponding achievement mission. After the host completes an achievement mission, you will receive all kinds of rewards. Opportunities, good fortune, influence to the surroundings, and various ways to improve oneself. The lucky people around you will obtain some opportunities because of this. The size of the fortuitous encounters is related to their opinion of the host, but it is far inferior to the fortuitous encounters the host receives. When Lin Xuan heard this, he was delighted as he thought, I'm clearly a saint child. No matter what I do, I can affect my surroundings. Moreover, the better the person is to me, the greater the influence they will receive. This is even more useful than being invincible. Host, although what you think is a little exaggerated, that is indeed the case. No matter what the host does for the first time, It will be accompanied by a powerful fortuitous encounter, or the miracle of this world, or even the miracles of other worlds, phenomena, secret techniques, and so on. It's all possible. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. In short, this prodigy system was not an active system. It was more inclined to assist him. Right? How should I activate the system? Lin Xuan asked in his mind. Host, you just need to be born. Lin Xuan nodded slightly and did not ask anymore. He clenched his small fists and used his greatest strength to start moving. In a luxurious room, the air emitted a faint fragrance. In front of the window, there was a woman in a white robe. In her hand was a cup of high-grade spiritual tea that could help to nourish the fetus. In her other hand, she held a book called The Strongest Prenatal Education in the Profound Sky Continent. The woman drank the best spiritual tea while reading the best prenatal education book. Sunlight shone into the room and shone on the woman. The woman gently put down the book in her hand and hummed a children's song while touching her lower abdomen. Her appearance could not be considered beautiful, but at a glance, she was still astonishing. Moreover, she was the type that became more and more pleasing to the eye as time passed. She was like a holy lotus flower, simple and peaceful. Looking at her bulging belly, a motherly smile appeared on the woman's face. Her eyes were filled with gentleness. However, at this moment, the woman suddenly felt an intense pain in her stomach. The woman could not help but frown and shout. The woman's cry was not loud, but the personal maidservant who had been taking care of the woman carefully immediately rushed in and asked anxiously, Madam, what's wrong? What happened? The woman lay on the chair. At this moment, although she was in intense pain, she was also filled with joy. She said in surprise, It moved. My shinner moved. It moved. The maidservant's eyes suddenly widened. She hurriedly rushed up and pressed herself against the woman's abdomen. Immediately after, the maidservant was extremely excited. Young master is moving. Young master is moving. Anyone outside? Come quickly. Bring the best doctor here. Hurry. Inform master and ask him to come back. Madam is about to give birth. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video and want to support the channel, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss any new uploads. Your support means a lot. Thank you so much. In Great Yin City, a storm was brewing. The latest and most explosive news spread throughout the entire Great Yin City. What? Where did you hear that the city lord's wife is about to give birth? Really? Of course it's true. How can I lie? Some people who were lucky enough to receive the news spread this news proudly. Just now, when I went to the Lin family's pharmacy to see a doctor, I suddenly discovered that City Lord Lin Hao was around. You all know that old lady from the medicinal store, right? She's the best doctor around Qi Mountain County. I know. That's the Lin family's guardian. I heard that old lady's temper is very bad. Even the city lord has to treat her politely. That's right, it's that old lady. Guess what I saw? Let me tell you something. After City Lord Lin Hao entered, he directly walked into the inner hall. Without caring about anything else, he stepped through the door of the room where the old lady was cultivating in seclusion. He said that she would return with him to deliver the baby, and then he pulled away the stunned old lady. He transformed into a flying rainbow and rushed straight for the Lin family. Do you think the city lord's wife is about to give birth? What's going on? The son of the city lord's wife, the eldest grandson of the Lin family, was about to be born. This news was like a storm as it quickly swept through the entire Great Yin City. After all, when Lin Hao brought the doctor away, he directly turned into a rainbow and did not hide at all. The people in the surroundings who saw this scene were not few in number. As this news spread, countless people were shocked. That child from the Lin family has been in the womb for 100 years. Is he finally going to be born? In the past 100 years, City Lord Lin Hao has never taken a concubine. He only has one wife. The other bloodlines have already flourished. Only the city lord's bloodline has been stagnant for 100 years. Is the city lord's wife finally giving birth? In Great Yin City, everyone who learned of this news were shocked. However, there were also many people who were worried, feeling that the situation was not optimistic. 100 years of pregnancy? He's been in the womb for 100 years. Is he really alive? That's right, it's too difficult. I think it's very likely to be a stillborn. I've never heard of any creature that needs 100 years to be born. There were many discussions in Great Yin City, but the Lin family was filled with anxiety. In front of a luxurious mansion in the Lin family, a handsome middle-aged man in a white robe paced anxiously in front of the door. You Xianer, you must be safe. This person was none other than Lin Xuan's father, the city lord of Great Yin City, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was the most outstanding and talented genius of the previous generation of the Lin family. When he was young, he had made countless illustrious achievements. Now, although he had returned to the Lin family, he handled both business and personal matters very well. Lin Hao was a calm person. No matter what happened, he could always face the situation calmly. It was also because of this that he often relied on his nature to challenge those at a higher level and turn defeat into victory. However, how could Lin Hao calm down now? Looking at the maidservants entering and exiting the mansion, he was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. The vast power in his body kept moving as if it could erupt at any time. Don't worry, second brother. Second sister-in-law will definitely be safe and well. You should restrain your power first. There were 4 men beside Lin Hao. These 4 men looked very similar to Lin Hao. They were his 4 brothers. When they heard that the child was about to be born, they rushed over anxiously. Has the Lin residence's defensive array formation been activated? Lin Hao did not answer. He had an anxious expression and was at a loss. It's activated. That's good. Before I left, I already let them open the array formation of Great Yin City. Why hasn't it been activated yet? Lin Hao's mind was completely blank. His thoughts were also in different directions. He probably did not even know what he was saying or why he said this. The 4 people beside him looked at Lin Hao and then looked at each other helplessly. Was this still the shrewd and calm second brother who was always confident in everything? If we want to activate the array formation of Great Yin City, we'll need at least 2 hours. After all, it's an array formation that's enough to resist a soul formation realm expert. I know. Don't you have any intention of going there personally? This is your nephew. Lin Hao turned his head and shouted anxiously. Second brother. The 4 of them looked at Lin Hao helplessly. Go quickly. Lin Hao was not in the mood to waste time. He clenched his fists tightly. Yes. The 4 of them hurriedly shrunk their necks. Although they were helpless, they still left in a hurry. They knew that although Lin Hao was their second brother, his strength was obvious. Moreover, he often beat them up. After the 4 of them left, Lin Hao became even more anxious. He held a pearl in his hand and faced the east as he began to pray piously. The mother and son must both be safe. The mother and son must both be safe. Outside the luxurious mansion, countless array formations were activated. Lin Hao waited anxiously and prayed sincerely. In the mansion, a group of maids were also busy working anxiously. Harder. Madam, you can do it. Keep pushing. The leg is sticking out. Madam, continue to use force. The body is out. Madam, continue to exert force. Soon. Madam, keep pushing. Harder. Everyone was waiting anxiously and kept busy. In a flash, an hour passed. She was clearly the most powerful doctor in the entire Qi Mountain County, but at this moment, the old lady was extremely nervous. Why was the fetus unwilling to come out? At this moment, the old doctor's head was covered in perspiration that flowed down her face continuously. The atmosphere in the entire room was extremely heavy. After such a long time, Madam's stamina was clearly about to reach the limit. If this continued, perhaps. In the delivery room, everyone, including the doctor, had ugly expressions and were very anxious. Outside the door, 2 hours passed. Lin Hao was even more anxious. He was about to go crazy. He wanted to rush into the delivery room several times. Fortunately, 4 brothers stopped him. This atmosphere continued for an unknown period of time. Just as everyone was feeling anxious and uneasy, the old lady was stunned. Her eyes lit up, and she gently pulled it out skillfully. He's out. The little master is out. The old lady was extremely surprised and shouted excitedly. He's been born. Little master is out. In the delivery room, everyone shouted excitedly. After 100 years of pregnancy, the young master was finally born. The maids surrounded him and carefully looked at the wrapped baby. However, their expressions immediately became ugly. Little master did not cry. Not only did he not cry, but he did not even breathe. The young master curled up tightly in his swaddling clothes and did not move at all. Everyone's expressions were very ugly, and their hearts gradually sank. There were no cries or breathing. Could it be that he was pregnant with a stillborn after 100 years? Let me see my Xianer. On the bed, the woman who had already collapsed used all her strength to speak with a trembling voice. Even though her strength was also very extraordinary, She had exhausted all of her strength. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and she was extremely weak. The old lady's expression was complicated, but she could only follow the woman's request. She handed the infant to the woman. However, the moment the woman's hands touched the infant, Lin Xuan suddenly opened his mouth and gently breathed in. It was not ordinary air, but a mouthful of purple qi. This purple qi was filled with profundities, complicated and mysterious. Ding. Achievement completed. First breath. Awakened. Breathing technique. Purple qi comes from the east. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Lin Xuan's mind. The old lady was stunned. Everyone in the delivery room was stunned when they saw the baby suddenly breathe out purple qi. Immediately after, they became excited. There was breathing. This meant that this was not a stillborn. This meant that the young master was alive. Immediately after, everyone could not help but shout excitedly. At the same time, a few people ran out of the door happily to report the good news to the people waiting outside. Master, Madam has given birth. Both mother and son are safe. At the door, hearing this voice, Lin Hao seemed to have collapsed. The expert who had dominated the continent for decades actually sat on the ground without caring about his image and laughed loudly. Ha ha, I'm going to be a father. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be a father. Endless joy filled Lin Hao's heart. Around them, the four brothers also cried tears of joy. At the same time, the four of them sighed. Lin Hao had been filled with all kinds of worries and emotions every day for the past 100 years. However, just as they were about to say something, they discovered that the scenery around them had suddenly changed. A breeze from somewhere kept blowing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding wind continued to strengthen. The third brother looked up in a daze and subconsciously looked over. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Hey, second brother, look over there. Damn, second brother, don't be so happy yet. Look over there. What's over there? In the mansion, in the delivery room, a purple stream of cheese slowly seeped out from the room and spread in all directions. This is... When Lin Hao saw this, he was a little confused. However, immediately after, wind and clouds suddenly stirred in the sky. A dot of light shone from within the purple qi. On the eastern horizon, a ball of purple qi appeared without any warning. Then, a vast purple sea was born from the eastern sky. Endless purple qi spread to the entire sky. A mysterious and profound force covered everything. It was vast and mighty as if a grand ocean was sweeping over. Purple qi came from the east for 30,000 miles. Endless purple qi suddenly rose from the east and swept over. This purple qi was sparkling and resplendent. As the gentle wind flew over, it illuminated the entire eastern area. This purple qi was extremely profound. Every inch of it had countless patterns. Purple qi came from the east and slowly entered Great Yin City. It slowly descended and enveloped the entire Lin family. Could this be? Purple qi. Everyone in the Lin family was enveloped by this purple qi. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned and a little lost. Most of them did not recognize what this purple qi was at first. However, the Lin family was still a cultivation family of the profound sky continent after all. Their knowledge was still very rich. In just a few minutes, they recognized the purple qi. Everyone's eyes flickered, as bright as the moonlight in the night. Traces of qi appeared one after another. Gentle purple qi surged into their bodies from their mouths and noses, or from their skin, limbs, and so on. Under the cover of the dense and mysterious purple qi, everyone in the Lin family, regardless of whether they were old or young, regardless of whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, underwent a shocking change. Everyone who was enveloped by the purple qi gained an ethereal mind, and inspiration kept appearing in their minds. Countless insights surged out from the depths of their souls like spring water. With just a glance, they automatically gained comprehension. Everyone stretched out their hands in a daze and grabbed the dense purple qi in the air. Their eyes kept flickering with light, especially those who were related to Lin Xuan. Moreover, the closer they were to him, the higher the concentration of the nearby purple qi and the richer the inspiration. In their minds, could this be a gift from the heavens because little Xuaner was born? In front of the mansion, Lin Hao looked at the Lin residence covered in purple qi in shock. He had clearly seen that the purple qi coming from the east was due to the birth of his son. Bang! Bang! Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, Lin Hao's body emitted crackling sounds. The aura beside him suddenly erupted, and a dazzling pillar of light drowned him before bursting out from his body. Lin Hao's eyes widened as he looked at his hands in disbelief. I advanced. However, immediately after, Lin Hao was attracted by the wind beside him. Boom, 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 boom. Four consecutive deafening cracking sounds sounded. Lin Hao looked at the four brothers beside him. Four shocking lights shot into the sky. The four of them also looked at their hands in shock. Their mouths were opened so wide that an apple could almost be stuffed into them. We broke through too. Immediately after, the five of them looked at each other before leaping up in unison. Sure enough, their guess was correct. The entire Lin family was enveloped by the purple qi. As the surrounding wind surged, it filled the entire Lin family. Immediately after, the five people saw it. In the Lin family, shocking pillars of light shot into the sky one after another. Figures rose into the air one after another, looking at this scene in shock. Ha ha ha. I've broken through. I've broken through. A few old men cried and howled at the sky. They shouted happily. Some even knelt on the ground and shed tears of excitement. I've actually advanced. I've finally advanced. What's going on? Could it be the effect of our ancestors' breakthrough? No, it might not be. This purple qi comes from the east, might be a phenomenon brought about by the young master. Little young master? Wasn't he just born today? Is it the ancestors' breakthrough or a phenomenon caused by the young master's birth? I'll go take a look. I actually advanced too. I took 2 breaths of purple qi in 5 minutes. It's equivalent to 60 years of my cultivation. Everyone has advanced. How pure and powerful is this purple qi? Where did this purple qi come from? One figure after another soared into the sky. Old ones, young ones, and even those old antiques who had been in seclusion for many years appeared. One had to know that some of the old antiques in the family were even stronger than Lin Hao. They were all part of the Lin family's heritage and were guardians. Most of them breathed in large mouthfuls and enjoyed the purple qi. However, it was like a vast ocean. No matter how they absorbed it, they could not use it all. Could this be the effect of our ancestors' breakthrough? No. The center of this ripple is clearly where Xian'er was born. Could it be that all of this is because of Xian'er's birth? My bottleneck has loosened because of this purple qi. What a dense worldly fluctuation. This fluctuation comes from above the 9 heavens. Soon, those old antiques with very high cultivation levels saw the place with the densest purple qi and basically understood the situation. They were all antiques. Although they were in seclusion all year round, they were still very well informed. They knew very well about important matters. They also knew that the wife of the Lin family's genius, Lin Hao, had been pregnant for 100 years and was giving birth today. The eyes of the old antiques of the Lin family flickered with a golden light. Without needing to say a word, they automatically stood in 4 corners of the Lin family, their bodies emitting a terrifying aura. As they absorbed the vast purple qi, they silently observed their surroundings. In fact, it was not only the Lin family. The entire Great Yin City was also enveloped by endless purple qi. Although the faint purple qi was not as dense and powerful as the Lin residence, it still carried endless profundity. In Great Yin City, in the sky above the city walls and buildings, figures in long robes soared into the sky and looked at the Lin residence in shock. They did not know what had happened in the Lin residence. They saw the endless purple qi spreading out from the Lin residence. They simply did not expect that this abnormal sign was actually caused by the birth of a baby. They only thought that this was the effect of the Lin family's ancestors' breakthrough. Purple qi came from the east for 30,000 miles, as expected of the Lin family's ancestor. Such a terrifying phenomenon as soon as he broke through. It's unbelievable. As expected of a top expert from hundreds of years ago. Now that he has broken through, as long as the Lin family's ancestor is still alive, who would dare to provoke the Lin family? This Lin family doesn't need young geniuses at all. I wonder if those geniuses can outlive experts like the Lin family's ancestor. The expressions of the other experts in the surroundings changed. They were extremely unsightly, but they all agreed. Too terrifying. The rise of the Lin family is unstoppable. They only need the Lin family's ancestor alone. As they spoke, the experts of Great Yin City sat down cross-legged. None of them were willing to delay their cultivation. The purple qi in the air was a huge opportunity. Who was willing to miss it? After all, everyone in Great Yin City was a citizen of the city, and they were all people who supported the Lin family. It was natural for these subordinates to benefit from the Lin family's success. Purple Qi came from the east for 30,000 miles, shocking countless people in Great Yin City. They only knew that a phenomenon had descended from the sky and that the purple Qi had come from the east. They all thought that it was the effect of the Lin family's old ancestor breaking through. Countless people in the Lin residence broke out of seclusion. After Lin Xuan was born, most of them advanced in a short period of time. Only a few old antiques slowly began to advance after a while. At this moment, in the Lin family's forbidden land, the Lin family's ancestor, who had always been suspected to be the cause of this phenomenon, opened his eyes with a dumbfounded expression. He looked at his hands in shock. What was going on? His cultivation bottleneck has actually loosened. I remember that I still needed 900 years to loosen my cultivation realm's bottleneck. What was this purple Qi? With the Lin residence as the center, the entire sky was filled with vast purple Qi. The purple Qi in the sky lasted for half an hour before it slowly dissipated. All the people of the Lin family's minds were filled with all kinds of inspiration, enlightenment, and knowledge. As they breathed, they inhaled and exhaled purple Qi. Everyone sat cross-legged and enjoyed this rare opportunity. Especially in front of the luxurious mansion, Lin Hao's four brothers directly set up an array formation beneath them. "Nephew, you're really too awesome." The four of them said this in unison and immediately started cultivating. In fact, among the five of them, Lin Hao had the most purple Qi. However, not only did he not absorb it, he was also very worried that he would hurt his precious son. Therefore, not only did he not absorb the purple Qi, he even used his internal energy to shatter the purple Qi around his body. Then, with a nervous and excited mood, he entered the mansion nervously and arrived at the door of the delivery room. Knock, knock, knock. However, he was thinking too much. The purple Qi in the house was even richer than the purple Qi on his body. His wife and the others opened the door. All of them were extremely excited. "Congratulations, City Lord, congratulations. Both the mother and son are safe. The Saint Child of Heaven has descended." Lin Hao did not care about these people. With a wave of his hand, bottles appeared in front of the old lady and others. "You will all be rewarded. Everyone present will be rewarded with a golden core realm breakthrough pill," Lin Hao said as he came to the bed excitedly. The old lady and the maidservants were very tactful and immediately left the room. As the light fell, the woman and Lin Xuan quietly lay on the bed. Lin Xuan's eyes were closed, and his limbs were curled up as he quietly breathed. As he breathed, dense purple Qi flowed around his body. Through this scene, Lin Hao could confirm that the source of this purple Qi was here. "My son is actually so terrifying." In just a breath, purple Qi came from the east. Lin Hao was very excited, but it was more like a dream. The newly born Lin Xuan had already entered a half-awake state. Although his mind was already mature, because his body was too young and far from maturing, he did not know the situation outside at this time. Beside him, the woman looked at Lin Hao with a gentle gaze. She was extremely weak now, but her face and eyes were filled with gratification and joy. "Do you want a hug, Xianer? Are you?" Lin Hao gulped. This man who had once fought in the profound sky continent for many years and traveled everywhere with a calm demeanor rubbed his hands anxiously for the first time. Lin Hao did not know what to say or do. "Go ahead, hug Xianer." Lin Hao took a deep breath, his dark eyes filled with excitement. He carefully came to Lin Xuan and gently carried this child who had been born after 100 years. Lin Xuan breathed quietly and was not disturbed by the outside world. Lin Hao looked at the baby in the swaddling clothes, and his eyes turned slightly red. For the past 100 years, in order to let the child be born safely, only the heavens knew how much pressure he had endured. He was a proud prodigy who dominated the eastern region, but his child could not be born for 100 years. Countless people thought that it was a stillborn and mocked him and his wife. Even the Lin family itself had all kinds of problems. However, now, looking at the sleeping Lin Xuan in his swaddling clothes, Lin Hao felt that everything was worth it. "Your name is Lin Xuan. Your mother's surname is Xuan, and your father's surname is Lin, so your name is Lin Xuan." Lin Hao gently placed his forehead on Lin Xuan and whispered. Immediately after, perhaps because of Lin Hao or something else, Lin Xuan's small face suddenly tightened. "Wah, wah, wah." Immediately, Lin Xuan's loud cry resounded throughout the room. What? Did I do something wrong?" Lin Hao was filled with doubts. As a father for the first time, he was extremely anxious. He had no experience in such a situation and did not know that the baby's cry was a normal reaction when it first came into contact with air. Lin Hao looked at Lin Xuan in a flurry. He moved and moved, but he did not know what to do. Xian Yu, who was lying on the bed, smiled and looked at the flustered Lin Hao. She wanted to say something, but at this moment, she suddenly saw a faint ripple rise on Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. Congratulations, host. Achievement completed. First cry. Triggered the thunderous heavenly sound, resonance of the Tao sound. Awakened, great thunder technique. In the next moment, the entire sky above Great Yin City shook. Rumble. The intense sound made countless people in Great Yin City who were immersed in their enlightenment look around in confusion. The purple fog dissipated at a visible speed. Dong! A faint bell sound seemed to ring from the sky. Hearing this voice, all the cultivators trembled and looked up at the sky in shock. In the next moment, the bell and drum resounded, and the cauldron shook while the zither was played. Wah! A cry resounded throughout the Lin family. This cry fused with the endless Tao sound and spread rapidly in all directions with the courtyard as the center. A vast Tao sound suddenly spread throughout Great Yin City. A weak cry that contained the strongest sound of the great Tao in the world carried a profound power. At first, this sound was very weak, but in the blink of an eye, it became loud like a huge drum. In the world, endless phenomena appeared, churning in the air and gathering. Tao sounds enveloped the entire Great Yin City. As for the Lin family, it was filled with the cries of the infant. Again. Wait, I seem to have heard the cries of a baby. As the Tao sound echoed, everyone from the Lin family widened their eyes and looked at the place where Lin Xuan was in shock. Was this the cry of a child? His cries actually contained the sound of the Tao? The person who originally wanted to head back into seclusion to digest the enlightenment immediately ran out when he heard the sound of the Tao. He looked at the sky and was extremely shocked. Even his cries carried the sound of the Tao. This was a true prodigy. While they were shocked, the people from the Lin family sat down cross-legged. Following the throbbing in the depths of their blood, the people from the Lin family listened to the cries of the infant as if they could hear endless Tao sounds echoing. The Tao sounds that everyone heard were all different. Some heard the crisp sounds of mountains and rivers. Some heard the slaughter on the battlefield. Some heard the whistling of the wind, the roaring of thunderclouds. Some heard swords flying through the sky, or a sword tearing apart the heavenly gate. There were even some people who heard the sound of bells, cauldrons shaking, pouring rain, and the clamor of the great Tao. This was especially true for the people from the Lin family who were close to Lin Xuan. They felt as if they were in a dream and then inexplicably entered a state of enlightenment. It was as if they were listening to a holy infant preaching. All kinds of comprehensions and profundities emerged endlessly from their bodies, and they broke through the realm to advance another level. Ha ha ha! Breaking through 2 levels in a day. How lucky! Endless Tao sounds echoed. In the distance, the Lin family's ancestor, who had just inexplicably broken through a bottleneck and came out of his seclusion to see what had happened, also saw this scene. He was stunned on the spot. The Lin family's old ancestor listened to his surroundings with a shocked expression. His eyes were filled with confusion. The sound of the great Tao? Moreover, it was contained in the cries of a baby. What was going on? However, immediately after, the Lin family's ancestor sensed the center of everything. In less than half a step, his figure dissipated like a ghost. Soon, he arrived near the delivery room without anyone noticing. It was not only the ancestor. In fact, after hearing the cry and the sound of the Tao, the old antiques who were guarding the surroundings finally could not sit still. They rushed over impatiently as they entered comprehension. Everyone wanted to see what was going on. Here, they happened to encounter the dumbfounded Lin family's ancestor. Ancestor, many old antiques hurriedly greeted him. You guys are here too. What's going on? What exactly happened? The ancestor looked at everything in the courtyard and asked in a daze. There's purple qi and the sound of the Tao. What's going on? Could it be that some huge fortune has appeared near our city? Ancestor, isn't this because you broke through? An old antique rubbed his hands in embarrassment and asked excitedly. No, I also rushed over after hearing the sound. I thought that one of you had obtained some great providence. The old ancestor shook his head while saying. Upon hearing this, These old antiques immediately became extremely excited. It was not their ancestor. Then, the only possibility was Howard's son. Then it must be the newborn junior of our Lin family. A group of old antiques were extremely excited. They pushed their ancestor and entered the room together without saying a word. At this moment, the room had long been tidied up. As soon as they pushed open the door, there was dense purple qi and a vast cry. What a dense Tao sound. There's also purple qi. What exactly happened here? What's with the cries? The old ancestor observed his surroundings and asked in a daze. Lin Hao, who was in the room, was currently immersed in immense excitement. He did not notice that the person who came was his old ancestor. He did not even raise his head and only stared at the swaddled Lin Xuan lovingly as he replied excitedly. It's because of my son's birth. Once my son was born, his first breath was accompanied by purple qi. Now, his cries opened the heavenly gate, and the Tao sounds resonated. In fact, there was no need for Lin Hao to explain. The moment those old antiques entered, their gazes were locked onto the infant Lin Xuan. The ancestor also reacted immediately. He looked at the baby Lin Xuan, who was crying together with the Tao sound and purple qi lingering between his mouth and nose. The group of old antiques and the Lin family's ancestors' eyes nearly popped out. What the heck? After all this time, this great providence was actually brought about by an infant. It was not enough that there was purple qi coming from the east when breathing, but now there was even the sound of the great Tao caused by his sobbing. What kind of prodigy was he? It's really the infant? I had already made a guess before I came, but I didn't expect this. An old antique's eyes lit up, and he looked extremely excited. After being nurtured for 100 years, they had originally thought that it was a stillborn. Who would have thought that not only was he not a stillborn, he was actually born successfully. Moreover, he was such a monstrous genius. He was only born, but his breathing was filled with purple qi, and he could attract such incredible purple qi from the east. His cries actually contained the sound of the great Tao. These old antiques felt the throbbing in the depths of their bloodline. They felt that this was because of the blessing of that baby. The old antiques were all shocked. This bloodline was the cause of their comprehension. Because of the birth of the baby, because of the fluctuation emitted by this baby, it affected their mysterious bloodline relationship. The bottleneck that blocked them for many years actually showed signs of loosening. How could they not be excited? The old antiques who had shocked faces danced crazily in the room. It said that when the blessed child of the north was born, it snowed for 3 days during the middle of the year and caused an outage for 3 days due to violent winds. In the south, when the divine child was born, the 9 heavens stars descended, they gathered and formed a cauldron of intense light. When the holy infant of the west was born, a sword appeared in the desolate forest, and the water of the galaxy descended from the sky. Now, looking at my eastern region's Lin family, we had purple qi that came from the east for 30,000 miles. The sun and moon vanished, and heaven and earth turned blank. By just taking a breath, one could break through easily. What a prodigy! What a genius! Some of the old antiques looked at Lin Xuan with shining eyes. Ancestor, there's hope for our Lin family to prosper. The old ancestor of the Lin family also looked at Lin Xuan and felt his mouth go dry. It was as if he had seen a rare treasure, and his eyes were filled with doting and love. He was just about to say something when he heard 2 cries at a close distance. He felt that there was an endless stream of Tao sounds piercing his ears. In his old eyes, it was as if an ocean of runes was surging. This old man had actually comprehended something after hearing 2 cries. It was not only the old ancestor. The remaining old antiques were all shocked. By listening to the cries at a close distance, they could actually sense the terrifying Tao sounds more clearly. They turned around and looked at the 4 brothers who were meditating outside the house. They seemed to have understood something, and their eyes immediately lit up. Come, old fellows. Let's use the blessing of the saint child to break through a few realms first. The Lin family's old ancestor and these old antiques did not say a word. They directly came to the door of the house and sat cross-legged in the air as they cultivated. In the luxurious mansion, in the delivery room, at the entrance of a small room, several old antiques and the Lin family's ancestors sat cross-legged in the air, listening to the enlightenment of the Tao sound. If outsiders saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked until their eyeballs fell out. One had to know that the Lin family's ancestor had been famous for many years, not only in Great Yin City, not only in Qi Mountain County, but even in the entire profound sky continent. No matter which one of them went out, others would have to be respectful when they saw them, not to mention the many people from the Lin family. In fact, these old antiques were in seclusion all year round. Every closed-door cultivation took 100 years, and they did not participate in the family meetings. In everyone's minds, they left a dignified, mysterious, and powerful impression. Ordinary people from the Lin family would find it difficult to even meet them. Only at certain critical moments in the family would they appear. Occasionally, during their 100 years of cultivation, they would come out to take a breather so lucky people could catch a glimpse of them. Now, these old antiques were all sitting cross-legged in front of the room that had just delivered a newborn. They listened to the cries of the baby in a daze. Endless Tao runes circulated around these old antiques like a golden river. In their ears, the crisp cry of a baby sounded like a supreme Tao sound that had enlightened them. The cultivation bottlenecks that had suppressed them for 100 years or 1,000 years instantly collapsed under the resonance of this Tao sound. Resplendent light emitted from these old antiques' old and shriveled bodies. Endless Tao runes fused into their bodies from the void. This was especially true for the Lin family's ancestor at the front. Thousands of Tao runes circulated in front of him, among which 9 purple gold runes were most obvious. At a glance, his aura was like a star, making him feel in endless mystery. He broke through. He broke through. Damn, he broke through. He's really a prodigy. I've cultivated for so many years and have never been so close to the great Tao. What feeling? I just don't feel anything. Hey, move over there. Don't block me. An old antique spoke halfway and anxiously asked the old antique in front to move aside. How am I in your way? Be quiet. Don't disturb our saint child. Hurry up and comprehend. The old antique in front of him glared as he replied. He refused to move. Oh my God. These old antiques were all thin and skinny. Their hair was grayish-white, and they were like old ghosts. Every move they made emitted huge fluctuations. They were synonymous with dignity and mystery. But now, these old antiques were all rolling up their sleeves and arguing with their faces red. They did not have any sense of security at all. They only wanted to be closer to the baby. Be quiet. Don't disturb our saint child. After hearing the words of the Lin family's ancestor, the many old antiques finally began to quietly cultivate. However, when they occasionally opened their eyes to look at the swaddled Lin Xuan, there was still a supreme fanaticism in their eyes. The more they looked at him, the more they liked him. The more they looked at him, the more excited they became. With this saint child, the Lin family had a chance to prosper. It was not only these elders of the Lin family. The crisp cries of infants spread throughout the entire Lin family. When all the cultivators of the Lin family heard the cries of infants, their eyes lit up. They sat down and cultivated, all of them intoxicated. This created a strange scene. In the huge Lin residence, it should have been the most bustling noon, but now, it was extremely quiet. Everyone in the entire family was sitting on the ground. On the roof, on the street, on the bed, and beside the dining table, everyone was cultivating. In the huge family, only the sharp cries of a baby could be heard. Everyone listened to this voice as if they were drunk. Not only were the cultivators drunk, but some people were also dancing with joy. As if they were crazy, they laughed and rushed into the sky. This infant's cry indeed signifies the descent of the saint child. A saint child has been born in our family. A resplendent light constantly rose in the Lin family. It was the light of breaking through. On this day, countless people from the Lin family broke through. As for those who broke through 2 levels in a day, there were more than 1,000. In fact, not only the Lin family, but the entire Great Yin city was also enveloped by this Tao sound. However, compared to the Lin family, who could clearly hear the cries of infants, these cultivators in Great Yin city only heard the aftershock of the Tao sound. However, this was enough to shock them. This is the sound of the great Tao. It actually came from the Lin family. The middle-aged man in a long robe looked shocked. What's going on? The Lin family's ancestor actually caused 2 phenomena this time. Isn't this too terrifying? Could it be that the Lin family's ancestor is about to take that step? Previously, I saw a purple chi rise from the Lin family, followed by the wave of purple chi that came from the east for 30,000 miles. This time, the center of the Tao sound is still the Lin family. All of this is definitely the Lin family's ancestor. An old man looked up, his eyes bursting with divine light. With the Lin family's ancestor stepping into that realm, there's no doubt that the Lin family will rise up. How can the other families resist them now? In Great Yin City, many cultivators looked in the direction of the Lin family and thought that the Lin family's ancestor had broken through. This was because such a terrifying fluctuation and phenomenon would only occur when the Lin family's ancestor made an advancement. Their expressions were complicated. Some were shocked, some felt regret, some were unresigned, and some sighed. However, in the end, they all sat down and listened to the tune of the Great Tao. This time, the sound of the Great Tao lasted for more than an hour before slowly disappearing. At this moment, Lin Hao, who was in the delivery room, finally woke up from his epiphany. He excitedly hugged the swaddled Lin Xuan and looked at him for a long time before excitedly wanting to say something to his wife. However, before he could say a word, Lin Hao saw several old antiques sitting cross-legged at the door, as well as the Lin family's ancestor. Lin Hao was stunned on the spot. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly put the baby down and bowed anxiously and respectfully. This junior Lin Hao greets all the ancestors. Just as Lin Hao finished speaking, the Lin family's ancestor, who was sitting at the front of the door, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! The Lin family's ancestor stood up and kicked Lin Hao away in exasperation. He carefully picked up the child and berated in a low voice. Unfilial descendant. Why are you shouting so loudly? What if you scare the child? Lin Hao. Damn it, is he my son or your son? The stars gathered and the galaxy hung in the sky. Under the night sky, the lights in the Lin family were bright and filled with laughter. The news of Lin Xian's birth had already spread throughout the entire family. Everyone in the Lin family already knew what had happened today. Be it the purple qi or the Tao sound in the crying, the cause was really Lin Hao's son, Lin Xian. Apart from shock, the Lin family was also excited and happy. After all, ever since Lin Hao, there had been no geniuses in the Lin family for more than 100 years. This was fatal to a large family clan. There would be many problems in an era where there was no potential. Now that Lin Xian had appeared, it greatly reduced this possibility, let alone such a peerless genius. Under the night sky, the vicinity of the Lin family's Lin Hao's mansion was filled with people from the Lin family. All of them were here to congratulate him. Haha, congratulations, Lin Hao. You've given birth to a good son. This 1,000-year-old 9-petal orchid can be considered a token of my appreciation. Haha, Lin Hao. This time, when your son was born, I also benefited from it. I broke through 2 levels in a day. You have to accept this 3,000-year-old dragon spirit, grass, no matter what. This spirit transformation fruit is only 6,000 years old. It's nothing. I broke through to the next realm after listening to the Tao sound today and owe your son a big favor. When that old tree in the Eastern Sea matures, I'll pluck a 10,000-year-old spirit transformation fruit no matter what. In the hall, Lin Hao looked at the 3 golden fruits in the old antiques box. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and smiled bitterly. He refused. This? Ancestor Lin Bao, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. This old man was one of the old antiques who had come out of seclusion today. These spirit transformation fruits were good things that Lin Hao had never seen before. If each of them were placed outside, it would be enough to make anyone fight to the death. They could be sold for a sky-high price of 10,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the old antique immediately rolled his eyes. This is for my family's saint child, not you. Why are you so agitated? After saying this, the old antique seemed to feel that it was inappropriate. He took out one precious medicinal herb after another from his sleeve and threw them all to Lin Hao. Accept it all. With the birth of the saint child, we old things have all benefited from it. If we don't express our gratitude, won't it be embarrassing? Looking at these resplendent treasures, Lin Hao could not help but smile bitterly. He could only thank them and accept them. The outside of the house was crowded, and there were also many people wandering around. Lin Xian knew everything that happened outside clearly. The current Lin Xian had already woken up from his half-asleep state. He was curled up in his swaddling clothes, his eyes closed as he quietly breathed. After listening for a while, Lin Xian roughly understood many things. This world seemed to be a place called the Profound Sky Continent. The cultivation path on this continent had 9 realms. The first 3 were body refinement, qi refinement, and foundation establishment. The middle 3 were circulation sea, purple prefecture, and golden core. The last 3 were nascent soul, soul formation, and tribulation transcendence. Lin Xian did not know the realms above these 9 for now, But within each of these 9 realms, it was divided into 10 levels. The profound sky continent was boundless. No one knew how big this continent was. The known places were divided into 7 major counties. The area of each county was incomparably vast. The Lin family was in a place called Qi Mountain County in the east of the profound sky continent. They were one of the strongest families in the county. This background was not bad. At the very least, he should have had a safe childhood. Lin Xuan listened to the discussions of the surrounding people and silently calculated. However, soon he sighed. In fact, according to Lin Xuan's original plan, he should continue to develop and not be reckless. He should wait until his strength was higher before revealing himself. However, from the looks of it, there was no hope for this now. Just as Lin Xuan was thinking about this, a few shadows suddenly enveloped him. Lin Xuan's current condition was very strange. Although his eyes were closed and he did not move, he seemed to be able to easily see everything around him. In the words of this world, it should be that he had activated his spiritual sense, or in other words, the heavenly eye, right? As Lin Xuan thought this, he looked at the shadows. They were 2 old men with bulging muscles and a majestic aura. Their bodies were well built, and they were at least 2 meters away. When they stood there, they looked like 2 huge mountains. Their sideburns had already turned white, and their appearance was a little similar to Lin Hao. Seeing the 2 of them walk over, Lin Hao smiled and went up to them. First uncle, second uncle. When the slightly younger old man saw Lin Hao, he laughed loudly and went up to pat Lin Hao's shoulder. He laughed heartily and said, "Haha, Lin Hao, you kid. I really didn't expect you to have such a good son. This is the 1,000-year coral stem in the Eastern Sea. It's best used for nourishment. Let my niece-in-law consume it to nourish her body." "Thank you, second uncle." Lin Hao rubbed his shoulder and received it with a bitter smile. The older elder handed over a box. He coughed and was a little embarrassed. "I shouldn't have said those words back then. I shouldn't have. Forget it. There's no use in saying that now. You have to accept this 10,000-year-old flood dragon lightning core no matter what. Looking at the situation now, it's fortunate that you persevered." Halfway through his sentence, the old man could not continue. Instead, he hammered Lin Hao's chest until the latter coughed. "Lin Hao, your body is still a little weak. Ha! To think that you produced my family's saint child. Quick, let me see Xian'er." Lin Hao rubbed his chest helplessly. He looked at his wife, Xianyu, and smiled casually. "Uncle, you're so strong. You have to be gentler." "What are you saying? This is the future hope of our Lin family." The 2 elders rubbed their hands in excitement and carefully received the swaddling cloth. The hands of the burly old men were almost larger than swaddling clothes. Just here, there was an extreme sense of oppression. However, now, their movements were as gentle as young wives. They held the swaddling clothes and did not dare to move much. Good. This is third brother's grandson. Unfortunately, third brother is outside and can't see him. When he comes back, tell him that I hugged his grandson first." "Ha!" The old man laughed loudly. The old man carried Lin Xuan and stood there like a mountain. The difference between the small swaddling clothes and the old man was too great. However, feeling the old man's warm gaze, Lin Xuan's heart actually felt a little warm, but this warmth did not last long. "Ha! This is my Lin family's saint child. Good. Look at his small nose and small eyes. As expected of our Lin family. Come, let me see how big this little guy is." After saying that, the old man stretched out his hand and carefully began to search in the swaddling clothes. Lin Xuan was speechless. These 2 old fellows were probably old perverts, right? Facing the perverted hands of the 2 old men, it was fortunate that Xianyu came to help in the end. "Uncles, Xian'er is still young. Let him sleep for a while," said Xianyu softly. She naturally saved Lin Xuan from the hands of the 2 old men. Upon hearing this, the 2 elders stopped in embarrassment. Then, they pulled Lin Hao to the other side and began to discuss how he could have such a genius son and if he had eaten some secret medicine. Lin Hao looked awkward and helpless. On the side of the house, a group of young people quickly rushed over beside Lin Xuan. There were both men and women, and they all looked at him with bright eyes. "This is our younger brother." Someone carefully stretched out a finger and poked Lin Xuan's arm. As they were a cultivation clan, they had a long lifespan. Those who were less than 100 years old could actually be considered to be from the younger generation. Those who could get close to Lin Xuan were mostly core disciples of the Lin family. They were also the closest to this place. Previously, when Lin Xuan breathed, purple qi came from the east, and his cries carried the sound of the Tao. They were also the closest beneficiaries, and most of them broke through 2 levels in a row. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock countless people, and their eyeballs would fall out. Don't underestimate these 2 levels. This advancement had saved them decades at the very least. Saving decades of time when they were the youngest naturally meant something. Therefore, these young men and women had a good impression of Lin Xuan. Coupled with the fact that Lin Xuan was curled up like a porcelain doll and his entire body was brimming with faint purple qi, he was extremely exquisite and cute. He emitted a purple light, causing some of the young girls among these people to have sparkling eyes as if they had seen the cutest thing in the world. They kept using their fingers to carefully touch Lin Xuan's arms and legs. So cute. My heart is about to melt. Little brother Lin Xuan is so beautiful and so talented. Which vixen will benefit from this in the future? He's like the best jade. So soft. The young female cultivators were all seeing stars. They held his face and continuously touched Lin Xuan's small arms and legs. When they saw Lin Xuan, who was like a doll wrapped in his swaddling clothes, their hearts almost melted. The young men of the Lin family beside him smiled helplessly. They could not even get close to him. They could only stretch their necks and try their best to see what this Lin family saint child was like. While they were inevitably a little jealous, they were more happy. Towards these movements, Lin Xuan could not be bothered. He was currently in a strange state. Because of his breathing and cries, there was a vast amount of purple qi and endless Tao sounds condensed in Lin Xuan's small body. The purple qi and Tao sounds were all stored in his body. Now, there was still faint purple qi flowing between his mouth and nose. He was using the primordial purple qi breathing technique to absorb it with all his might. This was also the reason why he was curled up and not moving. There's so much purple qi. Have you guys noticed? Little brother's breathing is very rhythmic. Big sister, little Xian, seems to be cultivating. A young girl suddenly asked Xianyu. Xianyu nodded as she hugged the swaddling cloth. As she was pregnant for 100 years, even if Xianyu was a cultivator, she seemed to have injured her vital qi after giving birth to Lin Xuan. She looked a little weak, but when she saw Lin Xuan, her eyes were filled with love. Before our ancestor left, he said that Xianer seems to be cultivating. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly extremely surprised. He already knows how to cultivate at such a young age. I heard that for geniuses, cultivation is an instinct. I'm so jealous. Is this the difference between a genius and a mortal? Lin Xuan did not care about this or his surroundings. He only followed the primordial purple qi breathing technique and cultivated quietly, wanting to quickly absorb the purple qi and Tao sounds completely. However, as he comprehended, soon, Lin Xuan could not continue cultivating. So small. A beautiful young girl with a red ponytail blinked her large eyes. She stretched out 2 fingers and compared them. She excitedly said to Xianyu, Sister Xian, it's about this big. Xianyu was caught between laughter and tears. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, had a dark expression on his face as he increased the speed at which he absorbed the purple qi. He had to refine it quickly and gain the ability to move as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew where these guys would touch when they had nothing to do? The Lin family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and many people did not sleep through the night. They were glad that a fortuitous encounter had descended from the sky, and they listened to the Tao sound and absorbed the purple qi to advance 2 levels in a row. Similarly, they were also happy that the Lin family had the saint child, Lin Xuan. As for the great Yin city where the Lin family was in, they did not know what had happened. While the Lin family was busy, many of the other families or merchant associations stationed in Great Yin City also sent people to spread the news. Quick! Inform the main family that the Lin family's ancestor has broken through. Purple qi came from 30,000 miles east, and there was the sound of the Tao. From the looks of it, he's probably taken that step. In Great Yin City, countless people were busy spreading the news. To them, the Lin family's ancestor breaking through was definitely a huge matter. Ask the headquarters of the Merchant Association on how we should congratulate them. What gifts should we prepare? Inform our main family to send a few influential people. Forget it. I'll go back directly and call my elder brother to come here. The Lin family's ancestor, a top expert, must be greeted by our family head. Soon, news spread that the Lin family's ancestor had broken through, causing purple chi to come from the east for 30,000 miles and the Tao sound to be heard. The entire Great Yin City and the nearby cities found out at the speed of light. When all the family clans and leaders of the Merchant Association near Great Yin City heard this news, their jaws nearly dropped. The luxurious and majestic palace had fragrant incense floating in the air. 900 pairs of precious luminous pearls lit up the entire hall, causing it to be as brilliant as a river of stars. There were thousands of treasures displayed on the left and right of the palace. These were precious enough to make any cultivator fight to the death outside, but here, they were only decorations. Come drink. Several men in luxurious clothes laughed and hugged each other from left to right. In front of them were hundreds of gorgeous and exposed women. As they drank and chatted, their voices filled the place. Everyone, this matter is settled today. After this transaction, the drifting cloud chamber of commerce will definitely not treat you badly. The man in the lead raised his wine cup and smiled at the others. The others laughed and raised their cups in agreement. At this moment, a maidservant came over and whispered in the leader's ear. The man nodded. His expression did not change as he stood up with a smile. I'm sorry, I have some small matters to deal with. It's rare for me to come to Qi Mountain County. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves. I hope that everyone can give the Drifting Cloud Chamber of Commerce a chance to host you. The others smiled and raised their cups. The man walked out of the door, and his expression gradually recovered its calm. His eyes flickered. You said that the Lin family's ancestor has broken through? When was this news? My lord, it happened several hours ago. The maidservant replied respectfully. The Lin family's ancestor? It's actually the Lin family's ancestor. I knew it. Some time ago, there seemed to be an extraordinary fluctuation in the east. Purple chi from the east, resonance of the Tao sounds. Ha ha ha. Great, great. Under the night sky, the man paced back and forth in front of the hall. His eyes were as bright as stars as plans and ideas quickly flashed through his mind. It's settled. The man clapped his hands and suddenly said, Do you still have the item from the Western Mystic Realm? Take it out. Come with me tomorrow and give it to the Lin family's ancestor. The maidservant was stunned for a moment. The item from the Western Mystic Realm? That cost us. Before she could finish, the man casually interrupted her. He looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Just do as you're told. You've been here for too short a time. You don't understand what that fluctuation means. You don't understand what the breakthrough of the Lin family's ancestor truly symbolizes. This kind of thing did not only happen between the Drifting Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Great Yin City and nearly half of Qi Mountain County all knew of this news. They also made the same choice as the man. The Lin family's ancestor has broken through? Quickly prepare the gifts. We'll go and congratulate him tomorrow. Some young forces heard the news and looked excited. Ha ha ha. After fighting for so long, I didn't expect that old Lin would be the first to take this step. A famous elder of an old family came out of seclusion and sighed as he looked into the distance. Bring the best items in the treasure vault to congratulate the Lin family's ancestor. A calm businessman from a chamber of commerce instructed in a deep voice. Countless families, forces, and merchant associations acted after hearing the news. Of course, there were also many families with ugly expressions. What did you say? That old fool from the Lin family has advanced. He broke out of seclusion? Purple Chi phenomenon. Damn it, bastard, how infuriating. In the south of Qi Mountain County, there was an old family clan that had been enemies with the Lin family for generations. After hearing this news, they cursed loudly. When the old ancestor of this family heard this news, he walked out of his seclusion place with a gloomy expression. That night, a violent wind swept past and thunder roared. Several disobedient forces near the family were instantly destroyed overnight. This damned Lin family, so what if you broke through? A genius has been born in our generation. Your Lin family has not had a genius for 100 years. So what if you have an alliance marriage with the Xian family? Aren't you still waiting for a stillborn for 100 years? You have no geniuses in this generation. This generational gap will still ruin you in the future. At that time, it will be the moment of your destruction. What I need now is just some time to wait for it to act up. Lin Xuan did not know what happened outside. At this moment, Lin Xuan did not know that the outside world had already gone crazy because of the news of the Lin family's phenomenon. He also did not know that the outside world actually did not know the news of his birth and only treated those phenomena as signs of the ancestors' breakthrough. However, even if he knew, Lin Xuan would not mind. In any case, Lin Xuan had revealed his talent now. As long as the Lin family was not stupid, he was destined to be protected by the core of the Lin family. In the dead of the night, Lin Xuan was curled up in his tiny swaddling clothes in his mother's arms, quietly cultivating the primordial purple qi breathing technique. As someone who had lived 2 lives, Lin Xuan was not blinded by success. He knew clearly what was the foundation to stand on this world. The swaddled Lin Xuan instantly thought of the answer: strength. Everything was unreliable except his own strength. Cultivation had to start as a baby. The Lin family could protect him for a moment, but they could not protect him forever. If he wanted to live in this world, he still had to focus on his own strength. As he slowly breathed in, the purple qi on Lin Xuan's body glowed like stars. As the starlight descended, the Lin family cheered and celebrated outside. Everyone drank and danced, celebrating the birth of the saint child and their own cultivation advancement. They celebrated to their heart's content. In his swaddling clothes, Lin Xuan held his breath and focused. He studied the primordial purple qi breathing technique with all his might, seriously and quickly consolidating his cultivation and foundation. The sun was high in the sky. Today would not be an ordinary day in the Great Yin City. Outside the ancient and thick Great Yin City gates, halos appeared one after another. In the distance, colorful clouds hung high in the sky as figures came from the distant horizon. A vast dense fog and flowing light, as well as spiritual power fluctuations that shot into the sky, scattered all the clouds in the sky. Under the sun, there were people riding war chariots, some stepping on immortal swords, and there were also people rushing over from afar. Each of these people carried extraordinary power fluctuations. Boom! Thunder rumbled. 6 single-horned flood dragons rode on clouds as they approached. They looked as if they were made of steel and were barbaric and domineering. Every single one of them emitted extremely terrifying fluctuations and were covered in lightning. Behind the 6 flood dragons, there was a huge golden carriage with golden chains. Oh my God, that's the flood dragon carriage of the Mountain Mist sect. It's been thousands of years since the flood dragon carriage appeared. I didn't expect it to actually appear here today. Below, the cultivators of Great Yin City looked up with shocked expressions. Wait, look over there. Is that the legendary Xuan beast? In the distance, a cultivator was shocked. In the distant horizon, a crimson ferocious beast appeared. It was thousands of feet tall. Several figures stood on the forehead of the huge beast, chatting and laughing. With a breath, the clouds dispersed. Sky Sun City's Wang family's Xuan beast. Heavens, could the person standing on the forehead of the Xuan beast be the Wang family's family head? Wang family head, long time no see. This Xuan beast is really becoming more and more powerful. A delicate voice suddenly sounded from the horizon. A woman holding a fan covered her face and walked over leisurely in an ink robe. The woman walked step by step like a lotus. Her figure was hot, and her beautiful face seemed to have been created by the heavens. Her eyes seemed to be able to charm people, and every frown and smile was tempting to the soul, like the depths of a peach garden. It's been a long time since we last met. I heard that your esteemed sect obtained a few demonic beast cores in the Forbidden Land a few days ago. My Xuan beast is really nothing in comparison. On the forehead of the beast, the long-haired, white-robed middle-aged man cupped his hands and replied with a smile. Family head, you're being humble, the woman replied with a smile. There seemed to be a magical power in her body. However, after staring at her for a while, many cultivators below actually felt their blood boil. They hurriedly looked away, and someone had a shocked expression. That person? Demon sect? The demoness of the demon sect is also here? The Lin family actually has connections with the demon sect. Not only that, other figures also appeared, accompanied by flowing clouds and holy light. Wait, look, the woman standing among the clouds and covering her face. Is she from the light-shaking holy land? Is she a holy maiden? What a huge sea beast. It can actually carry an entire city wall. This is the great elder of the Eastern Sea Cities, Xian family. Flowing cloud chamber of commerce. They're really generous. They actually brought so many gifts. Figures came from the horizon. They either conversed with each other or silently walked alone. When they approached Great Yin City, everyone walked down from the clouds and chose to walk into the city. This was naturally not fear, but respect for the Lin family. As for the Lin family, faced with so many forces, they did not dare to be negligent. They had long sent people with status in the family to welcome them at the door. Haraha. Welcome, great Elder Xian. This time, you have come at the most opportune time. The blue-robed, blue-eyed elder said with a smile. The Xian and Lin families are in a marriage alliance. Now that the Lin family's ancestor had broken through, I naturally have to come here. Congratulations. Oh, it's been a few days since we last met. Brother Lin has actually broken through another level? Congratulations. Tell me, did the Lin family's ancestor take that last step forward? Ha ha. Now, your Lin family is completely invincible in Qi Mountain County. In the entire northern Azure province, there are few who can resist the Lin family. An old man walked over with a laugh. The person who received them smiled and did not say anything. He only invited these people into the banquet politely. These cultivators were mostly from the Qi Mountain County's cultivation forces. The profound sky continent was divided into several continents. In the end, the northern Azure province where the Qi Mountain County and the other 7 counties were located was only one of them. After their Lin family produced the Saint Child, they would ultimately expand into the entire vast continent. They would walk out of the Qi Mountain County and the northern Azure province. However, even if the Lin family could become invincible, they were still a little short of time. At this moment, the people from the Lin family did not know that these cultivators were unaware of Lin Xuan and treated the phenomena as their ancestor breaking through. All the cultivators thought that the Lin family's ancestor had broken through and came to congratulate them. Little did they know that the true cause was still in the swaddling clothes, diligently cultivating. Slowly breathing, dense purple qi flowed in his mouth and nose. As he cultivated, Lin Xuan thought silently that the cultivation speed was a little slow. Due to the fact that he had the primordial purple qi breathing technique, Lin Xuan could cultivate with every breath he took. However, because he had stored too much purple qi previously, even if it was a breathing technique, it would take at least half a month to completely absorb it. Before this, he would always be in a motionless state. Fortunately, when he was cultivating, his body was crystal clear and the purple qi converged. An abundant fluctuation surrounded his body, so there was no sign of hunger. Lin Hao, I'm fine. Go participate in the gathering. You're the city lord of Great Yin City. You can't be absent. On the bed, Xian Yu hugged Lin Xuan and said softly. Lin Hao sighed slightly. He put down the spiritual medicine soup in his hand, combed Xian Yu's hair, and gently kissed Lin Xian's forehead. Ah, you. Wait here with Xianer for a while. After the banquet ends, I'll be back immediately. Okay. Lin Hao hurriedly walked out. Before long, Xian Yu coughed lightly. Hearing this cough, Lin Xuan cultivated while frowning in confusion as he thought, isn't there something wrong with this cough? Lin Xian's spiritual sense continuously fluctuated on Xian Yu, and he quickly sensed that something was wrong. His mother, Xian Yu, was a cultivator with extraordinary strength. She was once comparable to his father, Lin Hao, and was called a peerless genius. She was famous in the northern Azure province. Although she had only given birth to him after 100 years, with his mother's physique, she should not be so weak. Lin Xian's spiritual sense circled around Xian Yu a few times. There seems to be something amiss? Lin Xian could not help but mutter to himself, but he was a little uncertain. Because he had stayed with Xian Yu the longest, and there was an inexplicable connection between the mother and son, Lin Xian discovered that his mother's body seemed to be getting weaker. Lin Xian still had a good impression of the Lin family, especially in his parents' eyes. Their gentle gaze made him feel especially warm. A day and a night had already passed since she gave birth, but she's actually even weaker than before. But what's the problem? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? Lin Xian thought for a moment and did not say anything rashly. Instead, he continued to cultivate. I have to cultivate quickly. If I'm not wrong, I only need to digest a portion of the purple qi to reach the first level of body refinement. At that time, the spiritual sense I release will be even stronger, and I will definitely be able to see the problem. Maintaining his breathing and concentrating, Lin Xian entered his cultivation state again. The Lin family's banquet was extremely grand and magnificent. Countless delicious dishes were placed on the banquet. The entire banquet was enveloped in hazy, rosy clouds. White cranes danced in the sky, and there were musicians playing the zither in the pavilions and halls. Beautiful female dancers twisted their figures on the wide stage, and they were beautiful and moving. Everyone sat down and chatted with the surrounding people while admiring the dance. Not long after, a stream of light flashed. The Lin family's ancestor and a group of old antiques suddenly appeared at the banquet without any warning. When they saw the Lin family's ancestor and many old freaks, the eyes of the people from the different factions at the banquet lit up. Although these old freaks of the Lin family were all skinny and looked like ghosts, everyone could sense the terrifying fluctuation hidden beneath their skinny bodies. This was especially true for the Lin family's ancestor. He should have the appearance of an old man, but now that he appeared, the white hair at his temples had turned black. His body emitted an extremely surging vitality. How long had he lived for? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Or even longer? It was impossible for him to maintain such a young appearance after so long. He had definitely broken through. Sky Sun City's Wang family congratulates the Lin family's ancestor. Congratulations to the Lin family's ancestor for reaching a higher level. This is a joyous occasion for the entire Qi Mountain County. It is also the fortune of the entire Northern Azure Province. The Wang family's head was the first to stand up and cupped his hands as he spoke in a clear voice. I represent the Wang family of Sky Sun City to give a small gift to the Lin family's ancestor. 3 30,000-year-old sky vault fruits. 3 30,000-year-old sky vault fruits. Hearing this, Lin Hao was secretly speechless. The Wang family had really invested a lot this time. The Sky Vault fruit could increase a cultivator's cultivation without any side effects. It was an extremely rare spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. One had to know that the Sky Vault fruit had extremely harsh requirements for the environment it grew in. Although it was called the Sky Vault, it had to grow in the mouth of a volcano hundreds of thousands of feet under the ocean. That kind of place was extremely dangerous, and there were countless ferocious beasts surrounding it. Ordinary 1,000-year-old Sky Vault fruits were speculated to have a sky-high price. This time, the Wang family actually took out 30,000-year-old Sky Vault fruits, and it was 3 at a time. It was indeed a huge investment. Looks like the Wang family had invested heavily this time. However, at the same time, Lin Hao was also a little puzzled. Why did they congratulate the Lin family's ancestor? This phenomenon was not caused by the ancestor's breakthrough. Why did they not congratulate Lin Xuan? The light-shaking Holy Land also has a small gift. Congratulations, Ancestor Lin. The demon sect has also brought a small gift. Flowing Cloud Chamber of Commerce. The Northern Song Clan. Figures that were all-powerful in Qi Mountain County, and even the Northern Azure Province stood up one after another. They took out precious items and congratulated the ancestor respectfully. Each of these items was valued at an astronomical price. They would feel the pinch when giving such items as gifts. However, if they could gain the goodwill of a peerless expert, the Lin family's ancestor, because of this, it would definitely not be a loss. However, as they listened, the expressions of everyone from the Lin family became a little strange. Because, congratulations to the Lin family's ancestor for breaking through and going up another level. Now that the Lin family's old ancestor has broken through, he must have already broken through to the legendary realm. The Lin family will definitely enjoy endless glory and prosperity in the future. Congratulations to the Lin family's ancestor for breaking through. I have to say that when the Lin family's ancestor advanced that day, I was also in Great Yin City and happened to obtain some purple chi from the east. My Tao resonated and I obtained a great opportunity. Looking at the enthusiastic members of the large family clans, the Lin family members were caught between laughter and tears. Did these people have a misunderstanding? The one who caused the commotion was not their ancestor, but a small baby. The few old antiques looked at each other and held back their laughter. The Lin family's ancestor was helpless as well. He looked at the group of people congratulating him and felt embarrassed to stop them from speaking. He waited until the last faction finished speaking before he slowly stood up. Under the breeze, his sleeves fluttered like heavenly wings. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept these congratulatory gifts. We welcome everyone here. As for the treasures, please take them back. Take them back? When the various factions heard this, they were stunned. What was going on? He did not want the congratulatory gifts. This matter has blown up. Those juniors can't tell, but can't the few of you understand? Seeing the dumbfounded people congratulating him, the Lin family's ancestor gently rubbed his brows and said helplessly to the top elders of the few factions, I'm not the one who triggered the purple chi and the Tao sounds. Purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles. Tao sound resonance occurred. It's all because our family's Saint Child was born. Saint Child? Upon hearing the Lin family's ancestors' words, everyone who came to congratulate the Lin family was stunned. That's right, it's our family's saint child. The Lin family's old master nodded and said calmly. He was the Lin family's ancestor and had experienced all kinds of storms. He immediately explained calmly. The fluctuation yesterday was caused by the appearance of our Lin family's saint child. The Lin family's old ancestor did not say that it was an infant, nor did he say that it was Lin Xuan or anything else. He only vaguely explained. Lin Xuan's birth was already the most secret matter in the Lin family. Everyone was given a gag order to protect him. Lin Xuan was really too young now. Most importantly, Lin Xuan was too monstrous. It was not that other geniuses did not produce abnormalities, but the Lin family's ancestor had never heard that these abnormal phenomena fluctuations could reach the extent of helping others advance and break through. His breathing carried purple qi, and his cries carried the sound of the Tao. Lin Xuan was really too monstrous and too precious. Regardless of whether it was from Lin Xuan's bloodline or for the sake of the Lin family's long-term development, it was best not to expose Lin Xuan now. It was best to hide as much as possible to protect Lin Xuan's growth. In the end, everything that the Lin family's ancestor did, regardless of his goal, was ultimately out of goodwill. To be publicly known, he had to wait until the month-old banquet at the earliest. The Lin family's ancestor explained here. As for the many cultivators below, the corners of their mouths twitched. No, the Lin family's ancestor did not break through yesterday. That fluctuation was triggered by a genius from the Lin family? How was this possible? Ancestor of the Lin family, don't joke around like this. How can such an extremely terrifying fluctuation phenomenon be caused by a young disciple? The Wang family's head swallowed a mouthful of saliva as the corners of his mouth turned dry. A genius breaking through carried such a terrifying fluctuation? How is this possible? Purple qi came from 30,000 miles east. This kind of fluctuation could be brought by a young genius. It was completely impossible. The first reaction of all the members of the various factions was disbelief. Everything else was because of the fluctuation. No matter if it was the purple qi or the sound of the Tao, they were not things that ordinary geniuses could possess. Even those geniuses that had legendary phenomena when breaking through were not so terrifying. Even some old experts who broke through the bottlenecks had fluctuations that were completely inferior to the seen before. Instantly, these various factions naturally imagined the Lin family's saint child to be a young genius. After all, the Lin family's ancestor had only said that a genius would appear. No one would think of a baby. After all, if a baby was so terrifying, it would be too ridiculous. This was what the Lin family's ancestor wanted them to think. Go ahead and guess. The more they guessed, the better. By the time Xian'er's month-old banquet ended, the ancestor's cultivation realm would be more or less consolidated. There should be no problem protecting him anymore. At that time, it would not be too late to let Xian'er appear. Looking at the various factions, the Lin family's ancestor narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Hao took a step forward and spoke in a deep voice. Yesterday, an abnormality appeared. Purple qi came from the east, and the sound of the Tao resonated. It was indeed caused by a young genius of my family. This matter is absolutely accurate. Yesterday, I happened to pass by the place where the saint child was in seclusion. Everything happened like this. Lin Hao explained here, saying these are my experiences. Of course, this was all fabricated. Despite Lin Hao's explanation, many factions still did not believe him. They felt that the Lin family's ancestor had probably broken through. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why he was so energetic. Faced with this situation, the Lin family's ancestor felt a little helpless. He wanted them to make wild guesses, but not to this extent. Just as he was about to explain. Swoosh! Behind the Lin residence, a blood-colored pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky. This pillar of light was very weak and small. It was only about 30 to 40 feet wide, but the terrifying blood qi fluctuation contained in it was extremely exquisite. Crack! Flowing clouds gathered as wind and waves stirred on the ground. Under the shocked and confused gazes of countless people, the heavens and the earth suddenly dimmed along with the appearance of the blood-colored light pillar. In the next moment, the blood-colored light suddenly exploded between the heavens and the earth. Endless phenomena appeared. Ancient drawings appeared in the sky. One terrifying figure after another appeared in the world. There was endless blood qi inside. There were 3 demonic wolves roaring, winged men with broken arms, three-legged golden crows that looked like black suns, and strange true dragons with 6 horns on their heads. They all cried out silently, looking up into the heavens, as if they were going to resist the boundless heavens. It was the painting of all life resisting the heavens. This is someone breaking through. The demoness' eyes erupted with light. Her beautiful eyes looked at the pillar of light, her expression shocked. This fluctuation is not strong, but this phenomenon is a little shocking. The Wang family clan also raised their heads and stood up in shock. It should only be a small breakthrough. Saintess Yao Qi's beautiful eyes flickered. Endless light flowed as she looked at the Lin family's ancestor. Senior, may I ask if this is the breakthrough of your family's genius? Upon seeing this phenomenon, the Lin family's ancestor was stunned as he thought, there really is a young genius? I was just making it up. It was not only the Lin family's ancestor who was puzzled. The surrounding old antiques of the Lin family were also dumbfounded. Who had broken through? This fluctuation was not strong, but this scene was indeed a little abnormal. Why did they not remember any genius juniors breaking through recently? At this moment, only Lin Hao, who was standing at the side, saw this scene. After some thought, he felt so surprised that his mouth was wide open. Was the place where the light pillar rose a little familiar? It felt very familiar. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth twitched. After some consideration, he carefully approached. Ancestor, that is where the phenomenon occurred. It seems to be my house. Your house? The Lin family's ancestor was stunned as he subconsciously turned to look at Lin Hao. Xianer has been cultivating a breathing technique ever since he was born, Lin Hao whispered. Xianer? Lin Xuan? The Lin family's ancestor was stunned. Then, the few old antiques beside him looked at each other as the corners of their mouths twitched. Dark clouds gathered, and a strange phenomenon occurred. The sky was covered in a faint blood color. Mysterious creatures with blurry numbers appeared and disappeared. All of them raised their heads and roared at the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. Damn, this was too monstrous. Even though many old antiques had lived for so many years and had seen countless storms, they were always calm. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they could not help but curse. On the first day of his birth, he had breathed in purple qi and cried with the Tao sound. Not only did it bring countless benefits to the surroundings, it directly allowed countless people to advance by a large level. Now, the hurdles that had originally troubled them had been cleared. It was only a matter of time before they broke through. But now he had advanced his own cultivation on the first day of his birth. The Lin family's ancestor could barely maintain his calm at this moment. However, when he looked at the unique phenomenon in the sky, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Fortunately, this kind of prodigy was in his Lin family. A blood-colored halo appeared in the sky as countless Tao runes circulated. Although the abnormal phenomenon of the painting of all life resisting the heavens did not emit a very strong fluctuation, the profundity contained in it was indeed extremely complex. Countless living beings and various legendary existences appeared in it. At a glance, it was actually as if they were in ancient times, and the ferocious aura of slaughter assaulted their faces. This was a young prodigy? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. If not for the fact that the fluctuation of this phenomenon was not powerful and was only a breakthrough in the lower third realms, no one would doubt this scene if it was said to be the medium third level or the upper third level. The streams of light in the sky did not last for long. In less than half an hour, they disappeared completely. This also confirmed the thoughts of everyone that the cause was a young prodigy. The entire banquet was silent. The faces of many forces turned ugly, their expressions changing constantly. After waiting for a long time, someone heaved a sigh of relief and said helplessly, I still can't believe it. Such fluctuation is actually coming from a young prodigy. The Lin family is really powerful. Upon hearing this, the Lin family's ancestor slowly spoke with a calm expression. The cause is my family's saint child and not my breakthrough. Don't tell me everyone still has some doubts about it. Everyone nodded helplessly. How could they not believe it? He had already broken through in front of them. Ancestor of the Lin family, may I ask if you have broken through 2 levels in 2 days? The Holy Maiden of the Light, shaking Holy Land, calmed her mind and asked. Sort of, the Lin family's ancestor nodded. He looked at the elders who were from the same era as him and smiled. It's not that amazing. Damn, there were a few old fellows there who were all around the same age as the Lin family's ancestor. After so many years, They had established their own factions, and their relationship was not bad. Now that they saw the Lin family's ancestor being smug, they were immediately angered. It was one thing if they could not compare to him, but their descendants were similarly disappointing. They had originally planned to ridicule this old fellow for not having a genius in their family for 100 years at this banquet. Now, what was the point of mocking him? The few old fellows blew their beards and glared at him. However, they quickly laughed. Their laughter was very dignified and friendly. In that case, Ancestor Lin, you actually did not take that step? An old man in a black robe whose shoulders were broad and powerful asked with a chuckle. We already said that it's the descendant of the Lin family, our saint child. How could the Lin family's ancestor have taken that step? Aren't you asking the obvious? An elder said angrily. Then, he tidied his clothes and smiled as he picked up his teacup to take a sip. Hee hee. What a pity, what a pity. What a pity. I thought that the Lin family's ancestor was one step ahead. How disappointing. Many old fellows spoke in a strange tone. The others at the banquet looked at each other. They quietly drank their tea and ate their melon seeds. Facing a group of old fellows, no one else dared to speak. I think you were just envious. The Lin family's ancestor chuckled. Of course not, of course not. We were just disappointed that we did not manage to drink the advancement wine of the Lin family's ancestor. The elder with the sword case on his back and sword chi all over his body acted extremely calm, but his tone was rather strange. What a pity. The old man with broad shoulders sighed. Seeing his old friend's behavior, the Lin family's ancestor chuckled and said, It's fine. In any case, you will come again soon. Again, the elders were stunned. With the birth of the saint child, I have also gained some insights, replied the Lin family's ancestor with a smile. The sword-wielding elder's movements immediately stiffened. Although I haven't broken through now, the obstructions on the path have probably been cleared. However, to really break through and take the key step, it will still take a long time. About 3 years, I would say. The Lin family's ancestor stroked his beard with a gentle smile. In this long period of time, I hope to properly nurture the next generation. After all, the next generation is the future hope. We're all old fellows. Seeing the Lin family's ancestors' appearance, many leaders of the factions nearly could not help but laugh. They could only lower their heads and hold it in. The demoness' beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around. Even the old fellows who usually had good tempers were almost unable to endure it at this moment. The corners of their mouths twitched, and the old man holding the sword case forcefully swallowed this tea. 3 years? Not to mention 3 years. Even 300 years or 3,000 years was nothing if he could take that step. This was equivalent to making a breakthrough. I'm old. The next generation is the hope of the future. The Lin family's ancestor looked into the distance and spoke calmly. Crack. On the spot, an old fellow crushed the cup in his hand and looked at the clansmen beside him, who lowered their heads and did not dare to speak, with an unfriendly gaze. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Look at that prodigy. Then look at yourselves. Feeling the gazes of the ancestors, these people who had already obtained great authority in their respective families wailed in their minds, filled with helplessness. Ancestor, don't just blame us. Aren't you inferior to the Lin family's ancestor as well? This time, the rise of the Lin family is destined. Although I've long expected it, I never thought that the Lin family would actually have double the good news. That's right. A prodigy has appeared in the Lin family, and their ancestor is about to break through. He's going to break through again in just 3 years. How is this different from breaking through now? I still can't believe it. Purple Chi came from the east for 30,000 miles. What kind of genius youth is this? Isn't this too monstrous? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would definitely not believe this to be true. The banquet dispersed. The old fellows from the various families left immediately. All of them were furious due to the Lin family's ancestor. It had been many years since they had suffered such humiliation. Therefore, they planned in their minds that when they returned this time, they would definitely train their family's juniors well and make them work harder. At the same time, many leaders of the factions noticed some clues. They felt that this genius of the Lin family was not an ordinary prodigy. After all, many geniuses in their family had strange phenomena accompanying them when they were born. However, they had never allowed the surrounding cultivators to obtain such a blessing as well. The leaders of many forces acutely sensed that something was amiss, and they paid more attention to the Lin family in secret. The night was as dark as ink, and the banquet outside had already gradually dispersed. In the room, Lin Xuan shrunk in the embrace of Xianyu and silently cultivated. If someone observed carefully, it was not difficult to notice that the dense purple qi around Lin Xuan was less than usual, and his body was becoming more and more translucent. My current strength is roughly at the first level of body refinement. Isn't it too low? Lin Xuan thought silently as he cultivated. If others heard his thoughts, they would definitely be shocked. On the first day of birth, the memories and consciousness of infants at this age were blurry, let alone being able to cultivate. Whispers and happy voices came from outside the window. Most of them were disciples of the Lin family. Previously, when he broke through, his blood qi surged into the sky, causing many irregular scenes. The surrounding disciples seemed to have sensed something because of this, and now they were slowly waking up. Lin Xuan did not care about this. He had nothing to do anyway. In any case, he could not move now and could only continue to cultivate. According to his calculations, if he absorbed all these Dao sounds and purple qi, he could approximately advance to the 5th level of body refinement. I wonder what the rest of the achievements will be like other than first breath and first cry. Lin Xuan thought silently and diligently consolidated his cultivation. However, after cultivating for a while, Lin Xuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. His spiritual senses came out of his body and patrolled around. He did not know if he did not look, but with a glance, Lin Xuan's mind suddenly tightened. Mother? On the bed, Xianyu gently leaned against the wall. Her face was pale, her breathing was weak, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Her clean forehead was covered in fine sweat. What was going on? Lin Xuan's spiritual senses suddenly tightened to the limit. What was wrong with his mother? Xianyu leaned weakly against the wall and slowly slid onto the bed. Her entire body trembled unnaturally. Even so, she still hugged the swaddled Lin Xuan tightly and did not let go. Was she poisoned? Or was she overworked? Lin Xuan reacted immediately. He took a deep breath and used all his strength to control a ball of purple qi to hit the side of the bed. Clang! Slam! The bowls and chopsticks containing the spiritual medicine fell to the ground. Although they did not shatter, it was enough to attract the attention of the people outside. As the saint child of the Lin family, he naturally had guards protecting him at all times. Almost the moment they heard the bowl and chopsticks fall to the ground, several figures appeared outside the room. Madam, what's wrong? There was no response in the room, and there was practically no hesitation. In the next moment, the 4 guards that were disguised as maidservants directly appeared before the bed. Madam, when the 4 maidservants saw Xianyu lying on the bed, they hurriedly rushed over. One of them carried Lin Xuan, one took out several medicinal pills, and one nervously checked Xianyu's pulse. The other person instantly disappeared from the room and rushed towards Lin Hao. After a few breaths, a violent gust of wind swept over from outside the house. Boom! It sounded like thunder. Lin Hao instantly appeared, and like an enraged master, he forcefully pushed aside several guards in black who were kneeling at the door and directly came to the bed. Ah, you Xianer. When the 2 maids saw this, they turned their heads with ugly expressions. They half knelt on the ground and replied with trembling voices, Master, young master is fine, but Madam's condition is not good. Madam seems to have been poisoned by a rather complicated poison. Furthermore, the poison has lingered in her for an extremely long time. When they heard this, everyone's expressions changed. When the swaddled Lin Xuan heard this, he quickly thought about it. Poison? How could she be poisoned? All this time, Lin Xuan had always been with Xianyu, so it was impossible for anyone to poison her. Moreover, it had been extremely long. Could it be that she had been poisoned before he was born? Could it be that this was the reason why she had been pregnant for 100 years? The Northern Azure province was located in the northernmost part of the profound sky continent. In the huge Northern Azure province, there were a total of 7 counties. To the south of Qi Mountain County was Su County. The area it covered was not inferior to Qi Mountain County. If the Lin family was the head of the Qi Mountain County, then the Wang family was undoubtedly the overlord of the Su County. No one knew when the Lin family and the Wang family had started to oppose each other. However, everyone in the entire Northern Azure province knew one thing. The Lin family and the Su family could not be at the same place. Regardless of whether it was a banquet or a mystic realm, as long as the people of the Wang and Lin families met, it would be a bloody storm. No matter when, as long as the 2 families met, they would fight each other until their eyes turned red. The long river flowed through the surrounding mountains. A chain of cities existed along the mountain range. If one looked down from the sky, they could see thousands of lights. Sioux County was always so prosperous. At the core of Sioux County, there was an ancient city called Peace City. The black city walls had a heavy sense of history. It was said that Peace City had existed since ancient times, and this was also the Wang family's headquarters. Peace City was covered in profound and complicated ruins. Generations of the Wang family had relied on Peace City to resist the most ferocious beast tide. On the highest building in Peace City, a middle-aged man in a long robe was sitting opposite an old man. In the sky, the moon and stars were sparse. Above the pavilion, clouds and mist surrounded it. This looked like an immortal realm, and the air was slightly cold. The old man used the black pieces while the middle-aged man used the white ones. The two of them had relaxed expressions as they slowly placed their pieces. Clearly, they were satisfied with the current situation. Has the news been confirmed? The old man placed a piece down and asked slowly. The middle-aged man's face was somewhat similar to his. Both of them had long and narrow eyes and thin bodies. There was an inexplicable chill on their bodies, and their pupils were suffused with a cold light resembling poisonous snakes that made others shiver. The moves the two of them played were exactly the same. Both of them hid in the calmness and waited for the fatal blow at any time. Ancestor, it has been confirmed that the news released by the Lin family was false. The Lin family's ancestor did not take that step at all. The middle-aged man, who was also the current head of the Wang family, replied respectfully. When the old man heard this, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Great. A mere Lin family actually dares to think of taking that step? They're simply dreaming. I heard he announced that he can break through in 3 years, the man replied. 3 years? How absurd. The Wang family's ancestor sneered. He picked up the black piece with 2 fingers, and a cold light flowed in his aged eyes, filled with disbelief and disdain. When the news first spread, I should have known. It has only been 100 years since the last breakthrough. Even I would need hundreds of years to take the next step. 3 years? How absurd. Don't make me laugh. This Lin family's ancestor will definitely not be able to achieve anything in 3 years. The old man made a judgment. His tone was sonorous, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. A black piece landed, and several pieces connected. It actually took a huge area of the board before the white pieces could do anything. Ancestor is wise. The man sighed. The old man glanced at him and casually waved his hand, causing a small area of the white pieces to transform into ashes that scattered on the chessboard. Don't speak useless words here. Is there any news from the Lin family? The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. Ancestor, although the Lin family's ancestor has not broken through, those phenomena are real. A monstrous prodigy has appeared in the Lin family. Monstrous prodigy? The old man placed another stone down and narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me that the purple chi in the Tao sounds appeared because of this Lin family's prodigy. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. He braced himself and said, Ancestor, those fluctuations are indeed because of the appearance of the Lin family's prodigy. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, But Ancestor, this Lin family's prodigy is nothing to fear. He can't be compared to the genius of our clan. My son, Wang Tengfei, has the providence of an emperor. When he was born, tens of thousands of immortal cranes came to the dynasty. He is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Compared to my son, the people of the Lin family are nothing. In the loft, a cold wind blew. There was a long silence. Our family's genius, Wang Tengfei, indeed has the bearing of an emperor. As the reincarnation of an immortal, when he grows up, no one in this world can compare to him. After a long time, the old man slowly spoke with a calm tone. But the fact that the Lin family has a prodigy, why didn't you know about it long ago? The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly raised his head to defend himself. In the next moment, he felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His entire body was like a sandbag as he was directly struck by a huge force. Crack! The bones in his entire body crackled. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood before flying out. Before he landed, the 9 chess pieces turned into black needles that flew straight over and pierced through his limbs and lungs, nailing him to the wall of the pavilion. Cough! Ancestor. The middle-aged man's entire body was in pain, but he did not dare to say anything. After a long time, those chess pieces and his body fell to the ground. Thank Thank you for sparing my life, ancestor. The middle-aged man gasped and knelt on the ground immediately. Come over. The game hasn't ended, the old man said calmly. Yes. Enduring the pain, the middle-aged man returned to the chessboard. What else is there? The old man asked, as if nothing had happened earlier. He did not even look at the half-dead middle-aged man at all. There's another piece of news. Lin Hao's wife, the daughter of the Xian family who has been pregnant for 100 years, seems to have given birth. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and endured the pain. Lin Hao's wife, ancestor. In order to stop Lin Hao from growing stronger, we used a fatal curse on his wife. This curse came from a fortuitous encounter of my son, Wang Tengfei. He found it on a tattered bronze sword. It's a piece of bronze rust that can corrode everything. After using it, it can make a person live in utter agony, and it can make sure their fetus stays in the womb for 100 years, without being born. For some reason, the baby seems to have been born. But it doesn't matter. When the baby is born, this curse will only act up faster. This curse can't be resolved. It was not used for nothing. I think the daughter of the Xian family is definitely dead now. Lin Hao and the daughter of the Xian family have a high status in the Lin family. Once someone dies, the Lin family will definitely reveal a flaw. Immediately, our assassins can infiltrate and find the prodigy of the Lin family. We can kill him. The old man glanced at the middle-aged man and snorted, "At least you're not that useless." The middle-aged man was trembling in fear and did not dare to reply. In the night, the old man raised his head and looked into the distance. The waning moon released rays of cold light. The old man's eyes flickered with an ink-black luster, like the pupils of a snake, cold and venomous. A prodigy that made the purple chi come from the east for 30,000 miles. You will personally lead the team on this assassination. Between you and the Lin family's prodigy, only one is allowed to live. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, ancestor. Then, the Wang family's head retreated respectfully. Next, he had to make the best use of his time to heal his injuries and choose someone with a high cultivation level to go to the Lin family with. Since the Wang family's ancestor had said so, he would definitely complete the mission. The Lin family was indeed in an extremely serious situation. Lin family, Lin Hao's mansion. Can she be saved? How's you now? The moment the doctor walked out of the house, Lin Hao rushed up immediately and grabbed her as he asked sternly. Lin Xuan also used his spiritual senses to check on this doctor. This was the most talented doctor in the entire Lin family and had once saved the lives of countless people. However, at this moment, facing Lin Hao's anxious question, the old lady frowned. She opened her mouth and swallowed, but in the end, she did not say anything. Lin Xian's heart sank. It seemed that she had encountered a problem. Seeing this, Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned red. Lin Hao, I'm ashamed, the old lady lowered her head and said. In the next moment, Lin Hao carried Lin Xuan and rushed into the house crazily. Looking at Xian Yu who was lying on the bed, Lin Hao's expression immediately changed drastically. When Lin Xian's spiritual senses saw this scene, his heart also tightened. She was even weaker than before. In Lin Xian's spiritual senses, he could sense that Xian Yu was especially weak. Her breathing was very weak, and her vitality was like a candle in the wind. Moreover, in Lin Xian's vision, he could see traces of curses on his mother. These curses were ancient and deep in color, emitting an ominous aura like pieces of bronze rust. They formed ancient ghost faces that crazily absorbed the vitality of Xian Yu. In just a night, they had turned her beautiful hair white. Lin Xuan was very anxious. Unfortunately, he could not do anything now. Lin Hao, move aside. Let me see. A deep voice sounded with towering anger. It was one of the old antiques of the Lin family, Lin Bao. Lin Bao was skinny like a ghost. He was one of the old antiques who had given Lin Hao a gift. Ancestor Lin Bao. Lin Hao hurriedly got up and hugged Lin Xuan, making way for Lin Bao. Lin Bao came to the window and reached out his right hand to place it between Xian Yu's eyebrows. Buzz! A dense light flowed on Lin Bao's palm. Then, his expression darkened. The event yesterday had just been held to celebrate the birth of a monstrous genius in their Lin family. However, before he could return to continue his secluded cultivation, he heard this matter. Xian Yu was Lin Xian's mother. Moreover, Lin Bao was very pleased with Xian Yu, a woman who had been pregnant for 100 years and had given birth to the super genius of the Lin family, Lin Xuan. She had also endured 100 years of pressure. Therefore, after hearing this news, Lin Bao rushed over almost immediately. Ancestor Lin Bao, I've never heard of such a curse. Moreover, this curse is too complicated and extremely old. It seems to be something left behind from ancient times. The doctor walked in from outside and said with a bitter smile, I have no idea where to start. I can't touch any of these spots of bronze rust. Moreover, Lady Xian, you should have been exposed to this curse for 100 years. In these 100 years, the curse has already penetrated every part of her body. Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Xian's heart sank again. 100 years? In that case, wasn't that when his mother had just conceived him? As expected, the doctor hesitated for a moment before continuing. The reason why Lin Xian was born after such a long time is probably because of the curse. To be honest, I find it hard to imagine how she survived 100 years in this condition. Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes became even redder, and his heart seemed to be bleeding. Lin Xian's gaze became colder and colder. Someone dared to play tricks on him. He was courting death. The old doctor continued, if this bronze rust is removed by force, it will be impossible to resolve. As for Lady Xianyu, she can last at most a week. A week? When Ancestor Lin Bao heard this, he sneered. Can't resolve? There's no curse in this world that I can't resolve. Boom. A soft explosion sounded in the room as flowing lights and endless patterns appeared. It was as if the sun had bloomed in spring. Countless auras of life emitted from the old man, Lin Bao. Like rolling waves, the entire house was instantly enveloped by vast vitality. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the house, flower petals fell and green plants grew. These were not illusions, but the revival of wooden houses, tables, and chairs. They had been stimulated and had returned to life, regaining endless vitality. In fact, this was only the aftermath. The most important vitality was condensed by the old man and surged into Xian Yu's body to expel the curse. However, the bronze rust was unmoved by the dense vitality. It was like a rock in a huge wave, not moving at all. Not to mention being expelled, it did not even have the intention to move. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. His originally hunched and weak body gradually straightened up, and his originally shriveled body gradually recovered to become taut muscles. The old man's originally white hair was gradually dyed black. In just a breath, the old man recovered to his peak state. He went from a hunched old man to a burly middle-aged man. Break. An even richer vitality emitted from the old man's body. This time, the bronze rust moved. Under the cleansing of the vast vitality, the bronze rust moved but did not dissipate. Instead, it went against the flow like a madman. It faced the vitality and directly clung to the elder's arm. Moreover, it grew rapidly. The moment he touched the bronze rust, the old man's expression changed. He directly took a few steps back, and his palm was straightened as he ruthlessly cut off that piece of flesh. The flesh was still in the air when it was corroded into a ball of pale green smoke. Buzz! The smoke twisted violently and struggled ferociously, like a dying creature emitting a dense, ominous aura. After struggling for a few breaths, the green smoke struggled to dissipate. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a stream of light and adhered to Xian Yu's arm, vaguely transforming into a ghost face. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Lin family gasped as their expressions changed. What was this bronze rust? In fact, this outcome was normal. This bronze rust was something Wang Tengfei had obtained from a fortuitous encounter. The sword was too ancient, having existed countless years ago. On the hilt, a piece of bronze rust had formed after such a long time. After the bronze rust was removed, the bronze sword's magnificence disappeared. This kind of curse could not be resolved. It was planted on a person's body and could not be sensed at all. Instead of calling it a curse, it was more like a special situation of symbiosis. The bronze rust could not be removed. In fact, when this bronze rust was planted on Xian Yu back then, if not for Lin Xian's suppression in the womb, it would have probably acted up 100 years ago. With the birth of Lin Xian, the bronze rust was no longer suppressed. It acted up completely. Facing this strange bronze rust, Lin Bao could not remove it in the end. He used all his methods, but the bronze rust was too peculiar. In the end, many old antiques of the Lin family came and used all their methods attempting to remove it. However, in the end, not only were they unable to remove the bronze rust, They even made the rust grow stronger. Later on, even the Lin family's ancestor personally appeared and took action. However, it was only suppressed for a short period of time, and it rebounded even more later on. At this point, the people from the Lin family were not fools. From the clues from 100 years ago, it was not difficult to guess that this was done by the Wang family of Su County. The sinister method of the bronze rust was indeed in line with their style. Moreover, the Lin family immediately learned that Wang Tengfei, the future emperor of the Wang family, was carried by a flood dragon when he was less than 2 years old and disappeared into the clouds. He vanished for 2 months, and when he reappeared, he had undergone a complete transformation. When he was 3 years old, he had brought out many bronze artifacts from a death domain. His golden war chariot was also obtained during that time. After knowing this news, all the members of the Lin family were furious. There were even a few old antiques who were boiling with anger and directly charged out of the Qi Mountain County that night. They crossed more than half a county and directly arrived at the edge of Su County, violently killing several factions that belonged to the Wang family. Then, these old antiques scattered and began to seek help from the various large families to see if there was a way to resolve the bronze rust. No matter what, we have to save her, the Lin family's ancestor said with a calm expression. After saying this, the Lin family's ancestor walked out first. He opened up a resplendent long bridge in the void and directly went towards the few large families outside the Qi Mountain County. He personally took action to search for a cure. As for the various medicines and treasures of the Lin family, they were used up crazily without regard for the cost, all for the sake of continuing to keep Xianyu alive. After enduring 100 years of rumors and agony, she finally gave birth to a saint child for the Lin family. How could they let her die? However, even though the many old antiques of the Lin family had found countless secret techniques, medicinal herbs, and cursed treasures, they were still unable to help Xianyu resolve the bronze rust curse. At most, they could only relieve it slightly. Fortunately, Lin Hao unintentionally placed Lin Xian beside Xianyu. He discovered that this small baby was actually emitting purple qi that suppressed the bronze rust. Are you using the purple qi to help your mother? That's right. Since she was cursed 100 years ago, you must have been the one helping Ayu to suppress the curse for the past 100 years. Lin Hao was extremely excited as he paced around the room. When Lin Xian heard this, he wished he could slap his father's face. You only realized it now? Where is your brain? However, Lin Xian could only barely suppress it now. As time passed, he could not hold it back for much longer. Let's see if there's any achievement that can break this curse. Lin Xian thought silently, but his entire body was still curled up and could not move. All he could do was open his mouth and breathe. The first breath was completed, and the first cry was also completed. Just as Lin Xian was thinking, time passed second by second. As many old antiques returned, unfortunately, no matter what methods or treasures they used, they were helpless against the bronze rust. They basically entered anxiously and rushed out to continue searching for natural treasures with gloomy expressions. On the other hand, the Wang family of Su County also heard this news and was instantly extremely happy. Facing the wanton destruction of the Lin family, the Wang family completely ignored them. It was obvious that they could not be bothered about it. In any case, Xianyu was definitely going to die. At this moment, the Wang family's head had already quietly left the Wang family. He brought the strongest experts of the family and headed towards the location of the Great Yin City in Qi Mountain County. He had decided to take this opportunity to kill the Lin family's prodigy. The night was as dark as ink. The Wang family's head led dozens of figures into the dense forest. As he looked into the distance, his eyes flickered with a bone-chilling coldness. My son, Wang Tengfei, has the bearing of an emperor. In the future, he will definitely be invincible on this continent. A mere Lin family is worthy of opposing my Wang family? That's a supreme curse brought back by Teng. How can you break it? Now, we just have to wait for the bronze rust curse to act up. At that time, the Lin family will definitely fall into a panic. It will be our Wang family's chance. Previously, you held a banquet to show off? Today, I'll kill your future hope. Time passed day by day, and the bronze rust became stronger and stronger. Although it was suppressed by Lin Xian's purple qi, it still could not withstand for long. All the members of the Lin family were anxious until their eyes turned red. After all, most of them owed this pair of mother and son, Xianyu and Lin Xian, a favor, be it enlightenment or breakthrough. In the end, they were unable to find any effective method. These days, Lin Hao also felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. He was busy every day with the matter of Xianyu and had almost never slept. No matter who had news, he would go immediately, but it was mostly useless. After failing to solve the problem the next day, the hair of this man who had been in charge of Great Yin City for decades turned white overnight. Today, Lin Hao was still rushing around. After retrieving the medicinal herbs mentioned by ancestor Lin Bao, he hurriedly walked to the room where Lin Xuan and Xianyu were at. In the end, as soon as he entered the house, he was surprised to find that the originally unconscious Xianyu actually carried Lin Xuan and sat up. "You?" Lin Hao was surprised, but soon, his eyes dimmed again. It was because he discovered that Xianyu's body was even weaker now. The reason why she could wake up was only because of Lin Xuan's help. It was like her final radiance before death. When Xianyu heard the voice, she raised his head and looked at Lin Hao. Even though her body was weak, she still smiled gently. "Lin Hao, you're here. Look at Xian'er. His cultivation seems to have improved again." Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly and hid the pain in his heart. He squeezed out a smile and laughed loudly. That's right. Don't you know whose son this is? Little Xian will definitely grow to become the strongest person on this continent under our watch in the future." Xianyu smiled and carefully touched Lin Xian's face with his thin palm. She was as quiet as water and did not answer this question. Lin Hao's throat was dry. He handed the medicine over with a trembling hand. "You, drink this. After you drink it, we'll watch Xian'er grow up together. If I drink too much medicine, it will not be good for little Xian'er." Xianyu suddenly raised her head. With a pale and thin face, she hugged Lin Xian and suddenly blushed. "Lin Hao, let me feed little Xian'er." Lin Hao was stunned. He naturally understood what Xianyu meant. She wanted to breastfeed Lin Xian. He forced a smile. "You, stop fooling around. Your body. It's fine. I can still move now." Xianyu gently swayed the baby's swaddling clothes and said with a smile. Lin Hao's Adam's apple bobbed. Looking at the mother and son in front of him, he felt something stuffed in his throat. One of his fingernails had already dug into his palm, and blood dripped down without him knowing. After a long time, the man squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "All right." Xianyu smiled gently and carried Lin Xian. Although the latter could not move now, he could still breathe and be breastfed. Lin Xian's spiritual senses watched everything quietly. It was not until Xianyu fed him that Lin Xian completely retracted his spiritual senses and quietly listened to the voice in his mind. Achievement completed. First breastfeeding. The source of life had endless vitality. With the fusion of 10,000 Tao, the sage split the sky apart. Awakened, connate Saint Body Tao fetus. In the room, Lin Hao clenched his fists and lowered his head. Be it as a father or as a husband, Lin Hao felt extremely helpless. His wife was lying on the bed. Xian'er was still young and had only been born for a week. If Xian'er asked in the future, how would he answer? Lin Hao felt his breathing become heavier. His shoulders felt as if they were being pressed by a mountain. Even his blood seemed to have stopped flowing. Lin Hao did not dare to look up at his wife and son in the distance. However, the pressure around him was a little too heavy. Was it my imagination? Why did I see the ground beneath my feet crack? Even my breathing almost stopped. Just as Lin Hao's face turned red and he stared at the ground in a daze, Xianyu's voice finally sounded. "Lin Hao, come here. Come and take a look." There seems to be something wrong with Xian'er. Lin Hao was stunned and subconsciously looked up. In the end, he saw a scene in the distance. Whoosh! Endless streams of light circled around. At some point, lines appeared in the room. These line patterns were golden and purple in color. With Lin Xian as the center, they formed a huge cocoon of light that enveloped both mother and son. Xianyu was wrapped in the purple and gold-colored lights in a panic. Together with Lin Xian, they slowly floated in the air. Lin Hao. What was going on? What was going on? What were the purple and gold-colored lights? Lin Hao subconsciously wanted to attack and pull the mother and son out of the cocoon of light. However, just as he was about to move, a purple and gold light belt flew over and slapped his hand. Can you not be so incompetent? Lin Xian's spiritual consciousness cursed in the distance. Towards this foolish father, Lin Xian was really speechless. This purple gold cocoon of light was the reward he obtained after his first breastfeeding. Connate Saint Body Tao fetus. It was a supreme physique. In a certain legend, It was the most terrifying physique in the world. The only thing that could compare to it was the chaotic body that had never appeared since ancient times. Now that the connate Saint Body Dao fetus had appeared, just as Lin Xuan had expected, it immediately attracted the terrifying spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that those resplendent purple and gold dual-colored lights were not only spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but also a large number of subtle and difficult-to-understand ancient patterns. This was because not only did Lin Xuan attract the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, he also attracted the laws of this world. When the connate Saint Body Dao fetus was born, it contained the 1,000 laws of the great Tao in the flesh, blood, and bones. This was also the terrifying aspect of this physique. At this moment, although Lin Hao, who had been slapped, did not feel any pain, he finally reacted when he saw the mother and son wrapped in this holy and mysterious aura. Especially when he saw that the bronze rust actually showed signs of dissipating under the cleansing of these lights. Lin Hao trembled even more violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that Xuan did this? He's not that stupid after all, Lin Xuan thought to himself. In the next moment, the connate Saint Body Dao fetus completely erupted. Wild winds howled. As the connate Saint Body Dao fetus awakened, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi and endless Tao laws swept towards Lin Xuan as if they were free. At this moment, not only did Lin Hao feel a terrifying pressure, but the entire Lin family sensed this fluctuation and looked up in shock. Then, their pupils were constricted to the size of needles. Swoosh! It was as if they were the most dazzling chains in the world. The purple and gold chains carried extremely mysterious patterns and carried countless laws as they were born in the void. From all directions, they pierced through the walls, the array formation, and the void. From all directions, they surged straight in the direction of Lin Xuan. It was as if a deity had descended. What happened? Who activated the array formation? These chains, these fluctuations, they contain. Many of the Lin family disciples were shocked. However, when they saw the direction where the chains surged in, their eyes immediately lit up. The two of them looked at each other. Then, they all threw down the things in their hands and ran crazily towards Lin Xuan. F***CK. This is definitely another opportunity. This is the Saint Child, it's definitely the phenomenon of the Saint Child. At the entrance of the great Yin city's Lin family, a group of white-robed cultivators were also looking at everything in the sky in shock. There were about 10 of them. Their clothes were clearly different from the surrounding great Yin city's Lin family. Clearly, they were foreign cultivators who had just come to visit. Among them, there was an old man with a slender figure and eyebrows similar to Xianyu. His eyes were also filled with shock. What is this? These chains, such heaven and earth spiritual qi. The old man's aura was heavy and his breathing was slow. Clearly, he was also a cultivator, and his identity was even more extraordinary. The old man was none other than the current head of the Xian family. He was Xianyu's father, Lin Xuan's grandfather. Xian Tong. Resplendent chains appeared from the void and spread in all directions. They were ancient, dignified, and holy. These are chains condensed from laws. At the entrance of the city, everyone from the Xian family looked at the sky in shock. At this moment, the sky was already covered by these chains. The entire sky was covered, and golden and purple lights illuminated the world. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. Who made these chains and this fluctuation? The head of the Xian family, an old man with white hair and beard, was shocked. This was because Xian Tong discovered that these chains seemed to contain extremely powerful laws. With just a glance, he actually felt as if he was about to fall deep into them, and his mind was clear as he entered a state of comprehension. This is definitely the Saint Child of the Lin family. Quick, hurry up and comprehend it. The Lin family's Saint Child has appeared again. In just a week, it's already the 3rd time. In Great Yin City, countless cultivators rushed to the sky and hurriedly sat cross-legged in the air, comprehending the chains constructed by the Tao laws. Upon hearing this, Xian Tong finally returned to his senses. He hurriedly turned his head and discovered that the chains were indeed charging towards the Lin family. The closer he was to the Lin family, the more resplendent these chains were. The Lin family's Saint Child? Xian Tong smiled bitterly. His daughter was currently in a fatal crisis. She was corroded by the bronze rust and was in danger of dying. But now, compared to the Lin family's saint child, who still cared about his daughter's life, who cared about his grandson's life. The old man led the Xian family to the Lin family. As expected, as they approached the Lin family, they could see that many people in the Lin family were cultivating. They were all comprehending. No one was rushing around for his daughter and grandson. When old man Xian Tong recalled that his daughter had been pregnant for 100 years and was now in danger, his heart ached, and his gaze was fierce. What a great Lin family. My Xian family indeed can't interfere in the matters of your Lin family, but if you don't care about my daughter and grandson, I'll do it myself. This time, I must bring my daughter and grandson back to the Xian family. The old man took a deep breath as his eyes lit up. His hair and beard fluttered, and he was filled with anger and heartache. He absolutely could not let his daughter and grandson stay in the Lin family and continue to be bullied like this. In the house, Lin Xuan did not know that his grandfather was rushing over and wanted to bring him back to the Xian family. At this moment, Lin Xuan was doing his best to absorb the myriad of Tao in the surroundings. Countless lights surged over from all directions and rushed into his body. Before these lights rushed into Lin Xuan's body, they also passed through Xian Yu, who was hugging him. Endless Tao essence soared towards them. The bronze rust was indeed very powerful. It was brought out from the ancient mystic realm by the genius Wang Tengfei. It was practically invincible. Even the attacks of the ancestors were useless. However, the bronze rust was facing the myriad of Tao of heaven and earth. Extremely bright light erupted, as if there were 10,000 Tao that could split heaven and earth apart. It was incomparably blazing. Under the impact of the 10,000 Tao laws, the bronze rust was slowly fading. Buzz! The spots of bronze rust were really too strange, carrying a dense, ominous aura. They twisted in the resplendent laws, turning into ghost faces one after another. They struggled, roared, and resisted the 10,000 Tao like evil creatures. However, in the end, the bronze rust slowly dissipated after being cleansed by 10,000 streaks of Tao. Shinner, did you help Ayu? Seeing the bronze rust disappear, Lin Hao was extremely excited. His child had helped his wife escape from misfortune. What was more exciting than this? One had to know that the bronze rust rendered even the ancestors helpless. But now, against his child, it was completely unable to withstand a single blow, as if ice had encountered fire. Lin Hao's excitement was no longer something that could be described with words. However, he was not shocked for long. As he looked at Lin Xuan, who was wrapped in layers of Tao laws, it was as if a river formed by Tao laws was surging in his eyes. His comprehension was like tide water. In the next moment, Lin Hao could not help but sit cross-legged and enter a cultivation state. One had to know that the light around Lin Xuan was all the laws of this world. In other words, standing beside Lin Xuan was to comprehend the laws of this world at a close distance. Not to mention Lin Hao's current realm. Even if Lin Hao was a few realms stronger, he might not necessarily be able to touch the threshold of laws. Not only Lin Hao, but everyone in the Lin family also threw down their work after seeing the chains. They trembled as they came to the chains and sat down cross-legged. They excitedly entered a state of enlightenment as they comprehended the laws of this world. Of course, it was not only these people. More and more Lin family cultivators rushed to the vicinity of Lin Xuan's courtyard and sat outside the room. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One Lin family disciple after another appeared instantly. The entire courtyard and its surroundings were filled with people. Some of them were holding kebabs, some were holding clothes, and some even ran over in their underpants. All of them sensed the commotion and rushed over immediately. Don't push. Don't block the way. Make way, move away. Nephew, this is Uncle's place. That guy in front, you shut the surrounding array formation. That's too much. First come, first served, understand? Hey, don't squeeze. Just as all the Lin family disciples sat down cross-legged to comprehend, the current head of the Xian family, Xian Tong, finally arrived at the Lin family. When he saw all the members of the Lin family meditating, he was so angry that he felt as if he might explode at the next moment. Indeed, not a single person in the Lin family cared about his daughter and grandson. This time, no matter what, this old man wanted to bring them away. The brilliant laws transformed into chains. The most fundamental laws of the world appeared in the Lin family. No cultivator would give up such a great opportunity. Although they could not understand the profundities in the chains, just a glance was enough to benefit them for life. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the Lin family. As the overlord of the Qi Mountain County, the Lin family had set up 2 mini-array formations in Great Yin City. Especially since Lin Xuan was born, the Lin family's ancestors specially instructed that if Lin Xuan had any fluctuation, they would first activate the clan protection formation. When the young disciple of the Lin family who was guarding the array formation heard this voice, he ignored it. He only thought that there was a cultivator outside Great Yin City who had sensed the fluctuation and wanted to come in to see the Lin family's saint child and benefit from it. TCH, the place where the saint child is has long been occupied by a group of thugs. Where else is there? I want to go too. As the Lin family's young disciple thought this, he did not even activate the array formation to see who it was. He did not even open his eyes and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. In the next second, the Lin family's protective array shook violently. Clang! Who? A loud sound was accompanied by a violent tremor. When the young disciple sitting on the array formation heard the voice, he immediately stood up in anger and roared at the people outside. Bastard! Who dares to intrude my Lin family? You're disturbing my cultivation. It's me, the head of the Xian family, Xian Tong. The white-haired old man said indifferently. I don't care who you are. We are. Wait, Senior Xian Tong. Halfway through his words, the young man guarding the array formation suddenly froze on the spot. The current head of the Xian family, Xian Tong, wasn't that Aunt Xian Yu's father, the grandfather of the saint child, Lin Xuan? The expression of the young man guarding the array formation suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly went down to open the array formation and led the Xian family people in. Senior, are you here to find the city lord and madam, or Lin Xuan? The young man guarding the array formation said excitedly and respectfully. Xian Tong was stunned. His stiff face was a little surprised, as if he did not expect this Lin family disciple to be so respectful. After all, he had directly attacked the Lin family's protective array just now. That's right. I'm here to find Xian Yu and my grandson. I know where they are. I'll bring you there now. The Lin family disciple's eyes immediately lit up as he said excitedly. This made the angry old man a little confused. What was going on? When did the Lin family become so easygoing? It won't disturb your cultivation. The old man held it in for a long time before asking. No worries, no worries. It's this junior's fortune to be able to serve you, senior. The Lin family disciple laughed heartily. Then, the Lin family disciple brought the Xian family's group and ran towards the most crowded place. Move, move, move. Family head Xian is here to visit Xian Yu and Lin Xuan. Move aside. Many people who were cultivating on the road had no choice but to give way after hearing this. They all knew that this was Xian Yu's father. Most importantly, he was also Lin Xuan's grandfather. Not only did they retreat, but they also stood up from their seclusion and bowed respectfully. Greetings, family head Xian. Greetings, Senior Xian Tong. Greetings, Senior. Under the shout of the disciples guarding the array, many of the Lin family disciples who were originally cultivating stood up and bowed respectfully to the Xian family members. This scene completely stunned the furious old man, Xian Tong, and the group of Xian family members. What was going on? Weren't they cultivating? Why did they suddenly stand up and bow respectfully? Even when the Xian and Lin families were allied, the Lin family was not so respectful. As they walked, the old man frowned slightly because he noticed that his group seemed to have arrived at the place with the most chains. Did he bring me here to cultivate? What am I doing here? When he arrived at Lin Xian's courtyard and saw the Lin family members who surrounded the entire place, the old man finally could not hold it in anymore. The old man stretched out his hand and grabbed the Lin family disciple who was walking forward. He said with slight displeasure, "What's the meaning of this? Didn't you say that you would lead me to find Xian Yu and my grandson? This fluctuation is indeed extraordinary and is greatly beneficial to cultivation, but I did not come here because of this." The Lin family disciple was also a little stunned. "Senior, this phenomenon is caused by your grandson, Lin Xuan." The old man was stunned. The source of all this was his grandson. The old man subconsciously looked up and happened to pass by many figures sitting in the air. His gaze passed through the door and into the house. A vast ball of purple and gold lights wrapped around a figure. It was his precious daughter, Xian Yu. In her arms was a swaddling cloth that was currently emitting countless Tao essences and thousands of flowing lights. Who else could it be but his grandson, Lin Xuan? Xian Tong widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. When his gaze landed on the swaddled Lin Xuan, his body shook violently, and his eyes flashed with shock. At this moment, not only Xian Tong, but all the disciples of the Lin family who were near the mansion and were fortunate enough to see Lin Xuan's appearance also jolted. Billions of Tao essences were flickering. Their minds seemed to have been pulled into a vast and empty space by this baby. Inside the space, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the stars. It was a mighty figure. As he sat there, time did not leave any traces on his body. He looked like a teenager, heroic and intimidating. His black hair was thick, and his eyes were wise and perceptive, able to see through everything. This figure had his back facing everyone. A huge bell was floating above his head. His back was really too imposing, as if he was holding everything in front by himself. Every single move he made caused the heavens and the earth to tremble and wail for him. His disposition was peerless in the world. His divine might was unmatched. His holy name spread throughout the world. The images of supreme figures appeared in the long river that flowed, all of them congratulating him. After seeing this, everyone's pupils constricted to the size of a needle. This was because this figure would occasionally turn around. Although his face could not be seen clearly, one could catch a glimpse of his gaze. The divine light in his eyes was dazzling, and it was like a river of stars had split open while the heavens and the earth were born. The expression and aura of that glance were exactly the same as the infant in the swaddling clothes. Anyone could tell that this was Lin Xuan's future. Xian Tong's hands trembled as he muttered, This is my grandson's future." Stars gathered as intense light surged. Under the endless sky, there was a figure with his back facing all living beings. No one could see his face. They could only catch a glimpse of his image that looked exactly the same as Lin Xuan. At this moment, although many of the Lin and Xian family members present could not see his face clearly, they were completely certain that this figure was Lin Xuan's future appearance. Not only was it his gaze, but there was also too much resemblance. This was the future appearance of the Lin family's saint child. Is he protecting our Lin family? Or is he protecting something else? When this sentence was said, everyone who saw Lin Xuan's future had the same respect towards him. It was as if he had been fighting his entire life and was facing the strongest and most invincible enemy. Behind him was the sanctuary that he guarded. In front of this figure, the broken path was covered in blood, the heavens burning with boundless killing intent endless. Behind this figure, all life could exist in peace and harmony. This figure was too terrifying. In front of him, there was no chaos, no supremacy. All those who dared stop him would be suppressed and killed. In front of him, there was no suspense. Just standing here made the heavens tremble. All the sources of calamity and chaos had to lie low. In his era, it was impossible for a great calamity to appear, even if he was alone, with his back to all living beings. On the path to immortality, there are no ancients in front of him, nor anyone in the future. In the boundless world, he stands at the peak of the independent clouds. In the void, the old antique of the Lin family, Lin Bao, slowly appeared. He looked at Lin Xuan with a burning gaze. Unparalleled disposition, unrivaled in the world. A woman looked up at the majestic back and muttered, "This is my family's saint child." His aura engulfs all directions, and he looks down on all ages as a supreme existence. An old man knelt on the ground with tears flowing down his face. This figure was too terrifying. He was peerless and supreme. In their lives, no matter how strong they were, they had all experienced ominous events, bloody battles, and life-threatening situations. However, this figure in front of him would not be like this. It was as if there was an invincible belief in him that he could sweep through everything in a domineering manner. No matter who he met, this figure would definitely sweep through and suppress him to the end. With this child in the Lin family, no one will dare challenge us when he is alive. No matter how talented you are, after seeing my family's saint child, you are destined to remain silent and guard a small corner of the world. Someone from the Lin family spoke excitedly. Xian Tong looked at everything in front of him and was a little stunned. This was his grandson. Was this Lin Xuan's future? Beside the old man, among the people from the Xian family he brought, there were many young girls. When they saw the figure sitting with his back facing everyone, all of them were already stunned. After being nurtured for 100 years, he's peerless in his generation and possesses unrivaled divine might. For this child, not to mention 100 years, Even if we had to wait another 1,000 years, we would have no regrets. The eyes of the girls lit up as they spoke. This was especially true for the young genius of the Xian family, Xian Yinran, who was beside Xian Tong. She stared blankly at the figure in the void, her expression absent-minded, as if she wanted to carve that figure into her heart forever. Is this Aunt Xian's son? Lin Xuan. In his swaddling clothes, Lin Xuan also saw that scene of the future him. He was a little stunned. This figure was too similar to someone he was familiar with. However, this was indeed him. This was because this figure was even younger than the legendary person. Not only that, Lin Xuan seemed to see his future self sitting cross-legged in the void. His eyes seemed to pierce through the void and see himself. Immediately after, the corners of his lips moved as if he was going to cross the river of time to say something to him. What did he want to say? Lin Xuan's mind shook violently. However, the voice could not be transmitted in the end. In the end, the figure sitting in the starry sky stretched out a hand that covered the heavens and the earth, crushing the heavens and extinguishing all scenes. Everyone's consciousness returned to their bodies. The phenomenon dissipated, and the Tao patterns that were originally extremely dazzling in the air gradually vanished. Even after the phenomenon in the sky dissipated, everyone still did not recover from the shock. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground and seriously comprehended the scene they saw earlier. That was the future Lin Xuan, the invincible person in the future. Every action of his was enough to give a huge revelation to all the Lin family cultivators. Xian Tong was the same. In his eyes, there was a river of laws flowing. He did not leave, and instead sat down cross-legged to comprehend it. Xian Yu slowly landed back on the bed and fell asleep. The bronze rust on her body had already completely dissipated. No matter how powerful the bronze rust was, it was still not a match for the connate Saint Body Tao fetus. Seeing the bronze rust on Xian Yu dissipate, Lin Xuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. Only a small wisp of pale green smoke was thrown into a ball of purple qi by Lin Xuan using spirit stones. To be safe, Lin Xuan continued to observe Xian Yu's body for a while. He suddenly discovered that her body was actually stronger than before. It was as the cleansing of the 10,000 Tao made her body become the connate Tao body. While this made Lin Xuan a little surprised, he was also a little happy. This was a blessing in disguise, right? This comprehension continued for a long time. For 2 full days and 2 nights. Even if Lin Xuan no longer absorbed the laws, there were still many people sitting on the ground, not moving at all, comprehending and digesting their previous gains. This was because the effects of 10,000 Tao coming together this time were too great. Not only was everyone from the Lin family comprehending, even a small portion of Great Yin City was affected. Many people sat there for 2 days and 2 nights. While they enjoyed themselves, they gained a deeper understanding of the abnormality of the Lin family's saint child. 2 days and 2 nights later, the entire Lin family was still immersed in their cultivation state. However, many people recovered from their realization. Xian Tong also learned about Lin Xuan's talent. He racked his brains and saliva splattered everywhere, wanting to bring Lin Xuan back to the Xian family to raise. However, how could the old antique, Lin Bao, who was the defender of the Lin family, let Xian Tong take him away? Lin Xuan is my grandson. I want to bring him back to the Xian family for a few days. Why can't I? Xian Tong carefully hugged Lin Xuan. The once serious old man was now fuming as he retorted. No way. I'm letting you hug him now because of the good relationship between the Lin family and the Xian family. Lin Bao sat at the entrance of Lin Hao's mansion calmly. He tilted his head and pricked his ears. He will only stay for a few days and not for long. Lin Xuan is the grandson of the Lin family, but isn't he also the grandson of the Xian family? Xian Tong swallowed his anger and persuaded calmly. However, Lin Bao was unmoved. It's fine if you want to bring our saint child away. Beat me down first. Xian Tong's beard trembled. He was the current head of the Xian family. Although his status and cultivation were extraordinary, he was really nothing in front of the old antiques of the Lin family. Xian Tong licked the corners of his mouth, rolled up his sleeves, and handed the cloth to Xian Yinran. Then, he walked to Lin Bao and prepared to continue his persuasion. Regarding the conversation of these 2 elders, Lin Hao and Xian Yu were very helpless and could not interrupt at all. As for Lin Xuan, he could not be bothered to care about it. He quietly cultivated, making him look like an exquisite porcelain doll. Xian Yinran carefully hugged Lin Xuan. More than 10 figures immediately surrounded the young girl. They were all from the Xian family. There were juniors and elders. They all looked at Lin Xuan. This exquisite baby that was like a porcelain doll in front of them was one of the strongest experts in the future who would dominate the continent. Sister Yu, can I touch him? Looking at Lin Xian's sleeping face, the girl could not help but ask. At this moment, Xian Yu had already completely escaped the corrosion of the bronze rust. Not only that, but with Lin Xian's help, she had also obtained the Khanate Dao body by chance. Her complexion had long recovered. Looking at the beautiful little girl, Xian Yu knew that this child was the most outstanding genius in the Xian family. Although she was only 15 or 16 years old, she was already a genius and her future achievements would definitely not be low. Therefore, Xian Yu was quite fond of her. Xian Yu smiled gently. Just don't make Xian'er cry. The girl nodded hard. Then, she carefully stretched out a finger and poked Lin Xian's arm. It was chubby. Feeling the touch of the finger, Xian Yinran's heart immediately overflowed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with love. So cute. When he heard this, the old man in the distance, Xian Tong, laughed and said, "Isn't he cute? Can we bring Xian'er back to our Xian family to raise?" Lin Bao narrowed his eyes. "Have you revealed your true colors? Don't even think about it." The two of them continued to argue. But how could Xian Tong beat the old antique, Lin Bao? In the end, he was still forced to stay in the Lin family under the excuse that it was very dangerous to bring Lin Xian out. Xian Tong was unwilling to give up. He still wanted to argue. But he can't stay in the family all day. Someone needs to carry him out and take a breather occasionally. Don't worry. Lin Bao dragged out his words. I've finally obtained it. I hope that I can finally completely remove the bronze rust this time around. Far away from Great Yin City, there were about 7 or 8 figures walking on the clouds. Each of them carried extraordinary fluctuations. The person in the lead was none other than the Lin family's ancestor. Behind him were several sorry-looking old antiques of the Lin family, who were covered in injuries. This time, we went to dozens of families in a row, but no one actually had a way to deal with this bronze rust. In the end, we actually went to the Great Desolate. We really almost lost our lives there, an old antique said with a bitter smile. There was a huge wound on his body that stretched from his left shoulder to his waist, as if his entire body had been torn apart. It was not only this old antique. The other old antiques were also covered in injuries. Some had broken arms, some had their stomachs pierced, and some had only a layer of skin on their thighs. They coughed up blood along the way and flew on the road. They were covered in injuries and were really in an especially sorry state. Over the past few days, in order to help Xian Yu remove the bronze rust curse, the Lin family's ancestor and old antiques had really run around the world. All kinds of related families were visited. In the end, no matter how they searched, these families did not have any solution. In the end, they followed the Lin family's ancestor to the ancient Great Desolate and found a treasure that they had long known but did not dare to touch because of the excessive danger. It's really dangerous. If not for Xian'er's previous 2 enlightenments, allowing us to increase our strength, we might have still returned empty-handed. The Lin family's ancestor said with a bitter smile. He looked around at everyone. His body was still rather intact, but he was also quite injured. Not to mention returning empty-handed. Even surviving would have been hard. An old antique was helpless. That's right. This ancient Great Desolate is too dangerous. As the old antique sighed, the Lin family's ancestor smiled and took out a dazzling blue flower from his sleeve. It's indeed dangerous, but everything is worth it to obtain this. This nether orchid 9-petal immortal grass can resolve all curses in the world. Legend has it that it can even dispel the curses of immortals. I hope this treasure is useful to dispel the bronze rust. When the old antiques heard this, they all laughed helplessly. They actually did not know if this immortal grass was useful, if she really could not be saved. The many old antiques sighed and increased their speed as they rushed to Great Yin City. When these old antiques rushed to Great Yin City, they suddenly felt that something was amiss. Why was the city so quiet? Frowning slightly, everyone quickly arrived above the Lin family. When they saw it, they were all stunned. Oh, why are there so many people sitting on the ground? They are all cultivating. Not only are they cultivating, they seem to be intoxicated. Seeing this scene, the few old antiques looked at each other. A bad feeling immediately arose in their hearts. While they were stunned, the old antique, Lin Bao, suddenly appeared. He shouted in pleasant surprise, "Ancestor, everyone, you're back? Ha ha, this is great. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The bronze rust on Xian Yu's body has been resolved. The Lin family's ancestor and old antiques were stunned. What? What did you say? Resolved? As if seeing everyone's disbelief, Lin Bao excitedly explained the situation. As he spoke, the Lin family's ancestor and everyone's eyes gradually widened. It was really resolved. At this moment, Lin Bao finally noticed the injuries of the Lin family's ancestor and the others. He was immediately stunned. What's with your injuries? The many old antiques stared at him grumpily. F***ck, we ran around outside and worked ourselves to death. Not only did we go to dozens of nearby large families, we even risked our lives to go to the ancient Great Desolate. We almost lost our lives before we could retrieve the cure. In the end, you told us that after spending so much effort, not only was the bronze rust resolved, but she's also fine. In fact, Xian Yu seemed to have obtained a new physique and became stronger because of this. Many old antiques almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh, your cultivation level. Suddenly, an old antique narrowed his eyes and asked, I've consolidated it again. Didn't I say it once before? This time, our little kid Lin Xuan, the old antique Lin Bao chuckled and patted his chest as he explained everything that had happened earlier. When the Lin family's ancestor and the others heard the stalwart figure appear with his back facing all life and endless nomological laws appearing, they were immediately angered to the point their eyes turned red. There was actually such a fortuitous encounter. They went out on a tough journey and actually missed such an important thing. The Lin family's ancestor immediately kicked the smug Lin Bao away and quickly rushed towards where Lin Xuan was. He hurriedly took a look. Perhaps the fluctuation had not disappeared yet. Clearly, the Lin family's ancestor was destined to be disappointed. If he went over now, there would be nothing left. On the other hand, after the Xian family discovered that the Lin family's saint child was Lin Xuan, Xian Tong immediately sent the news back to the Xian family. He could not bring the child away, but the Xian family might still be able to. He had to quickly find reinforcements and fight for the custody of Lin Xuan. However, it was obvious that this was impossible. In this aspect, the Lin family was extremely determined. What a joke. He wanted to bring the Lin family's saint child away to be raised? Did he think they were fools? However, the Xian family did not give up. They still actively fought for it. They tried to use this method to at least let Lin Xuan visit the Xian family twice. Grandmother, can't we really bring Brother Xian back to the Xian family? The sky was bright and clear. In the wide forest, Xian Yinran hugged Lin Xuan tightly, unable to let go. Her beautiful and even slightly foxy eyes were filled with reluctance. Lin Xuan was hugged and could not breathe. Although she was only 10 years old, the girl's figure had already grown. She was not mature yet, but her entire body revealed an absolutely beautiful temperament. In the future, she would definitely become a femme fatale that would become the target of all men. However, before the girl realized it, she still hugged the infant tightly and begged again. Grandmother, let's bring little brother Xian home. All right. Beside the young girl stood a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 30 or 40 years old. She had a graceful bearing and was definitely a rare beauty when she was young. Her appearance was slightly similar to Xian Yinran. The woman sighed and gently touched the young girl's smooth hair. Yinran, it's not that I don't want to, but the Lin family is unwilling to let him go. The woman was called Xian Shu. She was the third elder of the Xian family and was also Xian Yinran's grandmother. The son of the Lin family was born with purple qi in his breath. The sound of the Tao shook the entire city. A few days ago, he was shown to have the future of a supreme Tao figure. With his back facing all living beings, the river of stars fell with a snap of his fingers. Anyone who had seen him before had obtained a great opportunity. When they recovered their senses and wanted to describe the figure, they realized that their words were so lacking. No matter how they spoke, they could not describe it at all. Xian Shu had missed that opportunity. She could not imagine that magnificent scene. Similarly, she could not imagine how powerful and terrifying the baby in Xian Yinran's arms would be in the future. For this saint child, the Lin family naturally paid a huge price. There was always someone to protect him at all times. Today, she had finally convinced the two juniors, Lin Hao and Xian Yinran, after much effort, to let Xian Yinran carry Lin Xuan out for a walk. However, even if they were out for a walk, Xian Shu turned around and saw a figure hiding in the clouds far behind him. Who else could it be but the old antique of the Lin family, Lin Bao? An infant being protected by the old antique of the Lin family. This treatment, Xian Shu pinched his brows and felt rather helpless. Is there really no way to let little brother Xian return to the Lin family with us? Xian Yinran raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. There's no choice, Xian Shu sighed. She had lived for so long. How could she not tell that this little girl had already fallen for Lin Xian? In fact, anyone who was not stupid could tell that the young girl had long placed her emotions on her face. Yinran, grandmother has to remind you that you are engaged already, Xian Shu said softly. Grandmother, but I have never met the genius of the Shao family who started to give up on himself 3 years ago. Xian Yinran lowered her head and hugged Lin Xian tightly. I've never agreed to this marriage. This was arranged by the elders in the clan. What former genius? Xian Shu looked at Xian Yinran helplessly. Yinran, I heard that since 3 years ago, that genius of the Shao family has started to give up on himself. Xian Yinran raised her head to look at Xian Shu. In these 3 years, his cultivation hasn't advanced but has fallen instead. Now he's only at the 3rd level of body refinement. This cultivation can't even catch up to me. Child, you, Xian Shu shook his head. In fact, that genius of the Shao family was once a truly rare prodigy with the potential to become a powerful expert. However, for some reason, since 3 years ago, the genius of the Shao family had started to fall behind. His cultivation level did not advance, but instead retreated. Now, after such a long time, he had actually returned to the 3rd level of body refinement. Perhaps it was because the destiny of that genius had been exhausted. Hearing the conversation between Xian Shu and Xian Yinran, Lin Xian, who was in swaddling clothes, was stunned. The Shao family, a genius 3 years ago. His cultivation level had fallen to the 3rd level of body refinement, an engagement about to be called off. Why did this plot feel so familiar? Xian Yinran shrunk her neck and sat on the grass with Lin Xian in her arms. The breeze blew, and the girl's hair floated in the air. Grandmother, I want to stay with little brother Xian for a while. Xian Shu was stunned for a moment before she reacted and walked away with a sigh. The world was silent. From time to time, a few clouds would fly over from a distance. The girl lowered her head and looked at the baby who was like a porcelain doll in the swaddling clothes. She muttered softly. In fact, because Xian Yu had obtained the Khanate Dao body, she often went into seclusion to cultivate. Therefore, this little girl was often the one taking care of Lin Xian these days. From early morning on, the young girl hugged Lin Xian. Time slowly passed until noon. She still hugged Lin Xian and said something quietly. The girl seemed to want to say everything in her heart. In front of the girl, Lin Xian could only listen and pass the time. He could not answer yet. All he could do was quietly cultivate in peace. As time passed, Lin Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next moment, a blinding white light shot into the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the silence was suddenly broken. Not far from him, the ground cracked, and soil and rocks flew. Countless lights blossomed on the ground. Waves spread out in all directions fiercely without regard for anything. Who is it? Assassin? Xian Yinran, who was originally sitting quietly on the grass, reacted almost immediately. Facing the huge impact in front of her, the young girl almost did not think much. She subconsciously curled up her body and hugged Lin Xian tightly. She turned around and used her thin back beam to block the impact. A huge impact assaulted him. Lin Xian acutely sensed it almost at the first moment. Just the girl alone was definitely unable to block all of this attack. Lin Xian's heart sank, and he planned to use the purple qi to resist. In the end, at this critical moment, he suddenly saw defenses appear on his swaddling clothes from all directions. Lin Xian was stunned. His spiritual senses looked over and coincidentally met the young girl's determined gaze. Rise! The young girl bit the corner of her lips. The exquisite magic robe on her body automatically fell off, turning into hundreds of cloth strips. All of them wrapped around the swaddling cloth in her arms, turning into countless defensive layers. As for her, she curled up on the ground and hugged Lin Xian in her arms, preparing to use her flesh and blood as the first line of defense. However, the expected impact did not come. All the impacts seemed to have stopped and were stopped half a meter away from the girl's back. At the same time, the excited laughter that was accompanied by the impact stopped. Ha! I've finally broken through. Ancestor? Lin Bao rolled his eyes and kicked this Lin family disciple who was too excited about breaking through nearby and caused a huge commotion. Then, he turned his head to look at the girl on the grass. Even if she was trembling from fear, she still hugged Lin Xuan tightly and used her body as a shield. He clicked his tongue in wonder. This little girl, had she really fallen for Xian'er completely? Sorry. Ancestor, I'm really sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been cultivating in seclusion here, much less breaking through here. I'm just a piece of trash. Our ancestor is awesome. Damn bastard, trash, you actually almost injured our clan's Saint Child and Miss Yanran. In the empty wilderness, a Lin family disciple was beaten until his face was swollen. At this moment, his entire body was trembling as he continuously wailed. He was held in Lin Bao's hand and constantly trembled. Moreover, he slapped himself forcefully and begged for forgiveness. Damn it, he had actually gone into seclusion in such a place and almost injured the two geniuses. Especially when he heard that he had broken out of seclusion and the fluctuation emitted from his body was less than half a meter away from the two geniuses. The face of this Lin family disciple immediately turned green, and he was almost frightened to the point his heart stopped. Damn it, Xian Yanran was the beloved daughter of the head of the Xian family. Her reputation as a proud genius had already spread throughout the entire Qi Mountain County. Everyone knew her story. In just a decade, she had already stunned countless elders with her talent. Not to mention, the Lin family's Saint Child, Lin Xuan, was nearly injured by him. If he hurt Lin Xuan in the slightest bit, even without the Lin family stepping forward, he would have to commit suicide to atone for his sins. One had to know that the reason why he could break through was because he had benefited from the Saint Child a few days ago. The Lin family disciple trembled and was on the brink of tears. The spiritual senses of the swaddled Lin Xuan looked at this Lin family disciple speechlessly. This guy was really crazy. Lin Xuan had yet to be assassinated by others, but he had almost died at the hands of his own family. He almost died before he could even talk. He could not continue like this. He had to hurry and cultivate. Lin Xuan, who had sensed danger because of his mistake, glanced at Xian Yanran. Then, Lin Xuan placed all his attention on his cultivation and decided to ignore everything else. On the other hand, Xian Yanran paid no attention to the Lin family disciple and only said indifferently that she understood the situation. After that, she continued to carry Lin Xuan and walked to another quiet place. The young girl did not care about the consequences faced by the Lin family disciple. She only heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and gently touched Lin Xuan's clean face with a gentle smile. It was good that little brother Xian was fine. In fact, when she first saw Lin Xuan in his adult state, Xian Yanran was attracted to him. At this moment, Lin Xuan, who was surrounded by faint purple qi, was like a porcelain doll. He had a different temperament and was clean, warm, and extremely cute. However, if Xian Yanran felt that Lin Xuan was cute at first glance, then when the young girl saw his abnormality in future, the young girl was completely shocked. Especially when she saw his back facing everyone. That figure ascended to the peak, his aura devouring everything as he looked down on all of history as a supreme existence. In front of him, no one was his match. He swept through everything with invincibility. No matter what kind of predicament it was as if a finger could shatter it. With a raise of his hand, he could suppress all races and dominate the world. He was invincible in the heavens above and earth below, feared throughout the ages. He was the most powerful existence in the dazzling river of time. This was especially true when the man turned around. The light in his eyes shone brilliant. How many women in this world could withstand this? Which young lady did not yearn for love? Which young lady did not have a dream of being married to a hero? Stepping on clouds and coming from the heavens? Xian Yanran's young girl heart was completely attracted to the future Lin Xuan at first glance. It did not concern his background, cultivation level, or talent. When she fell into it, she could not extricate herself. Almost the moment she exited the mysterious state, the young girl made up her mind. Therefore, when faced with danger earlier, the girl did not hesitate at all and used her body to block in front of Lin Xuan. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and the clouds were floating in the distance. The young girl's heart was filled with thoughts. She hugged the swaddled Lin Xuan tightly and realized that she could no longer suppress the thoughts in her heart. Yanran, what are you thinking about? Xian Shu walked over and asked softly. She thought that the young girl was still immersed in the huge danger from before. However, the girl curled up and hugged the swaddling cloth tightly. She softly said, "Grandmother, I want to call off the engagement. Xian Shu was stunned. She thought that she had heard wrongly. What? Call off the engagement? Yes, we'll break off the engagement with the Xiao family. Xian Shu was stunned and was in disbelief. Yinran, you said that you want to break off the engagement with the Xiao family? A breeze blew past, and the girl slowly got up. The girl nodded heavily. Yes, I want to call off the engagement. I want to break off the engagement with the Xiao family. The sky blue dress fluttered in the wind, and her smooth black hair fluttered like the morning sun. She raised her head, and golden light descended. The corners of the young girl's beautiful face curled up, and she was in high spirits. I've never agreed to this marriage. In the end, it was arranged by the ancestors. My fate has to be decided by myself, just like that figure with his back facing all living beings. Seeing this scene, Xian Shu was a little absent-minded. After a long time, she continued to speak seriously. Yinran, have you thought it through? This is an arranged marriage. Of course, it was forcefully arranged by the ancestors, but outsiders don't know the details. How much pressure will you feel if you propose to cancel the marriage now? How many people will curse at you and look down on you? The girl raised her head and hugged the swaddled Lin Xuan. Her eyes were determined. I don't care. Grandmother, the Xiao family's power in Qi Mountain County is not inferior to the Xian family. If I call off the marriage, will it bring pressure to the Xian family? Hearing this, Xian Shu smiled. She glanced at the young girl who was only hugging Lin Xuan, afraid that she would reject the request. How could she not guess her thoughts? A faint fluctuation spread out from Xian Shu's body. Her tone was calm. Pressure? What pressure? As long as you are sure, I can bring you there any time. Xian Yinran nodded hard and hugged Lin Xuan. All right. Grandmother, we'll leave now. Xian Shu turned his head and looked at the sky. Ancestor Lin Bao. I don't care, but that kid from the Xiao family is indeed not worthy of this little girl. Lin Bao laughed and said, narrowing his eyes slightly. All right. In that case, so what if I follow you? After all, my Lin family's saint child is still in this little girl's arms. Thank you, Ancestor Lin Bao. Xian Yinran bowed respectfully. We're all family. Lin Bao waved his hand and informed the other old antiques of the Lin family. He casually pulled out more than 10 top-grade artifacts from the void and stuffed them into his sleeve. Lin Bao patted his sleeve and opened his mouth wide. Go, little girl, break the engagement. I haven't seen anyone break off an engagement before. What's the name of that Xiao family's kid? Xiao Shui. The three of them discussed this and walked out of Great Yin City together. In his swaddling clothes, although Lin Xuan said that he was cultivating, he still paid attention to his surroundings with his spiritual senses. At this moment, his mind was filled with speechlessness. The Xiao family? Xiao Shui? Breaking off the engagement? Why did this plot sound so familiar? In fact, there was still a gap between the Xiao family and the Xian family. With a considerable difference between the two families, if Lin Bao was added, it would feel like bullying. In the past, the Xiao family had also prospered and developed, but now, there was actually not a single old antique in the Xiao family. This was also the reason why Lin Bao dared to let Xian Shu and Xian Yinran carry Lin Xuan out. Firstly, it was to relax. Although the Lin family was huge, staying here all day was not a good thing. Secondly, if something really happened, with Lin Bao's cultivation level and the 10 or so treasures, no one could do anything to him in Qi Mountain County. Lin Xuan did not care much about what happened outside, nor did he care about what happened around him. On the other hand, the matter of going to the Xiao family to end the engagement made Lin Xuan rather speechless. This was because what happened here seemed to be very similar to what he had previously read. The city where the Xiao family was located was not too far from the Great Yin City where the Lin family was located. Lin Bao took out a flying ship from his sleeve, and the three of them boarded it. In a short few hours, they arrived at the city where the Xiao family was located, Wutan City. Wutan City was located at the edge of Qi Mountain County and was relatively close to the ancient Great Desolate Mountain Range. With the geographical advantage, Wutan City was one of the few large cities in Qi Mountain County. The flying ship stopped slightly above Wutan City. Xian Shu walked down, and Xian Yinran slowly landed with Lin Xuan in her arms. Behind her was Lin Bao. Even if they came to cancel the marriage, they should still show proper etiquette. The huge flying ship had long attracted the Xiao family's attention. Seeing the three of them walk down, a cultivator from the Xiao family hurriedly went up to welcome them. Feeling the fluctuations on Xian Shu and Lin Bao, the disciples of the Xiao family respectfully welcomed them. Xian Shu said with a smile, Quickly inform them that the Xian family's Xian Shu and the Lin family's Lin Bao have come to visit the Xiao family. Xian family, Lin family. Seniors, please enter the city quickly. I will report this immediately. The Xiao family disciple was respectful as he invited the three of them into the city. At this moment, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, was originally dealing with an important matter of the Xiao family. When he heard that the Xian and Lin families had come to visit, he was instantly stunned. The third elder of the Xian family actually came with Lin Bao. Lin Bao, that's one of the old antiques of the Lin family. He's actually here too. Quickly invite him, Xiao Zhan hurriedly said. However, when he invited him, he was also puzzled. Suddenly, why did the Xian family and the Lin family come to their Xiao family? One had to know that Lin Bao was an old antique of the Lin family. He had not appeared outside for hundreds of years. What was he doing here? He heard that some time ago, someone in the Lin family seemed to have been cursed. Many of the old antiques of the Lin family had been mobilized to search for the antidote. Could it be that they wanted to ask for the medicine? Xiao Zhan could not be blamed for thinking this way. After all, they were extremely close to the ancient demonic Beast Mountain range and had many natural treasures. Not long after, many people in charge of the Xiao family waited in the hall. After all, it was the Xian family and the Lin family. Soon, three figures walked over from outside the house. Xiao Zhan smiled and greeted them respectfully. Ha! Welcome to the Xiao family, Senior Lin Bao? Welcome, third elder. Xiao Zhan laughed loudly, but his brows furrowed slightly. The girl at the back seemed a little familiar. Moreover, she was actually carrying a baby. What was going on? In fact, it was not only Xiao Zhan. Many of the leaders of the Xiao family also frowned slightly and were a little puzzled. They could not guess why the Xian family had come with the Lin family, especially when there was a young girl carrying a baby behind them. What was it? The Xiao family head smiled, as if he did not think so much, and invited everyone to sit down. Please sit. Lin Bao and the other two nodded and slowly sat down. A maidservant came over and respectfully poured tea. Ha! Senior Lin Bao, you came at the right time. It's currently the harvesting season for the Dao tea of the Great Desolate Mountains. Come and try it. This is the latest batch of tea leaves. Xiao Zhan smiled. Lin Bao nodded, picked up the teacup, and drank it in one gulp. Xiao Zhan's hand that was holding the teacup was a little stiff. Wasn't this Lin Bao a little too ignorant of the atmosphere? He drank it in one gulp and did not say a word. What was going on? Xiao Zhan was dissatisfied, but he did not dare show it. He only laughed along and said, Senior is truly straightforward. Then, he drank the tea in one gulp. May I know why Senior Lin Bao is here today? I heard that the Lin family recently encountered a curse. Coincidentally, my Xiao family has quite a number of medicinal herbs that can remove curses, if Senior needs them. Lin Bao waved his hand and smiled as he said, Thank you for your good intentions, family head Xiao. However, the curse in our clan has long been removed. I came here this time to take a walk. Take a walk. Xiao Zhan was stunned. He was rendered speechless by Lin Bao's words. Could he have come all this way while taking a walk? Even if he was just spouting nonsense, there was no need to use such a lame excuse, right? Did he really think that the Lin family was invincible? Anger surged in his heart, but Xiao Zhan did not show it. He continued to laugh and chat. However, before he could speak, Xian Shu, who was sitting beside him, coughed lightly. She stood up and smiled at Xiao Zhan as she said, Family head Xiao, this time, I came to your family clan not because of the Lin family. The most important thing is that the Xian family has brought a request. Xiao Zhan was stunned. A million thoughts ran through his mind. In the end, he pretended to laugh heartily. Ha! Third elder, if you have something to say, please say it. As long as it's something the Xiao family can do, Xiao Zhan will definitely not decline. Family head Xiao, do you know her? Xian Shu smiled and pointed at the girl beside him. This young lady has a natural spiritual root. To have such fluctuations at such a young age, she will definitely be famous in the Northern Azure. But, Xiao Zhan said awkwardly, clearly not recognizing her. Back then, when his son, Xiao Shui, was engaged to the Xian family, it was still more than 10 years ago. It had been many years since they last met. Xiao Zhan naturally did not know that the girl holding the baby in front of him had once betrothed her to his son. When Xian Yinran heard this, she stood up and bowed respectfully with a smile. Greetings, Uncle Xiao. I am Xian Yinran from the Xian family. Xian Yinran? This woman was Xian Yinran? When they heard this, the expressions of all the people sitting in the hall changed slightly. The Xiao family and the Xian family had an engagement. The targets of the engagement were Xiao Zhan's son, Xiao Shui, and the Xian family's Xian Yinran. There were clearly still a few years before the marriage was due. Now, Xian Yinran had actually appeared here. What did she mean? Moreover, she was holding a baby? The expressions of many people from the Xiao family sank slightly. Of course, with their discerning ability, it was impossible for them to take that infant to be Xian Yinran's child. However, Xian Yinran had brought an infant here? This attitude was obviously extremely disrespectful. The room fell into a stagnant atmosphere. So it's niece Yinran. Ha ha ha. Women really change drastically when they grow up. Don't blame Uncle Xiao for being blind. You are becoming more and more beautiful. Uncle doesn't recognize you at all. Xiao Zhan was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied with a laugh, breaking the silence in the room. As expected of niece Yinran. You're so young, but you already have such grace. Now, your cultivation has already broken through to the body refinement realm and entered the second level of the Qi refinement realm, right? Haha. Back then, Uncle used a total of 30 years to reach the second level of the Qi refinement realm. Xiao Zhan laughed loudly. He looked gentle and intimate without any anger. However, the old antique, Lin Bao, acutely sensed an almost unfathomable cold light in his eyes. This Xiao Zhan. Uncle Xiao, you flatter me. How can Yinran compare to Uncle Xiao? Xian Yinran smiled quietly. Sigh, niece Yinran, you don't know. When I heard that you had advanced to the Qi refinement realm a few years ago, Uncle wanted to go congratulate you. In the end, I was too busy in the clan and had no time. Niece, don't blame me. Xiao Zhan smiled. How could I ask Senior to come congratulate me? I should be visiting Uncle Xiao instead, Xian Yinran replied respectfully. Ha ha, as expected of the genius of the Xian family. Your mannerisms are indeed impressive. Xiao Zhan laughed loudly. Seeing that Xiao Zhan was about to gain the upper hand in the conversation, Xian Shu frowned slightly and wanted to speak, but he was stopped by the old antique. He smiled and sent a voice transmission. Just watch. This little girl is not so easy to deal with. As expected, after Xiao Zhan finished speaking, before he could continue, Xian Yinran stood up and said respectfully, Uncle Xiao, I actually have something to discuss with you. As soon as these words were spoken, many members of the Xiao family present narrowed their eyes. They were well aware of their own situation. Originally, the Xiao family had a genius, Xiao Shui, who was a rare talent that could lead the Xiao family to revive their reputation. However, 3 years ago, Xiao Shui suddenly gave up on himself. His cultivation did not advance, but instead retreated. Now, he had fallen to the third level of body refinement. The Xiao family used all kinds of medicinal herbs, but was unable to treat Xiao Shui. Xiao Zhan originally thought that the Xian family would be concerned about their reputation and not choose to end the marriage. Perhaps they could still use the Xian family's wealth to treat Xiao Shui. Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly and gradually sat up straight. However, it seemed that this Xian family was not stupid. The atmosphere in the entire hall became a little solemn and dignified. Numerous gazes assaulted her from all directions, and all of them descended onto Xian Yinran's tiny shoulder. Xian Yinran took a deep breath and looked at the sleeping Lin Xuan before slowly standing up. She stood up and hugged Lin Xuan. She bowed deeply to Xiao Zhan and said guiltily, Uncle Xiao, I came to the Xiao family this time regarding the engagement. The world is boundless. There are too many vast possibilities in this world. I don't want to be bound to a corner. Cultivators should have their own futures. They should not be bound by marriage contracts. I came here this time to beg Uncle Xiao to annul the engagement. I, Yinran, will bear all the consequences. I implore the Xiao family head to agree. Xian Yinran hugged Lin Xuan. Her attitude was very low and respectful. She did not force him and only spoke in a negotiating tone, hoping that the Xiao family would agree. Moreover, this marriage was not meant to be. From the beginning to the end, Xian Yinran had never accepted it. On the Xiao family's side, they heard that she was indeed trying to cancel the engagement. When they heard Xian Yinran say these words, the expressions of many members of the Xiao clan in the hall became slightly unsightly. Looking at Xian Yinran and then at the baby Lin Xuan in her arms, the atmosphere was a little silent. Xiao Zhan's expression was ugly. He did not speak. Instead, an elder of the Xiao family suddenly sneered and said, The marriage contract has been set long ago. How can you cancel as you wish? Do you know what kind of impact this annulment will have on our Xiao family? In order to maintain the marriage contract, our Xiao family has helped the Xian family many times over the years. If we cancel the marriage this time, wouldn't our Xiao family become a joke? Xian Yinran's expression was ugly. In reality, it was indeed her fault for breaking off the engagement first. However, this kind of agreement was only a verbal agreement in the end. When Xiao Shui was still a genius in Qi Mountain County, there was an endless stream of families who came to the Xiao family to ask for marriage, but their Xiao family did not reject them. Now that Xiao Shui was unable to recover from this setback and had given up on himself, the Xiao family immediately found the agreement from back then and refused to let go. Xian Yinran's expression was ugly. Xian Shu also saw it clearly. The Xiao family had decided that they did not want to relent. She narrowed her eyes slightly and slowly said, "Family head Xiao, it's my Xian family's fault for breaking off the engagement first. My Xian family is willing to pay 2 high-grade spirit stone mines as compensation. What do you think?" Her attitude was still very humble. She was not arrogant and overbearing. Instead, she offered to compensate a huge sum, 2 high-grade spirit stone mines. Hearing this, not only did the Xiao family people look over, even the old antique, Lin Bao, was slightly shocked. How precious were high-grade spirit stone mines? Even their Lin family, the top overlord of the entire Qi Mountain County, only had a mere 30 high-grade spirit stone mines. As for the Xian family, they only had 15 spirit stone mines. Some ordinary families did not even have a high-grade spirit stone mine. Now that they had offered 2 at once, it could be said that they had decided to pay a huge price. How can a mere spirit stone mine compare to being mocked by others? Xiao Zhan sneered and punched the table. His tone gradually turned cold. Could it be that the Xian family brought Senior Lin here to threaten our Xiao family because of this? When he said this, Xian Shu and Lin Bao narrowed their eyes. Lin Bao had a bad temper. When he heard this, he lost his nonchalant attitude. Now, he sneered and was prepared to go forward to reason with the Xiao Zhan. In the end, he was stopped by Xian Shu. "Senior, this is a matter between the Xian family and the Xiao family. You don't have to interfere," Xian Shu said calmly. Then, she raised her head and looked at Xiao Zhan. She slowly opened his mouth and said, "Family head Xiao, what do you want?" Now, the Xian family and the Xiao family could be considered to have shed all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Zhan sneered and stretched out his clenched fist. 10 high-grade spirit stone mines. We'll call off this engagement. 10. Hearing this, Xian Shu laughed in anger. Did he really think that the spirit stone mine was worthless? Was it just a number? If they wanted to forcefully withdraw this marriage contract, they would do it no matter who the other party was in the profound sky continent. However, the Xian family did not forcefully cancel the engagement. They said that they would use a peaceful method to end the marriage and that there would be a large amount of compensation. They did not expect the Xiao family to actually push their luck this far. Xian Yinran, who was standing at the side, clearly understood as well. This Xiao Zhan before her simply intended to hold onto the marriage agreement. 10 spirit stone mines were equivalent to more than half of the Xian family. Xian Yinran was furious now. Fortunately, she noticed this early on and did not marry him. Xian Yinran immediately stopped pleading like before and started to become domineering. She hugged Lin Xuan and slowly raised her head. Her tone was firm, powerful, and cold. "Family head Xiao, there is already someone I fancy. You have to agree to cancel this engagement today no matter what, even if you don't want to." Clearly, the Xiao family did not want to end the engagement. Xiao Zhan's son, Xiao Shui, had his current cultivation crippled and was in dire straits, but he still had an engagement to rely on. Although the current situation of the Xiao family was still very good, no one knew what the future Xiao family would be like. If anything happened, the Xian family, who had a marriage alliance with them, had to help. They had to help even if they did not want to. Otherwise, the Xian family would be labeled as heartless and notorious in Qi Mountain County. In the end, such a marriage alliance was similar to moral kidnapping. However, if Xian Yinran chose to withdraw from the marriage at this moment, it meant that their Xiao family would no longer have a reason to get help from the Xian family and would be unable to stand on the moral high ground to condemn them in the future. All kinds of negative comments would land on Xian Yinran as a person. There would be rumors like the genius of the Xiao family did not break off the engagement until something happened. This kind of woman is promiscuous. She actually broke off the engagement. How shameless, how snobbish, and so on. In order to prevent the Xian family from reneging on the marriage, the Xiao family had even started secretly spreading all kinds of rumors. As long as Xian Yinran dared to renege on the marriage, all sorts of rumors would attack her at the first moment. He had originally thought that Xian Yinran would definitely be unable to endure such rumors and would not dare to break the engagement. However, he did not expect that Xian Yinran would actually dare to cancel the marriage so directly. What did they want rumors for? It was because they actually needed the help of the Xian family. Without their help, what was the use of just Xian Yinran? Moreover, this was happening in front of all the Xiao family members. Not to mention the benefits. If a young girl came to cancel the engagement so easily, how could their Xiao family still have any face left? Xian Yinran looked at the many Xiao family members who had gloomy expressions and had gradually narrowed their eyes. She lowered her head and looked at Lin Xuan's quiet side profile in her arms. Her gaze gradually became determined. A single glance could change one's life. Was this referring to her? In reality, as a genius cultivator with a bright future, Xian Yinran had never believed in love at first sight. It was not until she met this infant in swaddling clothes and saw a figure sitting in the starry sky with his back facing all life. He was peerless and peerless. When she saw his eyes that were brilliant like stars, the young girl's heart was completely attracted. Xian Yinran knew that if she broke off the marriage this time, it would have a negative impact on her. Most likely, the entire Qi Mountain County would say that she was a cold and heartless woman who went back on her word. However, so what? After meeting Lin Xuan, Xian Yinran understood one thing. The world was huge. Why did she have to care so much? What she did had nothing to do with good or evil. It did not matter if others talked about her, as long as she followed her heart. Xian Yinran took a deep breath and took a step forward. Facing the many members of the Xiao family, the thin and weak body of the young girl emitted an extreme force. No matter what your Xiao family says or how you pester us, we must cancel the engagement today. I, Xian Yinran, will bear all the consequences of my words. The young girl's words ignited the anger of the Xiao family. Behind them, the old antique Lin Bao and third elder Xian Shu revealed satisfied gazes. As for the source of this, Lin Xuan, he sensed everything outside but did not have much of a comment about this. He continued to cultivate quietly as usual. It had been 10 days since he was born. His current cultivation should be around the 4th level of body refinement. After 10 days, a small portion of the purple qi and Dao sounds that surrounded Lin Xuan had already been absorbed by him. According to Lin Xuan's estimation, he would be able to completely absorb these things after about a month of birth. At this moment, the curled-up Lin Xuan, who had lustrous purple qi that enveloped his entire body, suddenly dimmed a lot. There was a lot of purple qi flowing slowly into Lin Xuan's face, especially his tightly shut eyes. The purple qi gradually decreased. The eyes that Lin Xuan had never moved since he was born twitched slightly. It seemed that he could open his eyes. Could he finally see the world? Speaking of which, it was quite helpless. He had already been born for 10 days, and his cultivation was already at the 4th level of body refinement. But he had never truly seen this world. Lin Xuan thought helplessly. He took a deep breath and increased the speed at which his eyes absorbed the purple qi. Just as Lin Xuan increased his speed and cultivated with all his might, something unexpected happened in the Xiao family's courtyard outside. Call off the engagement? Bear the consequences alone. Ha ha ha, that's good. May I ask why you didn't say that when I was in the limelight back then? A thin figure suddenly appeared outside the hall. The man's eyes were dark and his expression was icy cold. It was none other than Xiao Zhan's son, Xiao Shui. In the past, who dared to say such a thing to me? I've really been down for 3 years. Even some random nobody dares to behave atrociously in front of me. Xiao Shui walked over with his hands behind his back. His body was hunched. His expression was cold. Staring at Xian Yinran, Xiao Shui's gaze brazenly sized her up. Then, his gaze landed on the baby in Xian Yinran's arms. He sneered and said, "The real reason why you came to cancel the marriage is because of the baby you're carrying, right? You gave birth to him." As soon as these words were spoken, it was not only Xian Yinran and Xian Shu. The face of the old antique of the Lin family, Lin Bao, sank. "Junior, think before you speak," Lin Bao slowly said and looked at Xiao Shui. There was a faint killing intent in his eyes. A faint aura covered Xiao Shui like lightning. However, opposite him, Xiao Shui did not answer. Instead, he slowly stood up from his hunched state and faced Lin Bao's mountain-like killing intent. His expression was cold, and his gaze was calm. This kid, Lin Bao narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised. Xiao Shui's expression did not change when faced with the killing intent on Lin Bao's body. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Xian Yinran before he asked in a low voice, "Xian Yinran, did you really come to my Xiao family this time to end the engagement? Do you know what kind of influence this canceling of the engagement will bring to my Xiao family? It doesn't matter what happens to me, Xiao Shui. However, my Xiao family can't be bullied like this." Xian Yinran's figure was moving. She stood on the spot and hugged Lin Xian. Her beautiful eyes also flickered with a faint coldness. Let others humiliate you? If the Xiao family is powerful themselves, why would they need to hold on to the marriage alliance? In the end, your Xiao family and the Xian family's marriage alliance is only to borrow the power of my Xian family. I know. As the proud genius of the Xian family, how could you take a fancy to a cripple who has long given up on himself? Our paths have diverged since a long time ago, and we can't end up together. Xiao Shui spoke indifferently. Hearing Xiao Shui's words, everyone present was stunned. This Xiao Shui. Where are you? When Xiao Zhan heard this, his heart ached. He wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Xiao Shui. He slowly raised his head, his eyes flickering with divine light. Although you and I think so, others will not. In the eyes of others, you came to end the engagement today to humiliate the Xiao family. Today's actions will cause the reputation of the Xiao family to fall to rock bottom. It was obvious that the Xiao family did not want to break the engagement because they wanted to use the marriage alliance to borrow the power of the Xian family. Xian Yinran shook her head and said very calmly, "You're wrong. I didn't cancel the marriage agreement because you can't cultivate. Under normal circumstances, even if you're an ordinary person, I wouldn't care. I, Xian Yinran, am not a condescending person. This time, the reason for canceling the marriage is..." Xian Yinran's expression was calm. Facing Xiao Shui's question, she did not immediately answer. Instead, she lowered her head and gently looked at the swaddled Lin Xian, her tone gentle. "You asked earlier if this child is mine. He is the son of the Lin family's great Yin city lord, Lin Hao, and my Xian family's senior, Xian Yu." After a pause, Xian Yinran's tone was gentle. She raised her head and said proudly, "At the same time, he's also the person I love. I came to cancel the engagement not because I looked down on you, but because I already have someone I like. I hope to pursue the one I love, and I don't want to be bound by such agreements again, causing me to miss the person I'm really waiting for. This is ridiculous." When he heard this, Xiao Shui did not speak. Instead, an elder behind the Xiao family suddenly stood up and glared with round eyes. "This infant is so young and has only been born for a few days at most. How can he be your sweetheart?" It was not only this elder. When the Xiao family members heard Xian Yinran's words, they were all furious. Even if she wanted to break the engagement, even if she wanted to break the agreement, she should at least have found a proper reason. Liking a baby? What was this excuse? Such a lame reason was too disrespectful to the Xiao family. Everyone from the Xiao family was furious. They indeed wanted to borrow the power of the Xian family to grow stronger, so they were reluctant to break the agreement. In order to not let the marriage contract be annulled, they even used some underhanded methods. However, that was ultimately to let the Xiao family grow. Now, this Xian family was a little too much. However, just as everyone from the Xiao family was burning with anger, and even Xiao Zhan clenched his fists, Xiao Shui stepped forward. His expression was still calm, as if everything that happened before his eyes had nothing to do with him. Obviously, he similarly did not believe Xian Yinran's words, and he only felt that it was an excuse for her to look down on him. How could a mere infant make Xian Yinran fall for him? "Xian Yinran, you must cancel the engagement today, right?" Xian Yinran nodded. "I already have someone in my heart, and don't want to be bound by the marriage contract anymore. As compensation, the Xian family will compensate your Xiao family's 2 high-grade spirit stone mines." When he heard this, Xiao Shui smiled instead and said indifferently, "2 mines. Xian Yinran, do you really think my Xiao family lacks these 2 mines?" This kind of marriage contract was verbal to begin with. I, Xiao Shui, similarly don't fancy it. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan, who was sitting in the family head's seat, hurriedly got up and said anxiously, "No, Shui'er, this marriage contract can't be broken. If the marriage contract is gone, your body..." "Father," Xiao Shui turned around and said firmly, He looked at the anxious Xiao Zhan and said, I can resolve my own problem. Furthermore, wanting to rely on other families to grow is only a last resort. Although I'm useless now, is Xian Yinran necessarily worthy of me? However, since you came to end the marriage today, I, Xiao Shui, have something to tell your Xian family. Xiao Shui slowly turned around and looked at Xian Yinran and Xian Shu. He spoke word by word with a cold tone. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. Don't bully the poor while he's down. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. When everyone from the Xiao family heard this, their bodies shook at the same time, shocked by the endless confidence and anger in their words. The young man's words were like a cold hammer that heavily hammered the hearts of everyone present, making their hearts beat wildly. Ha! Ha ha ha! What a great saying! I knew that my son would not be dispirited forever. Suddenly, in the hall, Xiao Zhan laughed fearlessly. Everyone in the Xiao family also gradually shifted their gaze to this young master of the Xiao family who had been dispirited for 3 years. Other than shock, there was also a trace of rare brilliance in their eyes. It was as if they saw the once high-spirited genius of the Xiao family return. However, Xian Yinran's expression remained calm as she replied with only a few words. So what? I'll look forward to that day. There's no need to look forward to it. Xiao Shui raised his head, and his eyes finally revealed faint anger. Xian Yinran, you must remember this. Today, you are not the one who came to our Xiao family to end the engagement. It's our Xiao family who doesn't want you, Xian Yinran. As soon as Xiao Shui spoke, Xian Yinran narrowed her eyes slightly. She had already made herself clear when she came to end the marriage today. She did not expect Xiao Shui to be so unrelenting, entangling with her to this extent. However, at the same time, Xian Yinran had indeed not expected that Xiao Shui would actually be able to say such a thing in such a situation. Of course, it was not anger, but shock. After being rejected and humiliated in front of the entire family, this person could actually say such words. Xian Yinran narrowed her eyes slightly. If this Xiao Shui could grow up, then he might be a genius of his generation. However, so what? She hugged the swaddled Lin Xuan tightly, and her gaze seemed to have seen the mighty figure that sat upright in the starry sky. Compared to Lin Xuan, what could Xiao Shui amount to? Do you want me to help you write it? Xian Yinran replied calmly. Of course not, Xiao Shui replied. He twisted his wrist and actually took out a pen and paper from his sleeve before starting to write an annulment letter. Obviously, Xiao Shui had prepared all of this long ago. Before she came, he had already prepared to write this. Seeing this scene, the Xiao family members looked at each other, their eyes bursting with light. Could it be that the genius of the Xiao family back then had finally returned? The Xiao family Xiao Shui and the Xian family Xian Yinran were originally engaged, but because she was unfaithful, they decided to put an end to this. After this, you will marry whoever you want, and there will be no disputes between the two families. For fear of no evidence, I'm willing to write this letter as evidence. Xiao Shui smiled calmly and raised his pen to write. As long as he wrote this letter and news of today's matter spread, their Xiao family would be able to obtain the beautiful reputation of not bowing down to power and unyielding. As for the reputation of the Xian family and Xian Yinran, it would be completely ruined because of this. More than half of Qi Mountain County would view the Xian family as an enemy because of this. Xiao Shui was still a youth in the end. After such a thing happened, he naturally felt angry. How can it be so simple to humiliate my Xiao family? Seeing that Xiao Shui was about to write an annulment letter, Xian Shu's expression was cold. She guessed Xiao Shui's thoughts immediately. However, she could only curse in her heart, but could not stop him. On the other hand, Xian Yinran's expression was calm. Even though she was furious, since it had come to this, she could only allow Xiao Shui to write that humiliating letter. Everyone from the Xiao family watched with a smile, waiting for Xiao Shui to write. However, Xiao Shui maintained the posture of raising the pen and did not write for a long time. Not only that, but Xiao Shui seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing. The calm and conceit on his face completely vanished. His powerful aura completely dissipated, and his body trembled slightly like a leaf. What was going on? Why was he not writing? In the main hall of the Xiao family, many people were very puzzled. What happened? Only a figure was not affected at all. The swaddling cloth in Xian Yinran's arms was curled up. Other than breathing, there was no movement, as if he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, The corners of Lin Xuan's eyes trembled slightly. Immediately after, a pair of bright eyes slowly opened under Xiao Shui's gaze. In that instant, Xiao Shui felt as if he had arrived in the ancient era and saw the beginning of the world and the birth of all things. Everything became fragmented. At the same time, in Lin Xuan's mind, the voice of the system sounded. Achievement completed, first eye opening. There's an ancient deity named Jian, born with a divine eye. Yin Yang split into two, and they were separated from each other. There were sages in the primordial era. A single eye could nurture two pupils. The dual pupils represented an invincible path. Why the need to borrow the bone of others? Ding. Awakened. Innate divine eye. Ding. Awakened. Innate dual pupils. Lin Xuan had always ignored what was happening outside. When he observed that he was about to open his eyes, he completely immersed himself in cultivation. Hard work finally paid off. Finally, after he absorbed all the purple qi around his eyes, Lin Xuan could finally open them. In an instant, Lin Xuan opened his eyes. The world could be seen clearly now. Lin Xuan was hugged by Xian Yinran. At this moment, he finally opened his eyes. The first to feel the abnormality was Xiao Shui, who was opposite Xian Yinran. Originally, Xiao Shui was high-spirited and confident in his victory. He held a brush and ink in his hand as his entire person emitted a calm and domineering aura. However, in just an instant, Xiao Shui's aura started to change. A dense feeling of fear emitted from his body, and Xiao Shui's entire body started to tremble slightly. However, how could he put down the arm that was holding the brush and ink? In this situation, how should he write this letter? For a time, Xiao Shui's arm could only stiffen in the air and tremble nonstop. In reality, this was Lin Xuan deliberately looking at Xiao Shui. Lin Xuan did not have much thoughts about Xian Yinran. After all, he was still a baby. However, this girl was quite good to him. Moreover, this Xiao Shui was really impudent. He could not really watch Xian Yinran be humiliated by the other party. Moreover, the Xian family was his grandfather's family. He should protect them a little. The surrounding Xiao family people did not know what happened to Xiao Shui. They looked at Xiao Shui, who had not written for a long time, and were very confused. What exactly was going on? Why was Xiao Shui still not writing the letter? Even Xian Yinran, Xian Shu, and the old antique of the Lin family, Lin Bao, were puzzled. Why was that kid from the Xiao family, Xiao Shui, standing there? Shui, you, Xiao Zhan carefully wanted to ask. However, halfway through his sentence, he saw Xiao Shui's voice tremble as if he had seen something unbelievable. When he noticed Xiao Zhan, Xiao Shui was horrified, but he struggled to speak. Don't look at that babyest eyes. Xiao Shui's voice carried extreme fear. After he finished speaking, his entire body started to tremble violently. Shui, Xiao Shui. Everyone from the Xiao family was shocked. Xiao Zhan immediately pounced to Xiao Shui's side. Most people suddenly sensed a strange force. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly froze without any warning. It was as if their bodies had fallen into a pool, and the surrounding air became sticky. Everyone was shocked to discover that their movements had slowed countless times. Moreover, there was great resistance. Even lifting a finger required several times the usual strength. Not only that, in a short period of time, everyone's breathing had become difficult. Who activated the array formation? No one activated the array formation. Everyone from the Xiao family replied. Soon, they locked onto the core of the abnormality. The old antique of the Lin family, Lin Bao, had a shocked expression. He immediately appeared beside Xian Yinran and looked at the infant in the swaddling clothes. Could it be? It was not only Lin Bao. The others in the surroundings also looked towards the infant in the center of the abnormality, Xian Yinran. The moment they looked over, the entire hall was suddenly enveloped by endless light. The mysterious fluctuations suddenly spread out in all directions of Wutian City, with the Xiao family as the center. What's this? What a strange fluctuation. Is this from the Xiao family in the center of the city? What's going on? Could it be that someone from the Xiao family has also broken through? Endless light gathered. Wherever the mysterious fluctuations swept, everything in the world seemed to slow down. Everyone in Wutian City discovered in shock that their movements had suddenly become extremely slow. The birds in the sky, the flowing clouds, and the falling leaves seemed to have slowed down dozens of times. At the same time, the cultivators of Wutian City suddenly felt their minds gradually stiffen. Even their spiritual senses were hallucinating. What's going on? My actions? What happened to the Xiao family? Why do I feel like I'm falling into chaos? In Wutan City, many cultivators had shocked expressions and felt great fear in their hearts. They quickly sat down cross-legged, wanting to resolve this sudden change, but it was useless. Along with this fluctuation, 3 extremely dazzling lights rose. A figure appeared in the hearts of all the residents of Wutan City out of thin air. The figure's face could not be seen clearly. It was not tall and looked like a youth, but in the blurry light, one could see 3 spots of light on the youth. It was like a pair of eyes and a vertical pupil. There were 3 eyes in total. At this moment, regardless of whether it was ordinary people, cultivators, or those with profound cultivation or those who had just entered the path to cultivation, a figure appeared in their hearts at the same time. When these people saw the 2 eyes and the vertical pupil, their minds fell into a daze. In Wutan City, countless cultivators were swept up by the phenomenon of the dual pupils and divine eye. Unlike the few times in Great Yin City, this fluctuation was especially powerful. No one could comprehend the fluctuation of this phenomenon. All the residents who were swept by the waves became slow-witted. Their minds were chaotic as they walked on the road in a daze. Even time in Wutan City seemed to have slowed down. This kind of fluctuation was the power produced by the first appearance of the dual pupils and divine eye. The current Lin Xuan was far from being able to control this power. Just like the previous phenomenon, it was the power brought about by the awakening of his achievement. Of course, as Lin Xuan grew and his cultivation increased, he would gradually grasp the true essence of the dual pupils and divine eye. In the Xiao family's main hall, which was at the center of the storm, the situation became even worse. In the main hall of the Xiao family, as the fluctuation erupted, many gazes looked towards Lin Xuan. The moment they looked at Lin Xuan, their entire consciousness was attracted by that mysterious and unfathomable pair of eyes. What a terrifying pair of eyes! It was as if they were in the vast, great desolate, and a surging wild aura assaulted their faces. In that pair of eyes, it was as if primal chaos had been born. Heaven and earth split apart, reconstructing the world. It was as if endless life and death were intertwined as darkness and divine radiance erupted at the same time. In their eyes, it was as if the world had disappeared, and the entire sky had transformed into a pair of vast dual pupils. The aura of life and death reverberated, and mysterious and vast ripples enveloped everything. It was as if a world had been born, and all things were destroyed. However, the dual pupils were not the end. In the space between Lin Xuan's brows, a faint golden line suddenly appeared. Then, the space between his brows split open, as if yin and yang were born and separated. Endless clear qi curled up, and a violent wind blew. Spiritual qi surrounded the surroundings, and a pale golden vertical eye slowly appeared between Lin Xuan's brows. It was as if the sound of a stream could be heard. In an instant, a golden divine light shot out from the divine eye and shot into the sky. It was like a heavenly blade descending, directly splitting the 38 defensive formations of the Xiao family into 2. The light of the dual pupils spread out, and 2 beams of chaotic qi flew out. They pierced through the 1,000 palaces and directly entered the ancient, great desolate. They exploded in the void and erupted with a myriad of holy lights. 2 terrifying lights pierced through the world. An explosion occurred in the sky. It caused wind and clouds to surge. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it rained heavily. The power shook the endless great desolate. At the same time, a furious roar sounded, shaking the entire forest. In the main hall of the Xiao family, everyone looked at this scene in shock. They already did not know what to say. What did they see? All of the Xiao family's defensive arrays were broken into 2. 2 rays of light shot into the sky, while one pierced into the wilderness, erupting with incomparable fluctuations. The source of everything was actually an infant. In the next moment, the figure of that youth also appeared in the minds of everyone from the Xiao family. This was the phenomenon of the dual pupils and divine eye. However, unlike the many residents and cultivators who were affected by the aftershock in Wutan City, everyone in the Xiao family's main hall could see the appearance of this figure clearly. They saw a youth who stood in the air with a peaceful expression. There was a golden pattern between his brows, and he wore a long robe. A breeze blew past, and his sleeves fluttered like clouds in the sky. There were light decorations on his sleeve. When someone looked carefully, they would be shocked to discover that on the sleeve were actually strings of brilliant stars. The youth only stood there and did not speak. However, he seemed to be at the center of the universe. He had the supreme being dual pupils and was born with the innate divine eye. Xiao Shui looked at the youth in the cosmos and vaguely had a realization. This is the man that Xian Yinran loves. To be honest, Xian Yinran could really be said to be drop-dead gorgeous. She only had the appearance of a young girl and already possessed the charm of a femme fatale. Even Xiao Shui, who did not care much for women, could not help but take a few more glances. Previously, he had thought that what Xian Yinran said about the baby being the one she loved was just an excuse. However, at this moment, Xiao Shui seemed to have understood something. However, Xiao Shui was still a person with great providence after all. Even when faced with an existence like the young man, Lin Xuan, he still wanted to walk up and face him. However, before he could do anything, a gaze swept over just as this thought arose in his mind. It was so high and mighty. In his swaddling clothes, the baby glanced over. He was incomparably exquisite, like a porcelain doll. However, the gaze of his dual pupils was filled with indifference, calm, and ruthlessness, as if a huge dragon above the 9 heavens was looking down at a worm. With a single glance, he could make everything dissipate. A terrifying gaze swept over. It was clearly only for an instant, and it was from a baby, but Xiao Shui, it felt as if millions of years had passed. His fingers gradually turned cold. His heart lost its vitality, his blood stopped flowing, and the spiritual qi in his body dissipated. In an instant, it was as if endless time had passed. Everything was dark. Xiao Shui could not move. He was like a rock that gradually turned into dust along the river of time. The world was filled with vicissitudes. In the ancient sky, only that figure stood forever in front of him. Pooh! In the Xiao family's hall, Xiao Shui opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His bones crackled as if he had been hit by something, and he was sent flying. Boom! Xiao Shui crashed into several walls and was embedded in the ruins. Blood flowed, and he was heavily injured. It was not only Xiao Shui. The surrounding Xiao family members also had ugly expressions. On the other hand, the eyes of Xian Yinran, Xin Shu, and Lin Bao flickered with extraordinary splendor. They glanced at Xiao Shui, who was flying madly, but they paid no attention to him and directly sat down cross-legged. The three of them stared at Lin Xian's eyes and started to seriously comprehend. When the world was first created, all things were born and destroyed. Yin and Yang would separate themselves and evolve naturally. The dual pupils and the divine eye blinked. Looking at everything around him, Lin Xian's mood was a little happy. He could not move before absorbing the purple qi, so he was still unable to move and had to curl up his body. However, at least his eyes could already blink. He had a pair of dual pupils and one divine eye. Between the dual pupils, it was like the scene of heaven and earth's creation. In the divine eye, it was as if chaos had opened and the golden light was blinding. Lin Xian looked ahead and slowly closed his eyes. Be it the dual pupils or divine eye, they had different uses. For example, he did not need to change his line of sight. He only needed to keep looking ahead. The dual pupils and divine eye could reflect everything in his surroundings into his mind. In front of him, behind him, left, right, corner, even in the shadows. Everything in the Xiao family's main hall was under Lin Xian's detection. He could even see every feather on the bird thousands of meters away from him through the window of the hall behind him. Moreover, with the dual pupils and divine eye, Lin Xian had no blind spot. All the array formations, restrictions, and so on in the entire Xiao family were seen through by Lin Xuan. What's over there? What a strange array formation. They actually placed the treasure room underground? There's 36 layers of restrictions. It looks like they've been paying attention to it. Oh, this Xiao family is actually located on a high-grade spirit stone mine. Did they use an array formation to hide it? No wonder I didn't notice. I didn't expect the Xiao family to be so rich. Lin Xian thought to himself. Under the dual pupils and divine eye, everything in the Xiao family could be seen at a glance. Be it array formations or restrictions, they were all unable to resist Lin Xian's gaze. Moreover, as the dual pupils and divine eye were gradually grasped by Lin Xian, the mysterious fluctuation became even stronger. In the entirety of Wutan City, the flow of time became slower and slower. as if it had formed a different worldly law here. Here, everyone was muddle-headed and walked on the road in confusion. There was no light in their eyes. In the end, not only did everyone from the Xiao family fall into a daze, even Xian Shu, Xian Yanran, and the old antique, Lin Bao, were affected as well. They entered a half-awake state while comprehending. If outsiders saw this scene, their eyeballs would definitely fall out from shock. He had merely opened his eyes, yet it caused such a terrifying fluctuation. How monstrous of a genius was he? The dual pupils and divine eye can't be used easily before I completely master them. He had indeed seen through everything, but with Lin Xian's current condition, he was far from being able to destroy things. Although the dual pupils and divine eye had already awakened, in the end, what caused the current scene in Wutan City was only the first appearance achievement of the dual pupils and divine eye. In the future, if he wanted to master this power, Lin Xian would need to cultivate desperately. But I finally awakened something new. It's impossible for me to return empty-handed after coming here. I'll collect some interest. I can test the power of the dual pupils and the divine eye too. As Lin Xian thought about this, he took a deep breath and shifted his gaze down. Then, a faint fluctuation spread out from the divine eye between Lin Xian's brows and the two dual pupils, slowly going deep into the ground. This was the first time Lin Xian had used the dual pupils and divine eye here. In Wutan City, all the living beings fell into a muddle-headed state. In the hall, all the members of the Xiao family were also muddle-headed. Their movements were slow, and their minds were in a mess. Under such circumstances, only a figure did not completely fall into it. Crack! Earth and rocks fell, and Xiao Shui was pressed into the ruins. His entire body was in pain, and he was completely unable to get up. He had an ancient ring on his right hand that was burning with white flames, and it barely blocked the mysterious fluctuation in his surroundings. However, those white flames were obviously unable to endure for long and were shrinking incessantly. That baby, what's going on? Xiao Shui's expression was ugly. He barely raised his head and looked at the Xiao family's hall that seemed to have slowed down countless times, his expression shocked. One had to know that none of the people who could enter the Xiao family's main hall had low cultivation levels. They were all the top existences of the Xiao family. There were even a few who had long stepped into the middle three realms and condensed their own circulation C. With spiritual power protecting their bodies, they should be invincible and immune to such powers. However, at this moment, they were in a daze, and their movements were slow. They had completely lost their will. The source of all this was merely because they had glanced at the infant in Xian Yanran's arms. When he recalled the infant's gaze, even Xiao Shui could not help but tremble. What a terrifying sight. A glance from an infant was like the creation of chaos, and everything was born. It was as if the heavens and the earth had fallen, and the entire world was oppressed. What exactly was this infant? When had such a prodigy appeared in the Lin family? However, Xiao Shui's thoughts did not last long because, whoosh! With a violent sound, the entire Xiao family's main hall suddenly stirred. Endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth suddenly appeared from the ground. Dense spiritual qi seemed to have turned corporeal and erupted in the entire Xiao family before transforming into a vortex. After being shocked for a moment, Xiao Shui's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. This heaven and earth spiritual qi was from the high-grade spirit stone mine under the Xiao family. Apart from the higher-ups of the Xiao family, no one else knew how this infant had discovered this spirit stone mine. Such a terrifying amount of spiritual qi would at least drain more than half of the spirit stone mine, right? Xiao Shui's expression was extremely unsightly. Looking at the infant in the distance, there was only a bitter smile on his face. Was that a monster? It was only an infant, but it could actually absorb so much heaven and earth spiritual qi. This time, the Xiao family had really made a huge loss. Hopefully, they would not go bankrupt. Time passed second by second. Under the cleansing of the mysterious fluctuation of the dual pupils and divine eye, a sigh came from Xiao Shui's ring. The white flames finally could not withstand it and gradually disappeared. At the same time that the white flames disappeared, Xiao Shui's eyes gradually became murky, and his consciousness gradually dissipated as his body was taken over. Endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth rushed out from the huge high-grade spirit stone mine under the Xiao family. Lin Xian swallowed the spiritual qi like a bottomless hole and fused it all into the dual pupils and divine eye. All the living beings in Wu-Ten City were in a daze. Space and time were slowed down, and they were enveloped by the phenomenon of the dual pupils and divine eye. The phenomenon that erupted from the dual pupils and divine eye was too huge. When this wave swept across the surroundings, not only did a few cities near Wu-Ten City sense it, but cultivators also soared into the sky to look over. Even in the ancient Great Desolate not far from Wu-Ten City, a mysterious creature sensed this aura. Five-colored poisonous miasma floated on the branches of the trees. As the sun set, the forest reflected colorful lights. In the dense, ancient Great Desolate forest, ancient plants grew here. Many items that could not be found long ago were found in the Great Desolate. This was synonymous with danger and mystery. Every year, countless cultivators would flood into the Great Desolate, either returning rich or die in the forest. A violent wind swept across, and jade waves rolled. An empty path appeared in the vast Great Desolate, emitting a scorching temperature. This road was about 1,000 meters wide. It rushed into the vast Great Desolate from where Wu-Ten City was located. It broke through mountains and rivers, and it rushed for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was none other than the traces left behind by the dual pupil's gaze. The terrifying fluctuation left behind an extremely terrifying mark even if the light had already rushed out. Many demonic creatures crawled on both sides in fear, almost not daring to approach the traces left behind by the dual pupil light beam. At the end of the light beam, there was a terrifying pit that was hundreds of thousands of feet in radius. In the pit, everything was annihilated. There, space seemed to be churning and shattering. Black cracks twisted at the core, terrifying and strange. A breeze blew past. Suddenly, a figure slowly appeared in the pit. It was a black panther with a single horn and 3 heads. It stepped on clouds, and black demon lightning wrapped around its body. Demonic chi surged like the sea. What a terrifying fluctuation. This fluctuation belongs to a human cultivator? Such powerful eyes. The 3-headed black panther's voice was solemn. It stretched out a claw and slowly grabbed the few twisted space cracks. It threw them into its mouth and slowly chewed and swallowed them. Its gaze was solemn as it looked outside the vast Great Desolate. Is it from that place? It's not normal. Just not normal? A voice suddenly sounded from above the 3-headed black panther. It was a nine-nether bird. Its entire body was burning with pale purple flames. When it spread its wings, it seemed to cover the sky and earth. The blackish-purple demonic chi was powerful and terrifying. With a breath, it seemed to be able to ignite the world. The nine-nether bird slowly raised its head and looked into the distance. Its gaze seemed to have crossed an endless distance and directly saw the scene in Wu-Ten City. Its pupils suddenly constricted. This is the power of space and time? How is this possible? It's only a mere ray of light from the eyes. No matter how strong it is, how can it contain the power of time? This is not the power of time, but a very powerful force. The forest shattered as a single-legged mountain demon walked over. Its figure was as huge as a mountain, and its entire body was covered in lightning. As it breathed, violent winds surged. You sensed it too? The 3-headed black panther asked in a low voice. The mountain demon looked in the direction of Wu-Ten City in the distance, and similarly had a solemn expression and voice. It seems to be the power of a certain human cultivator that temporarily erupted. It can't be maintained for long, but it's terrifying enough. And it's not just us. There are probably more existences in the vast Great Desolate who have sensed it. The mountain demon was completely right. Almost the moment the 2 pupils shot into the sky, countless living beings in this vast Great Desolate sensed everything that happened in Wu-Ten City. What fluctuation is this? Power of the eyes? How can there be such a strange power? This is impossible. The physique of humans is inferior to ours. Even the best among us have never had such terrifying eyes. How can human cultivators possess it? Furthermore, the power of space and time that erupted over there. In the ancient Great Desolate, mysterious figures rose into the sky one after another. There were 9-headed green snakes, winged ape demons, crimson firebirds, 9-headed lions, thick poisonous vines. All of them had shocked expressions as they looked in the direction of Wu-Ten City. There were even some demon beasts that were closer to Wu-Ten City that even had the appearance of the young Lin Xuan in their minds. What is this? Cold sweat broke out on the bodies of these demon beasts. They wanted to retreat and leave. However, before they could move, Their eyes gradually became dazed, and then they started moving aimlessly. In the depths of the ancient Great Desolate, there was a place that was called a forbidden area. This place was filled with ancient mountain ranges that had existed for countless years, and no living being had dared to step foot here. A deep abyss was at the center of this forbidden area. It was hundreds of thousands of feet wide and unfathomably deep. It was filled with strange black demonic chi all year round. Today, the great abyss that had not moved for 10,000 years suddenly surged. Then, a blurry figure appeared in the deepest depths. The moment it appeared, the entire abyss seemed to tremble. In the endless ancient wilderness, demonic chi suddenly surged. In the end, the figure did not completely appear. However, just the single pupil that was revealed in the abyss was as tall as a mountain. It was a golden vertical pupil. In the ancient pupil, it was as if lava was flowing. The moment this pupil appeared, many demon beasts with high cultivation levels in the ancient Great Desolate suddenly trembled. They looked over in shock, as if they had sensed something unbelievable. In the Great Abyss, the owner of this pupil did not care much. It only looked in the direction of Wutan City from afar. Such powerful eyes. It has a rich origin. If I can devour it, it will definitely be very beneficial. I can come out of seclusion in a few days. When the time comes, I'll go take a look. Lin Xuan naturally did not know what had happened in the vast Great Desolate. The violent spiritual chi of heaven and earth lasted for about 2 hours in the entire Wutan City before slowly dissipating. The phenomenon of the dual pupils and divine eye exploding also gradually dissipated. In Xian Yinran's arms, Lin Xuan burped in satisfaction and fell asleep. After another half an hour, everyone in Wutan City finally woke up from that drowsy state. The Xiao family's group, Lin Bao, and the other two gradually woke up. The feeling was about the same, but the encounter between the two was indeed worlds apart. After the Xiao family members recovered from their shock, they saw the dilapidated hall, Xiao Shui, who was buried under the ruins, and the high-grade spirit stone mine that had been mostly sucked dry. In reality, it was impossible for Lin Xuan to completely devour the spiritual chi of the spirit stone mine. After the violent cleansing of the heaven and earth spiritual chi, many people in the Xiao family had also advanced by 1 level. However, the price of this increase was that more than half of the Xiao family's only high-grade spirit stone mine had been lost. In the beginning, some of the Xiao family members were extremely happy when they discovered that they had advanced, but after they noticed the outcome, they almost cried out loud. What the heck was going on? They clearly only wanted to hold on to Xian Yinran and not break the engagement for the sake of the Xiao family's development. But what was going on now? Not only was their marriage annulled in the end, they even had half a high-grade spirit stone mine sucked away. Was that baby a monster? How did he discover the spirit stone mine below? There were hundreds of array formations surrounding it. Haha, thank you for your hospitality. Lin Bao got up from the ground, feeling a little embarrassed. In the end, the Lin family were all honest people. Although Lin Bao was an old antique, it was still a little embarrassing to do such a thing. Not only did he come to help his in-laws in the marriage, but he even took away half a spirit mine. Most importantly, the phenomenon caused by the Saint Child seemed to have given them quite a bit of harvest. Xian Shu and Xian Yinran slowly stood up as well. When they opened their eyes, they sensed the other party's surprise. This was because they had both advanced a level in a short 2 hours. Moreover, they seemed to have comprehended some use of the eyes. Was this the Lin family's Saint Child? Wasn't it too powerful? Cough cough, family head Xiao. In a few days, it will be Xianer's month-old banquet. Our Lin family is prepared to invite all the large families in Qi Mountain County. Others can choose not to come, but your Xiao family must. Lin Bao took out an invitation and said awkwardly. Xiao Zhan, who was immersed in the shock of losing half of the high-grade spirit stone mine, received the invitation in a daze. Forget about gifts and whatnot, just the meaning is enough. Cough cough, we gained a lot today. Just treat it as an advance gift for the banquet. After saying this, even an old antique like Lin Bao could not stand it anymore. Before the Xiao family could react, he directly dragged Xian Shu and Xian Yinran out of the Xiao family. After a long time, the Xiao family members who had been dealt a heavy blow finally recovered. Lin family, you have to compensate our Xiao family's spirit stone mine before leaving. Looking at the old antique, Lin Bao, who had long walked away, and then looking at the surrounding dilapidated Xiao family's main hall, Xiao Zhan was on the brink of tears. Family head, what should we do? A Xia family elder asked with a trembling voice. Grabbing the sword hilt tightly with one hand, his eyes were red, and he was so angry that he could not speak clearly. Should I kill them? Can we? Xiao Zhan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He sat directly on the ground. Looking at the other party's baby, his aura was like a rainbow. Thea was a true prodigy. Then, looking at their dispirited former genius, they gradually became disappointed. They had thought that there was hope for Xiao Shui to rise up again, but they did not expect that he would be completely inferior to the genius baby of the Lin family. The elder trembled and sat down on the ground. He looked at the group of Xiao family disciples at the door who did not know what had happened and was instantly angered from the bottom of his heart as he berated angrily. What are you waiting for? Go fix the wall. Oh yes. Remember to fix the ceiling too. Oh. The news of the Xiao family's engagement being broken off was quickly spread in Wutan City. Even the matter of the mysterious phenomenon spreading rapidly in Wutan City. Have you heard? The phenomenon earlier was indeed spread by the Xiao family, but it's not from the Xiao family. The young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Shui, has recently been rejected by the genius of the Xian family, Xian Yinran. That fluctuation shouldn't be from the Xiao family, right? Could it be from the Xian family's Miss Xian Yinran? What? Someone from the Xian family? Isn't the Xiao family too pitiful? Sigh. No matter who it is, they are already strong enough. They are far from what we can compare to. Everyone discussed animatedly and finally understood what had happened earlier. After the Xiao family and the others heard these words, they felt even more furious in their hearts. This Lin family and Xian family were truly too excessive. The Xiao family has suffered a huge loss this time. In the vast forest, at the edge of the ancient great desolate, gentle sunlight scattered down. 3 figures slowly appeared. It was Lin Bao and the other 2 who had just come out of the Xiao family. Thank you, Senior Lin Bao. If not for you, the Xiao family might not have let us leave so easily. After leaving, Xian Shu thanked him respectfully. Lin Bao waved his hand. It's fine. The Xiao family is not that stupid. Even without me, you will be fine. If you want to thank someone, thank my Lin family's saint child. If not for him, I'm afraid things would not have ended so easily. Lin Bao chuckled as he spoke, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Previously, when the phenomenon erupted, Lin Xian had revealed his dual pupils and divine eye. Although Lin Bao still did not understand what those magical eyes and the vertical eye between his brows were, he could sense that they contained nearly infinite mysteries. It was as complicated as a sea of stars. With just a glance, it was as if he was standing among a group of stars. The world seemed to be within his reach. Brilliant starlight and the mysteries of heaven and earth were all in his mind. Unfortunately, Shinner's phenomenon lasted for a short period of time, and I was unable to comprehend too much. Lin Bao felt a little regretful as he recalled what had happened earlier. Lin Bao's eyes were sparkling with divine light, and his aura had increased greatly from before. Clearly, he had obtained a huge benefit. Haha, when we return this time, we'll definitely make those old fellows envious. Lin Bao laughed heartily. Xian Shu and Xian Yinran looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were also glowing, and their auras rose explosively. They had also comprehended something. Xian Shu looked at the sleeping baby and sighed in his heart. At such a young age, he had such an abnormal phenomenon. Furthermore, it was emitted from his main body. How monstrous was this? When she glanced at that pair of eyes, she felt as if the mysteries of the entire world were placed in front of her. On the other hand, Xian Yinran did not think too much about it. The annulment of the engagement could be considered to have removed a huge burden from her heart. She carefully rubbed Lin Xian's soft cheek and looked at his quiet side profile. Looking at those eyes that were as bright as stars, her young girl heart almost melted. Was the young man from before also one of little brother Xian's future appearances? He was really too handsome. The 3 of them had their own thoughts, but they were all immersed in joy. As for Lin Xian, who was in her arms, he looked around. Now, the innate divine eye on Lin Xian's forehead had already been closed, and the dual pupils had also become their usual appearance. Even though Lin Xian was not afraid of anything, he still understood the principle of not revealing too much. Is this the perspective of the dual pupils? It's really magical. Lin Xian thought to himself. In his vision, the surrounding world was completely different from usual. Usually, when Lin Xian looked at the desolate forest, he would only see an ordinary jade-green forest. When he activated the dual pupils and looked over, everything became especially clear. Medicinal herbs emitted light and dangerous red lights. Ancient Tao patterns floated in the sky, and countless spirit stones were buried underground. Not only that, in the vast great desolate, he could see where there was more spiritual chi, where there was less spiritual chi, where there were ferocious beasts, and where there was an auspicious sign. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, all the information in the desolate forest was exposed to Lin Xuan's dual pupils. In the vision of Lin Xuan's dual pupils, even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth could be seen clearly. They floated around like smoke, everywhere, emitting a faint white light. Lin Xuan shifted his gaze to the old antique, Lin Bao, and discovered that his body was covered in a faint layer of light and could not be seen through. Xian Shu's body was also covered in luster and patterns. It was complicated and complicated. Be it the dual pupils or the divine eye, they could not see through it. He could only sense intense danger. Looks like my realm is still insufficient. Lin Xuan thought about it and shifted his gaze to the vast, great desolate. Most of them are ordinary treasures. After all, they are only at the edge of the vast, great desolate. As Lin Bao and the others advanced, Lin Xuan also continuously observed his surroundings to see if there were any treasures near the vast, great desolate. The range of hundreds of kilometers was actually not small, but in the vast, great desolate, it was indeed insignificant. It could only cover some edges. Along the way, Lin Xuan did not find any precious items in the vast, great desolate. Most of them were ordinary natural treasures. Of course, although these natural treasures were ordinary in Lin Xuan's eyes, if they were placed in the outside world, it was enough to make many cultivators fight to the death. These natural treasures were all in extremely hidden corners. For example, at the end of a cave, 10,000 meters underground, in the middle of the lava crack, there were dense weeds. The treasures had spirits, and they were all hidden very well. Unfortunately, in Lin Xuan's eyes, they were useless, they were all exposed. Lin Xuan curled up in Xian Yinran's arms and observed the vast great desolate. Just as he was about to leave the range of the vast great desolate and gradually lost interest in it, suddenly, a weak light attracted Lin Xuan's attention. It was a ball of gray light. It appeared in a corner of the great desolate border and was very inconspicuous. However, near this gray light, Lin Xuan saw a dilapidated five-colored altar. If it was only a dilapidated five-colored altar, Lin Xuan might not have bothered to pay attention to it. After all, it was normal for there to be strange things in the vast great desolate. However, when Lin Xuan really looked over, the closed innate divine eye between his brows suddenly flashed with golden light. The divine eye opened. The dual pupils were activated. In the originally gray light, a large number of complicated patterns suddenly appeared. Every single one of these symbols was tattered, ancient, as if countless years had passed, but they were still operating. There was a treasure in the dilapidated five-colored altar. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan became interested immediately. In a gray area, there was a dilapidated five-colored altar. Lin Xuan's three eyes shone brightly as he looked over seriously with his dual pupils and divine eye. Through the dense array formation and runes, Lin Xuan could vaguely see a ball of hazy luster under the five-colored altar. This ball of luster was very inconspicuous and very small. It was no different from the medicinal herbs in other places, and it was even weaker. The moment Lin Xuan saw this glow, he was extremely certain. This was definitely a treasure. It was his intuition. It was an extremely mysterious feeling, and Lin Xuan could not say why he was certain. However, he knew that this was definitely a treasure. Lin Xuan's eyes were sparkling as he scanned the surroundings of the gray fog. How could he ignore a treasure when there was one in front of him? How could he just pass by when he already saw it? Moreover, there did not seem to be any danger around this treasure. However, now that the purple chi had not been completely absorbed, he could not move at all. Not to mention going forward, it was impossible to even wring his neck to say a word. How could he let Lin Bao go and search for the treasure? Under his thoughts, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly thought of an idea. The white clouds were scattered. Lin Bao looked at the sky and prepared to take out the flying ship to return to the Lin family. Although he had countless artifacts on him, Xianer was the future hope of the Lin family. He could not afford to make any mistakes. We'll use the flying ship to go back. It's getting late. Lin Bao laughed. Xian Shu and Xian Yinran nodded. However, before the two of them could move, in Xian Yinran's arms, the quiet Lin Xian suddenly cried. Wah! Wah! The sudden cries made Lin Bao and the other two tremble. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why is Xianer crying? Lin Bao instantly appeared in front of Xian Yinran. Looking at the crying Lin Xian, he looked anxious. Xian Yinran was also caught off guard. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion and anxiety. Senior Lin Bao, I don't know either. Little brother Xian was very quiet earlier. Are there enemies around? Xian Shu reacted. A small purple bell appeared in her hand as she cautiously sized up their surroundings. Lin Bao also jolted. His extremely powerful spiritual senses instantly spread out. Naturally, he could not find any enemies. Lin Xian was still crying and had no intention of stopping. This pained Lin Bao. The old antique hugged Lin Xian and looked around anxiously, but he could not find why Lin Xian was crying. What exactly is going on? Xian Yanran and Xian Shu were also anxious. After searching for a long time, they finally discovered something. Every time they continued forward, Lin Xian's cries would become louder. Every few steps back, his cries would become softer. When Lin Bao carried Lin Xian in confusion and carefully turned towards the vast great desolate, Lin Xian's cries stopped abruptly. Not only did he stop crying, he even curled up his small body and stared into the distance. His eyes flickered with light, and he actually activated the dual pupils. Lin Bao was silent for a moment. He carried Lin Xian and tentatively turned his head towards the Lin family. Wah, wah, wah. As soon as he turned his head, Lin Xian started to cry. He turned around to face the vast great desolate again. Lin Xian immediately stopped crying and instead stared at a certain place in the vast great desolate with sparkling eyes. The three of them. Did he find a treasure in the great desolate? The old antique, Lin Bao, pinched the space between his brows with a headache. There was a treasure over there. Did little Xian's strange dual pupils see it? It was not only Lin Bao. Xian Shu and Xian Yinran also understood and were immediately a little helpless. Senior Lin Bao, Xianer's eyes are not ordinary. To be able to cause Xianer to react like this, it must be a treasure. However, the vast great desolate, Xian Shu frowned. I know. That's the vast great desolate. It's too dangerous. If I'm alone, I'll go. However, I can't go with Xianer, Lin Bao nodded. As soon as Lin Bao said this, Lin Xian immediately cried again. Not only was he crying, the brilliant golden patterns in the middle of his brows also gradually flickered. The innate divine eye faintly showed signs of opening and activating. The surrounding heaven and earth also slowly shook. The fluctuation on Lin Xian's body clearly began to become chaotic. When he saw this scene, Lin Bao instantly panicked as he shouted, Xianer, Xianer. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll bring you there now. Don't worry. After comforting him for a long time, the chaotic waves on Lin Xian's body slowly disappeared. The three of them felt helpless. From the looks of it today, Lin Xian clearly did not plan to leave. Lin Bao helplessly pinched the space between his brows and sighed. This was only because it was Lin Xian. If it was anyone else, who would dare to make a scene in front of him? Then let's go take a look. This is the edge of the vast great desolate. There shouldn't be any problems. That's the only way. Xian Shu nodded and felt rather helpless. After Lin Bao sent the matter here to the Lin family, he took out all the treasures on him and slowly walked towards the vast great desolate. Xian Yinran carried Lin Xian and walked in the center. The forest in front opened the way, and Xian Shu closed the rear. The four of them quietly walked forward. Lin Bao's expression was really tense to the extreme. However, not long after, Lin Xian started to cry again. He only stopped crying when Lin Bao was walking towards the altar. Helpless, Lin Bao could only advance carefully. The moon and stars were sparse. Because of Lin Bao's extreme caution, the originally short journey took several hours. When Lin Bao and the other two arrived before the five-colored altar, they were a little stunned. What was this? A dilapidated five-colored altar? A dilapidated five-colored altar was placed in the desolate forest. This five-colored altar seemed to have been here for countless years. It was ancient and dilapidated. Looking around, this altar was not big, only about 100 meters in radius. The surroundings were covered in weeds, withered trees, and fallen leaves. It was gloomy and desolate. It had been a long time since any living beings had come. The entire altar was suffused with a layer of faint gray airflow. Moreover, there were no fluctuations or auras. It was truly too ordinary. This is what little Xian wanted. Lin Bao was in disbelief. He subconsciously walked forward, wanting to ascend the altar to see what it was. However, before Lin Bao could approach the altar, Xian Yinran suddenly cried out in surprise. Who? The purple qi on Lin Xian's body suddenly contracted and was sucked into his body. Then, the dual pupils expanded and the divine eye opened. Crack! Crack! Endless divine light suddenly erupted from Lin Xian's eyes and head. Stars circulated. Dazzling divine light gathered. Fierce light gathered. In this instant, Lin Bao and the others felt as if they had arrived at the most ancient era, the era when all things were first born. There was a world that was created, primal chaos swirling about. The world spun. In an instant, the light emitted by Lin Xian's eyes made the entire space distort. What? The F***CK. Lin Bao had only spoken halfway when his eyes widened in shock, and he practically did not dare believe everything that had happened before his eyes. Because as Lin Xian's dual pupils and divine eye erupted, an extremely gorgeous pattern also suddenly appeared on the ancient five-colored altar in front of him. Looking at those patterns, before Lin Bao could observe them carefully, 3 lights appeared in the divine light. It was a pair of mysterious dual pupils and a brilliant innate divine eye. The infant Lin Xian's eyes flickered with complicated patterns. With the help of the dual pupils and the power of the innate divine eye, he used a technique that overturned the chaos to break through all the array formations around the altar to fully activate it. The dual pupils and divine eye shone on the five-colored altar in a brilliant and dazzling manner. Black and white qi flowed down one after another, brazenly suppressing the five-colored altar. Then, the swaddled Lin Xian took a deep breath and pulled with all his might. Boom! In the next moment, a huge hole that was more than 100 meters in radius appeared in front of everyone. The entire five-colored altar, along with the surrounding area, was forcefully pulled out from the ground by Lin Xian with the help of the dual pupils. Then, he swayed and threw this piece of land around 100 meters onto Lin Bao. Lin Bao watched all of this with his mouth agape. He was caught between laughter and tears as he received the five-colored altar. Xianer, you mean to ask me to bring this back to the Lin family? In the swaddling clothes, although Lin Xian did not move, his bright eyes revealed a look of disdain. Who else? Do you want me to bring it back myself? Lin Bao shook his head helplessly when he saw this. This baby seemed to be looking down on him. Lin Bao held the five-colored altar in one hand and sized it up with narrowed eyes. On the five-colored altar, other than the faint, complicated, and broken array formation patterns, he did not see anything special. However, he also knew that this thing was definitely not ordinary. Let's go back and study it with the people in the clan. Let's see what this is. At that moment, the sky was already dark. Lin Bao did not want to stay here any longer to avoid trouble. Treasures were good, but if anything happened to Lin Xian, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Bao immediately waved his sleeve and took out the flying ship. He placed down the five-colored altar and took out a high-grade spirit stone, fusing it into the flying ship. It suddenly accelerated and quickly rushed back towards the Lin family. At the same time that Lin Xian pulled out the five-colored altar, in the deepest part of the pitch-black great abyss, in the forbidden area of the Great Desolate, that was extremely far away from this place, the living being whose eyes were comparable to a huge mountain suddenly widened in doubt. After silently sensing for a while, endless anger suddenly erupted from this living being's eyes. Boom! In the abyss, earth cracked one after another. The ancient mountains and rivers collapsed like soil. Near the great abyss, the expressions of countless ferocious beasts changed drastically. They rushed into the sky crazily and fled while howling. However, before they could run far, a wave swept past. Wherever the wave passed, the world changed color, the sun and moon dimmed, and living beings collapsed. Everything in the range, be it living beings, mountains, rivers, or plants, shattered like dust in an instant. In a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, the ground churned like waves. An angry voice quickly swept through the entire vast Great Desolate. Who is it? Who stole my divine artifact? Near the Great Desolate, Lin Xian, who had come out of Great Yin City, returned with the five-colored altar he had taken out from the Great Desolate Forest. Near Great Yin City, there was also something happening. A few days ago, it was a rare starry night. In the wilderness far from Great Yin City, there was a bonfire. So many days have passed. Why hasn't there been any activity in Great Yin City? The wood of the bonfire crackled as more than 10 figures stood around. The middle-aged man in the lead wore a black robe and sat beside the bonfire. In his hand was a detailed map of Great Yin City. Although his clothes were no different from the surrounding people, he had clearly been in a high position for a long time. Every move he made emitted a dignified aura. Great Yin City is ahead. All along the way, for the sake of not leaving any traces, we've really wasted a lot of effort. Everyone nodded. After looking at the map for a while, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked, "How's the situation with that woman from the Lin family? The bronze rust should have already acted up, right?" This family head. In fact, the bronze rust curse has yet to activate. It hasn't acted up? The middle-aged man was stunned. Then he waved his hand casually. It's fine. Just let her live a little longer. The bronze rust was found by my son, Wang Tengfei, in an ancient mystic realm. There's no cure between heaven and earth. After it acts up, no one can last for a few days. You are all the most elite assassins of the Wang family. You should know how important this mission is. As long as we wait for the bronze rust to act, we will take action and assassinate the Lin family's saint child. This operation can only succeed. We will not accept failure. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with sharpness. This man was none other than the head of the Wang family of Su County. He was also the father of the future Emperor Wang Tengfei, Wang Ganquan. Ever since the Lin family's genius appeared, it had been 4 to 5 days since the Wang family's ancestor ordered him to assassinate him. From the fact that Wang Ganquan personally led the strongest assassins of the Wang family to kill the prodigy of the Lin family, it could be seen that the Wang family valued this matter very much. 4 or 5 days ago, Wang Ganquan had already led the top assassins of the Wang family on this journey. On the way, without leaving any traces, they finally arrived near Great Yin City. Moreover, they had always been hiding here, waiting for the time to assassinate. For this assassination, Wang Ganquan could be said to have made ample preparations. They rehearsed all kinds of scenes, all kinds of possible accidents, and made all kinds of countermeasures. After finding the prodigy, how would they kill him? How would they infiltrate the Lin family, and so on? There were all kinds of things that he had to pay attention to. There were more than 10 rehearsals before coming. In order to infiltrate and not be discovered, he even let all the assassins memorize the map of Great Yin City. Moreover, these Wang family assassins were all experienced and had abundant assassination skills. The lowest cultivation realm of each of them was at the Circulation Sea realm, and there were even several Purple Prefecture realm experts. Everything was prepared, and they only lacked the crucial element. A cold light flickered in Wang Ganquan's eyes as he looked into the distance. His killing intent boiled. It was about to happen in the next few days. As long as the bronze rust acted up, they would infiltrate the Lin family and find the young prodigy of the Lin family to kill him in one strike. However, as time passed, there did not seem to be much movement in Great Yin City. In the beginning, Wang Ganquan was calm and collected. After all, the Lin family was also a large family. Against the bronze rust, there might be a way to delay it. However, as he waited, Wang Ganquan began to feel puzzled. Wasn't the Lin family a little too calm? What was the bronze rust doing? Why had it not acted up yet? Logically speaking, it should have acted up long ago. What was going on? What happened? Something was not right. One had to know that Xian Yu was the previous generation's genius of the Xian family. If she really died like this, how could they be so calm? At this moment, it was not only Wang Ganquan. Even the other assassins beside him were slightly puzzled. An assassin asked, "Family head, should we send people to Great Yin City to scout?" Wang Ganquan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Go ahead, but be careful." Yes. The Wang family's assassin was still very efficient at this moment. In just half a day, he obtained information. Wang Ganquan asked in a low voice, "What exactly happened to the Lin family? Why hasn't the bronze rust acted up?" The scout trembled, his expression ugly. He did not know how to speak, but in the end, he forced himself to speak. There's a ripple that spread throughout the entire Great Yin City 3 days ago. Many people saw that scene. It seemed to be some chains or loss. I didn't quite understand it. From then on, the Lin family stopped searching for the antidote. It seems that the bronze rust was removed 3 days ago. When Wang Ganquan heard this, his eyes gradually widened. 3 days ago? Damn it, Wasn't that when he came? The bronze rust was removed at that time? Did you mean that he had waited here for 3 days in vain? Wang Gankuan's expression was gloomy as he slowly raised his head and looked at the distant Great Yin city, and his tone was icy cold. Then there's no need to wait. We'll directly carry out the assassination. However, when Wang Gankuan and the others carefully infiltrated Great Yin city, they discovered something extremely strange. As the top overlord of Su County, the Wang family was extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that the target of this assassination was the super genius of the Lin family, the Lin family was destined to strictly guard that super genius. Therefore, all the assassins sent by the Wang family were the strongest ones. Previously, they had foolishly waited outside for a few days, feeling like fools. However, when these top assassins of the Wang family moved, they still displayed extremely terrifying strength. Great Yin City was the Lin family's headquarters. There were countless defensive array formations inside, enough to withstand more than 99% of the invaders in Qi Mountain County. However, the Wang family's assassins were only crossing a small portion of the array formations. In just a few hours, the Wang family's assassins all infiltrated Great Yin City. After another few hours, half of the Wang family's assassins had already carefully infiltrated the Lin family. These assassins did not have any information about the Lin family mansion, but they relied on their intuition, inspiration, and usual experience to avoid the place where the many old antiques of the Lin family were in seclusion. In fact, this outcome was also related to the tradition of the two families. Most of the people in the Lin family were good at body tempering. The cultivation methods they cultivated mostly leaned towards the straightforward and domineering category. They were unyielding, domineering, and specialized in frontal combat. When cultivated to the limit, a single punch could make the heavens lower their heads. As for the Wang family, they were cold, sinister, and their methods were more calculated. They were extremely skilled in assassination and concealment. Their research in array formations and unorthodox methods was at the top of the entire Qi Mountain County. Moreover, they were unscrupulous in their actions. As for the Wang family members who infiltrated the Lin family for this assassination attempt, they were the most accomplished assassins in the family. They were like ghosts and could even use some of the Lin family's array formations to conceal their figures. Other than the Lin family's ancestors who were in seclusion or geniuses like Lin Hao, there was basically no one from the Lin family who could discover top assassins from the Wang family. Wang Gankuan was also one of the top assassins of the Wang family. Moreover, as the head of the family, his cultivation level and methods were especially powerful. In fact, before he became the head, Wang Gankuan was the top assassin of the Wang family 100 years ago. In the dark night, Wang Gankuan was like a puff of black smoke, floating in the air with the breeze. Soon, he slowly appeared in front of a brightly lit building. Wang Gankuan narrowed his eyes. This was the place with the most concentrated spiritual qi in the Lin family. Was this the place where the younger generation of the Lin family lived? Carefully avoiding the patrolling Lin family members, Wang Gankuan turned into a black shadow and quickly entered through the gap in the array formation. The buildings were brightly lit. Hundreds of 13 or 14-year-old youths were sitting cross-legged in a hall, listening to the teachings of the elders. Wang Gankuan quietly stopped on the roof beam. He completely concealed his breathing and fluctuations, like a poisonous snake, as he observed and selected the target. Relying on his natural senses, Wang Gankuan quickly selected a few people as his targets. After the night class was over, Wang Gankuan took a deep breath and followed a young figure. It was a youth that the Lin family's teacher thought highly of. He was said to be the most talented genius in the Lin family's 100 years. However, after observing the entire way, Wang Gankuan sneered. At the age of 13, he was already at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Was he worthy of being the most outstanding genius in the Lin family in 100 years? Wasn't the cultivation problem that the old man of the Lin family mentioned the most basic foundation? One had to know that his son, Wang Tengfei, had easily understood it when he was 5. I don't think he's the one. I'll go take a look at the others. Wang Gankuan sneered and turned into a black shadow that flew towards the others. However, after Wang Gankuan found the others to observe them, he immediately felt especially disgusted. What kind of trash were they? These people were considered young geniuses? They were more than 10 years old, and most of them were only at the 6th or 7th level of the body refinement realm. Indeed, if this was placed in ordinary families, it was indeed not bad. Even in a large faction like the Wang and Lin families, they could be called geniuses. However, geniuses were relative to others. These people at the 6th or 7th level of body refinement were worthy of being called the most outstanding young geniuses of the Lin family. They were not even qualified to be compared to his son, Wang Tingfei. There were indeed many geniuses of this level in the Lin family, but they were only trash compared to his son, Wang Tingfei. They were destined to be powerless and unable to withstand a single blow. Wang Ganquan sneered and continued to expand his range to search for the whereabouts of the Lin family's saint child. However, no matter how Wang Ganquan searched, he could not find any talented youths from the Lin family. They were all ordinary and completely unrelated to geniuses. Not only Wang Ganquan, but the other Wang family assassins were also stunned. Wasn't the Lin family's saint child here? Where was he? All the youths of the Lin family would attend classes, and none of them were found to be outstanding. Did the Lin family really have a prodigy? Where was the Lin family's saint child? Wang Ganquan and the group of assassins from the Wang family searched frantically for signs of the young man, but they could not find any clues. They even carefully kidnapped and interrogated a few of them. The most outstanding genius of the young generation was the one who was first chosen by Wang Ganquan. However, that person was completely unworthy of being called a genius. Where is he? Just as Wang Ganquan was feeling anxious, a flying ship suddenly flew down from afar. In the Lin family, several elderly figures suddenly rushed into the sky and personally opened the defensive array formation to welcome the return of the ship. Lin Bao, you really dared to bring our saint child to the vast, great desolate. Ha, let's not care so much. It's good that my clan's saint child has returned safely. Some of the old antiques were furious. Some of them laughed loudly while others had puzzled expressions. Oh, Lin Bao, what's that dilapidated altar you're dragging? It's a long story. Lin Bao smiled bitterly. Above, figures appeared on the flying ship and conversed. Below, the Wang family's assassins hiding in various corners of the Lin family jolted. The young prodigy of the Lin family was on the ship. The young prodigy of the Lin family was actually on the ship? No wonder he was not found. Figures of the Lin family rushed into the sky to welcome their return. In the shadows below, the top assassins of the Wang family, who had searched the entire Lin family and did not find any prodigy, widened their eyes in excitement, killing intent shooting out from their eyes. He finally appeared. So many people came out to welcome him. It must be the Lin family's saint child. This time, they could not be wrong. Wang Ganquan carefully retracted his aura and hid in the shadows of the trees like a gust of wind. Looking up at the flying ship under the moon, he held his breath and stared intently. I want to see what this young saint child from the Lin family is like. Does he even have 1/10,000th of my son's talent? However, after waiting for a long time, no fourth person came out. On the flying ship, there was only Lin Bao, Xian Shu, and Xian Yinran. Where was the genius of the Lin family? Where was the young saint child? Wang Ganquan and the other assassins were confused. The people of the Lin family in the sky welcomed them. Lin Hao and Xian Yu carried Lin Xian back immediately. As expected, little Xian has opened his eyes. What a handsome child. Tsk, he looks like me when I was young. Cut it out. How can your old face compare to little Xian? When I was young, I was really handsome. In the beginning, when many old things saw Lin Xian open his eyes, they all laughed, their faces full of heartache and love. When they heard Lin Bao's description of the previous experience, all of them immediately widened their eyes. What? Lin Bao, what did you say? When little Xian opened his eyes, did you comprehend something? Our saint child has awakened the dual pupils and divine eye. Damn, another chance to break through. Where will little Xian go next time? Let me protect him. Immediately, the few old antiques were vexed and regretful. When the other Lin family disciples heard this, they widened their eyes and had regretful expressions. They had missed another great opportunity. Why did they not go with Xianer? The people from the Lin family above were extremely vexed. Below, the people from the Wang family were dumbfounded. Where was the saint child? There was no young man here. Wang Ganquan was dumbfounded. When he finally looked past the crowd and saw Lin Xian, who was surrounded in the center, he was stunned. Purple chi lingered around his mouth and nose. He was cute like an exquisite porcelain doll. Moreover, why were there so many complicated patterns on the baby's bones and flesh? Moreover, What was the connate Saint Body Dao fetus they were talking about? Wang Gankuan suddenly shuddered. Wait, could it be that the Lin family's saint child was not a youth at all? Could it be this baby? Hearing the laughter of the Lin family above, Wang Gankuan's eyes widened. The other Wang family assassins slowly reacted and were equally shocked. It was actually like this. The Lin family did not have a young saint child. It was actually a baby. But was this possible? Wang Gankuan's expression was indeterminate. Back then, the purple qi came from 30,000 miles east, and the sound of the Tao filled Great Yin City. He had also heard of it. How could such a terrifying fluctuation be caused by a baby? There must be something wrong. However, no matter how much the Wang family or Wang Gankuan suspected, the truth was right in front of them. Moreover, this baby was called Lin Xuan. He was Xianyu and Lin Hao's son. It seemed that a few days ago, there was a phenomenon when the Lin family's saint child broke through in Great Yin City. After that, the Lin family removed the bronze rust on Xianyu. Wang Gankuan's heart sank. Could it be that the bronze rust was removed by this baby? This was the baby that Xianyu had been nurturing for 100 years. Thinking of this, Wang Gankuan's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally thought that after being in the womb for 100 years, the baby Xianyu gave birth to would be useless even if it was not dead. He did not expect that it was actually such a monstrous prodigy. At this moment, not only did Wang Gankuan understand, but the remaining Wang family assassins also understood at this moment. A cold light flourished in their eyes. This baby had to die. This infant's talent was too monstrous. They could not allow him to grow. If they ignored him, he would definitely become the enemy of their clan's genius, Wang Tingfei. The members of the Wang family were filled with killing intent. However, the fluctuations on their bodies became calmer and dissipated. There were even a few assassins who had already burned their vital blood to avoid being discovered. They were like poisonous snakes lurking in the shadows, slowly hissing and ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment. The people from the Lin family did not discover the Wang family's assassins at this moment, while the swaddled Lin Xuan sensed that something was amiss but could not find the reason no matter what. Was it because of this five-colored altar? Lin Xuan curled up in the blanket and thought in confusion. After some research, Lin Xuan discovered that this five-colored altar seemed to be the embodiment of an ancient array formation. The five-colored altar looked like it was made of stone, but it was not corporeal. It was all formed by an array formation. At the center of the five-colored altar, there was an extremely bright light spot that attracted his attention. However, if he wanted to completely break it, Lin Xuan would still need to spend a lot of time. After some hesitation, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, brilliant light erupted. Boundless dual pupils appeared in the sky, and a golden vertical eye appeared in the night sky. 3 huge eyes appeared in the sky without any warning. They emitted an extremely strange divine light as the spiritual qi of heaven and earth crazily swept over. Everyone from the Lin family was stunned, as if they had not expected this. Before anyone could react, the swaddled Lin Xuan shook towards the five-colored altar at the bow of the ship and opened his small mouth. Nom! Lin Xuan bit down. A violent wind swept across. In the next moment, the five-colored altar with a radius of 100 meters, along with a portion of the surrounding deck, was directly eaten by Lin Xuan. Xianyu. Lin Hao's eyes widened like a bull's. His mouth was wide open and he could barely close it. What was this? Many people from the Lin family also slowly turned their heads with stiff expressions, looking at the tiny baby in the swaddling clothes. Burp! Lin Xuan burped in satisfaction as his small belly swelled slightly, and there were faint golden electric arcs dancing at the corners of his mouth. Swa swallowed it in one bite. What exactly is that dilapidated altar? Xianer, you can't eat things recklessly. Lin Hao rushed up in a hurry. He picked up Lin Xuan and anxiously checked with Xianyu. However, how could Lin Xuan have the time to care about his parents? At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Achievement completed. First meal. There was a mountain in ancient times. Its name was Go Wu. There was a lot of jade on top of it, and a lot of copper underneath. There was a demonic beast that had the body of a sheep, the face of a human, eyes under the armpit, teeth of a tiger, and the nails of a human. Its voice was like that of a baby. It's known as a Tao Tai. It was a sign of great calamity. It could devour the fortune of heaven and earth, and control the entire world. Obtain mystical power, devour the stars. With his mind completely focused, Lin Xuan raised his small belly and started to seriously deal with the five-colored altar that he had just swallowed. Burp in Xian Yu's arms. Lin Xuan's small belly swelled. From time to time, he would burp and start to digest the five-colored altar. He swallowed it in one gulp, feeling satisfied. The surrounding Lin family members were shocked. Everything happened too suddenly. There was no time to react. Three strange and mysterious pupils disappeared from the sky. The phenomenon of heaven and earth dissipated, and following that, the five-colored altar at the bow of the ship disappeared. Xianer. One had to know that the five-colored altar was something that had been found in the vast Great Desolate for countless years. Who knew what it was? Although Lin Xuan was talented, he was still a baby in the end. What if he ate something bad? Below, those Wang family assassins were also a bit stunned. What was going on? How did such a small baby swallow such a huge thing? Quickly get our ancestor here. In the arena, someone from the Lin family said anxiously. I'll go, Lin Hao hurriedly replied. However, just as he stood up, he was stunned. This was because his surroundings had suddenly turned dark. Oh, why has the surroundings become dark? It's indeed much dimmer. There was still starlight and moonlight earlier. An old antique was puzzled and subconsciously looked around. In the end, his pupils immediately constricted to the size of a needle. No, wait. It's not that the surroundings have darkened, but all the light has been swallowed by Xianer. Everyone from the Lin family was stunned. They subconsciously turned their heads and were also shocked. What is going on? The world dimmed. The surroundings were extremely dark. However, this darkness was not because of the dark clouds or anything, but because the surrounding light was all attracted by Lin Xuan. In the Lin family, the lights should have been bright, but now, all the lights were attracted by Lin Xuan's small body. Beams of light twisted and flowed like ribbons from all directions. Then, they were swallowed by Lin Xuan. Not only the Lin family, but the entire Great Yin City's light was being swallowed by Lin Xuan. Even the starlight that blew down from the sky above gradually surged over from all directions, turning into brilliant ribbons. Like a tornado, they all surged into Lin Xuan's body. Where the Lin family was, a huge black hole formed, devouring everything around it. Lin Bao slowly widened his eyes. Boom. In the next moment, an extremely powerful attractive force suddenly spread out from Lin Xuan. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged over from all directions like an ocean. In the entire Great Yin City, countless people who were cultivating jolted. They sensed the abnormality and hurriedly rushed into the sky. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget. In the distant sky, endless streams of light twisted. The starlight that should have enveloped the entire Great Yin City and the nearby area turned into silver ribbons that surged towards the Lin family. From afar, Great Yin City was pitch black. A river of stars descended from above, and the surrounding light flowed. It was like a colorful flower in the sky. A faint mysterious fluctuation spread out. The world was quiet and profound, and everything was unbelievably beautiful. Damn! It's the Lin family's Saint Child again. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and comprehend it. This is the third time in a month. This Lin family Saint Child is really powerful. What dense heaven and earth spiritual qi. So much heaven and earth spiritual qi. It must have attracted all the spiritual qi in a radius of millions of miles. Seeing this scene, many cultivators in Great Yin City immediately became energetic. They did not sleep or complain. They sat cross-legged on the ground. Looking at the resplendent river of stars in the sky, they used the vast spiritual qi of heaven and earth to quickly cultivate. It was the same in Great Yin City. As for the Lin family, it was like a dream. Above them were dazzling stars and flowers that seemed to be within reach. Around them, endless heaven and earth spiritual qi surged over from all directions. Everyone from the Lin family reacted almost instantly. Clearly, this time, when Lin Xuan swallowed the five-colored altar, there was no danger. He had gained something again. Everyone from the Lin family looked at each other and sat down cross-legged. They seriously stared at Lin Xuan, who was in the center of the vortex. That small body seemed to have turned into an endless black hole. With just an occasional glance, countless insights surged into their minds. As expected of our Saint Child. Too powerful. That five-colored altar actually has such an effect. No, I think it's mainly because little Xian is powerful. Seeing Lin Xian's stomach slowly recover, Lin Hao and Xian Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief. After looking at each other, they slowly closed their eyes and started to comprehend. Everyone from the Lin family immediately sat down and meditated with familiarity. Below, the Wang family members who were prepared to carry out the assassination widened their eyes in shock. This kind of starry sky flower and such immense spiritual chi of heaven and earth were all triggered by that baby. This was too unbelievable. Even as the head of the Wang family, Wang Gankuan, who was used to countless grand scenes, was completely stunned at this moment. After being stunned for a few minutes, Wang Gankuan finally recalled his purpose in coming. He actually dares to unleash a phenomenon in front of us. His courage is commendable. Wang Gankuan raised his head and looked at the many old antiques of the Lin family who were sitting around Lin Xian and had all fallen into the deepest level of comprehension. Wang Gankuan's cold eyes suddenly erupted with a bone-chilling cold light. So many old antiques of the Lin family had appeared and were all cultivating and comprehending. What could be a better opportunity than this? Could it be that the phenomenon of a small baby could stop them? No, it was the opposite. This was the best cover. Wang Gankuan slowly took out a thin black sword in the shape of a snake and crushed a token at his waist. Crack! In the Lin family, the tokens of the other Wang family assassins shattered. A mosquito-like but bone-chilling voice sounded in the ears of the many assassins. Nothing good comes without risk. All the assassins of the Wang family, listen up. Take this opportunity to assassinate the Lin family's saint child with all your might. They were about to assassinate him immediately. When they heard this order, many Wang family assassins took a deep breath, and their eyes narrowed while emitting a dazzling cold light. In fact, this was not the best time to assassinate. Lin Xian was surrounded by countless people from the Lin family. If the old antiques closest to him were alarmed, none of them would be able to succeed. However, so what? They were the top assassins of the Wang family. Fighting the strong as the weak and killing others without commotion were their specialty. Wang Gankuan was confident that if he was given sufficient time to prepare, he could even assassinate the old antiques of the Lin family. Moreover, they had even experienced an even more dangerous mission. The surrounding Lin family members were still in seclusion, immersed in their cultivation. Their target was only a baby that could die at any moment. What was so difficult about it? More than 10 Wang family assassins hid their auras to the limit. Like smoke floating past, they slowly surrounded Lin Xian from all directions. The many assassins of the Wang family surrounded him like smoke, not attracting anyone's attention. They were not anxious. They turned into smoke and allowed the breeze to blow forward without revealing any fluctuation. As for the surrounding Lin family members, they were all immersed in cultivation seclusion. Even the many old antiques of the Lin family did not sense the arrival of these assassins. If the old antiques observed carefully, they would definitely have a chance to sense something amiss. However, who would have thought that someone would dare to carry out an assassination mission under the watch of so many old antiques? Therefore, no one noticed. They were all cultivating. Only the target of the assassination, Lin Xian, could feel the atmosphere. What was going on? Why did he feel a gaze on him as soon as he returned to the Lin family? Lin Xian thought to himself in confusion. Previously, he had thought that someone from the Lin family had looked over. Now, it seemed that it was not the case. All the people in the Lin family should be engrossed in cultivation. As he thought this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. A dense divine light opened and closed as the dual pupils activated, sweeping towards a place. In the next moment, Lin Xian's entire body suddenly stiffened. There was someone over there. Moreover, it was not someone from the Lin family. The divine light of Lin Xian's dual pupils shone brightly, and he quickly looked in all directions. Immediately, more than 10 blurry figures appeared in the void. They turned into smoke and did not alarm anyone. With the help of the breeze and his own suction force, they were slowly surrounding him. There were even a few figures who had already infiltrated the range of only 100 meters from him. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, he saw that dozens of smoke suddenly increase their speed and brazenly charge at him. 100 meters away, to a top assassin like Wang Gankuan, it was only a blink of an eye. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was close. Almost the moment he arrived 100 meters away from Lin Xian, all the Wang family assassins chose to suddenly attack and quickly advance. Under the starry sky, at the end of the brilliant galaxy, More than 10 wisps of smoke cleverly bypassed dozens of figures under the cover of the darkness and brazenly rushed towards the swaddled baby. They succeeded. The leader, Wang Gankuan, held a thin black sword in his hand, his eyes cold and ruthless. His gaze was sharp, as if he had already seen the scene of the long sword piercing through Lin Xuan. However, just as Wang Gankuan and many assassins were about to launch their final attack, silver starlight suddenly was pulled down from the flower of stars above and landed in front of them. Wang Gankuan and the others were stunned for a moment before sneering in disdain. The phenomenon was protecting its master. However, this was just the phenomenon of a small baby. So what if he was a genius? In the end, Lin Xuan was only a small baby. Wang Gankuan sneered and stretched out his hand, wanting to crush the starlight in front of him. However, what these people from the Wang family did not know was that the phenomena caused by Lin Xuan's achievements were far from what a baby could achieve. The moment Wang Gankuan touched the starlight, a black vortex appeared in front of all the assassins. The appearance of these vortexes was too sudden. Even the many assassins reacted immediately after being stunned. However, if they wanted to dodge, how could they? In the vortex, it was as if ancient ferocious beasts stretched out their claws, and there was also a resplendent eye. It had dual pupils. As soon as it appeared, it carried a supreme pressure. What was this? Many Wang family assassins wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, how could they move faster than a gaze? Endless divine light erupted. Between the dual pupils, it was as if stars had shattered and the world had just been created. Beams of resplendent light instantly struck the Wang family's assassins. The Wang family's assassins seemed to have arrived in a strange space. In this space, all distance was stretched extremely far. The baby seemed so close, but no matter how quickly they advanced, no matter how they flew, they could not reach him. This baby, Lin Xuan, was at the other side of the distant stars. So near, yet so far. However, this extremely strange feeling only lasted for an instant before it was resolved by Wang Gankuan and the others in less than a millionth of a second. However, this period of time was enough for Lin Xuan. In the next moment, endless devouring power erupted crazily in the huge vortex. Many ancient Taotai condensed from dense black fog and suddenly appeared beside these assassins. The eyes of these ancient Taotai were actually filled with those strange and ferocious dual pupils. Roar, roar. They opened their mouths and roared without a sound. Then, they bit down hard on these assassins. With the power of the phenomenon, Lin Xuan successfully froze these assassins in place for half a second. Not only did it freeze them on the spot, under the illumination of the galaxy stars, the devouring power erupted. The many Wang family assassins who had originally transformed into green wind were instantly removed from their disguises and exposed to the world. Many of the Wang family assassins were stunned, and then their expressions suddenly became extremely unsightly. What? This baby's phenomenon could actually pull them out of their disguise. In fact, the reason why Lin Xuan could freeze all these assassins of the Wang family on the spot for half a second was mainly because of the power emitted by the first achievement phenomenon. Normally, Lin Xuan was only a baby and was not the match of Wang Gankuan and the other top experts of the Wang family. However, Wang Gankuan and the others were very unlucky. Their assassination happened to coincide with the phenomenon that Lin Xuan had awakened. Moreover, they had mistakenly thought that this was their best opportunity. The phenomenon did not come from the heavens, but from Lin Xuan himself. Therefore, if the host encountered danger when the phenomenon erupted, it would naturally protect the host. It could only be said that these Wang family assassins picked the wrong time. If they came to assassinate Lin Xuan during normal times, without the first achievement phenomenon, perhaps there was really a chance of success. Dozens of pitch-black figures were suddenly exposed in the void. Everything happened too suddenly. None of the Wang family assassins expected this scene. They were confident in carrying out an assassination in front of the Lin family. Other than being extremely confident in their own strength, they were also extremely conceited about their disguise ability. Their disguising ability was a divine power passed down by the Wang family's ancestor. They could move silently and perfectly hide all signs. Not to mention cultivators of the same level. Even existences several levels higher than them could not discover them as long as they did not search very carefully. But now, None of the top assassins of the Wang family had expected that they would be directly exposed by the phenomenon of a baby. Wang Ganquan and the other top assassins of the Wang family had livid expressions. Although they had only been exposed for a short half a second, that half a second was enough for too many things to happen here. The aura of unfamiliar cultivators suddenly appeared in the void. Even if everyone from the Lin family was cultivating, they immediately discovered this situation. This was especially true for several old antiques of the Lin family. Almost the moment the Wang family was exposed, they opened their eyes immediately. Who's there? Lin Bao even stood up immediately. His gaze was cold as he suddenly looked at those present. A stream of light automatically circled around Lin Bao's body, turning into a palm print that was dozens of meters in radius. It brazenly covered the sky. Clang! The thin black sword in Wang Ganquan's hand shattered as he staggered a few steps back. He felt his blood and qi surge as blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth. Wang Ganquan looked at Lin Xuan fiercely, and then he made a prompt decision. He turned around and roared, "Retreat!" With Wang Ganquan's order, the Wang family immediately prepared to leave. "Do you think you can escape?" "Assassins from the Wang family," Lin Bao roared. Under the moonlight, the old man's hair and beard fluttered with the wind. At the same time, not only Lin Bao, but the other famous old antiques of the Lin family also had ugly expressions. After recognizing these people, all the old antiques of the Lin family were furious to the extreme. The old antiques knew that these Wang family assassins were here for Lin Xuan. When the phenomenon erupted, these old fellows were actually all immersed in cultivation and comprehension. Therefore, he had nearly caused their Lin family's saint child to be in danger. The old antiques of the Lin family all had gloomy expressions. "Where are you going?" "Stay behind for good." The old antiques of the Lin family rushed in all directions like ghosts. Everyone threw shocking punches at 4 or 5 Wang family assassins. Just by relying on the power of these few antiques from the Lin family, they had already overwhelmed all the Wang family assassins. Seeing the old antiques of the Lin family attack, Wang Ganquan immediately discovered that something was wrong. Did they have such powerful strength earlier? How did their strength increase so much in such a short period of time? However, at this critical moment, Wang Ganquan did not have the time to think too much. Quick! Wang Ganquan formed a seal with his fingers, and a small bell furnace immediately appeared between his brows. This bell furnace was exquisite and mysterious. It was engraved with flowers, birds, fish, and insects. As soon as it appeared, it carried extremely extraordinary fluctuations. Immediately after, Wang Ganquan punched his own chest. Wah! He spat out 3 mouthfuls of his vital blood, causing the small bell furnace between his brows to emit a strange blood light. Immediately, surging power spread out. Blood condensed around the small bell furnace, pulling all the Wang family assassins who were entangled over. Exquisite blood escape. Don't even think about escaping. When the old antique of the Lin family, Lin Bao, saw this, he shouted angrily and stretched out a hand. His palm swept across and actually drew traces of destruction in the void. 3 pitch-black guillotines appeared in the sky. They carried sparkling purple qi, as if they could destroy everything in this world, brazenly hacking at that blood-colored bell furnace. Dong! Outside the blood-colored bell furnace, it was in a mess. Wang Ganquan spat out 3 large piles of blood in a row. His eyes were red, and his face was pale as he trembled and roared, "You can't stop me!" However, before Wang Ganquan could activate the blood-colored bell furnace, the strange feeling from before appeared mysteriously again. Endless suction force appeared in his surroundings. A ball of black hole appeared in the blood-colored bell furnace. It transformed into dozens of ferocious Taotai beasts that bit hard at Wang Ganquan. Ah! Wang Ganquan's hair and beard fluttered as the blood in his body surged into his pupils. He turned around and met Lin Xuan's exceptionally calm eyes. "Junior, how dare you stop me?" Wang Ganquan roared in anger and tried his best to break free. However, no matter how he moved, the huge devouring power of Taotai still locked him in place for half a second. After half a second, Wang Ganquan roared angrily and wanted to control the blood-colored bell furnace to escape. However, at this moment, a voice fluctuated from the void. "Since you're here, why are you in a hurry to leave?" His cold voice was distant and loud. It was like the sound of the Tao as it reverberated between heaven and earth. Immediately after, The void fluctuated. An old man in a white robe appeared in front of the blood-colored bell furnace with a calm expression. Under the starry sky, a breeze blew. The Lin family's ancestor's white robe fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered like heavenly wings. The old man slowly raised his foot and took a step down. Boom! It was as if a star had fallen. Under the brilliant bouquet of stars, a dense blood fog suddenly erupted. Blood mixed with the shattering of bones and flesh. The Lin family's ancestor's gaze was like a torch, cold, domineering, and overwhelming. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the pile of flesh in the distance. Immediately, on Wang Gankuan's side, all the array formations, defenses, and divine powers were useless. It was just that powerful. In front of the Lin family's ancestor, dozens of Wang family assassins were instantly killed. The only remaining Wang Gankuan did not feel good either. He was like a small chick and did not have any room to resist. He was easily pinched by the Lin family's ancestor and stood in the air. I thought that Wang Changxing had come personally. The Lin family's ancestor said calmly. Wang Gankuan stretched out his hand and grabbed the Lin family's ancestor's arm. He struggled with all his might, and his eyes were bloodshot. Wang Gankuan's eyes were filled with unwillingness and doubt. How was this possible? How was it possible? These assassins were the top assassins of our Wang family. Even if they encountered the Lin family's ancestor, even if they could not beat him, they should have the ability to protect themselves. But now, how was this possible? What was going on? Suddenly, Wang Gankuan thought of a problem. Why had the Lin family's ancestor and those old antique strength increased so much in such a short period of time? No, don't kill me. I'm the head of the Wang family. My son is Wang Tengfei. However, before Wang Gankuan could finish, the Lin family's ancestor tightened his grip. As if he had crushed a small pellet, Wang Gankuan's figure suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, all the vitality in Wang Gankuan's body vanished, and then he transformed into dust that dissipated between the heavens and the earth. A junior dares to speak to me like this. Ancestor Lin slowly spoke with a silent expression. At the same time, he looked at the place where Lin Xuan was from afar and was instantly filled with emotions. Lin Xuan had only been born for a week, but the phenomenon he created could actually stop an existence like Wang Gankuan for half a second. This talent was too shocking. If he grew up in the future, who would be a match for their Lin family? In the swaddling clothes in Xian Yinran's arms, Lin Xuan was also looking at the Lin family's ancestor from afar. However, Lin Xuan did not know what the Lin family's ancestor was thinking. At this moment, he felt very regretful. Was this the Lin family's ancestor? He was indeed abnormally domineering. Looks like I have to make the best use of my time to increase my strength. In the end, only my strength is the most important. In the Lin family, the ancestor came out of seclusion. With a single step, he directly killed all the Wang family assassins. He was extremely domineering. At the same time, in the vast great desolate that was very far from the Lin family, something extraordinary was also happening. The moon and stars were sparse, and the night sky was dark. It was an endless desolate place. Are we really going in? More than 10 desolate beasts gathered in front of an empty space, seeming to be discussing something. Among these ferocious beasts, there was the 9-nether bird, the 3-headed black leopard, and a snake scorpion. Each of these living beings emitted an extremely dense and ferocious aura. Each of them was a famous super ferocious beast in the Great Desolate. They dominated various territories in the vast Great Desolate and were famous throughout the entire Qi Mountain County. However, at this moment, these famous ferocious beasts were actually a little hesitant and afraid. They carefully looked at the nearby abyss. I don't think we have a choice, right? The forbidden area of the Great Abyss. In the vast Great Desolate, these top-grade ferocious beasts all knew that this was the forbidden area of the Great Abyss. This was because this place symbolized death. For thousands of years, no living being had dared to step foot in it. No one knew when the Great Abyss forbidden area had been born. However, ever since they could understand, they had been warned by their parents that they could do whatever they wanted in the vast Great Desolate, but they were definitely not allowed to enter. There were even rumors that there were extremely strange demon beasts sealed in the abyss. There were also rumors that this forbidden area of the Great Abyss under the Great Desolate was connected to a corner of hell. There were also rumors that under the Great Abyss was an ancient battlefield. There were supreme beings who had experienced the most ancient battles and survived. However, these were all legends. No creature knew what was inside. That place symbolized death. It had been countless years since any sound could be heard. It was silent as if it was a desolate land. However, several hours ago, in the Great Abyss, something suddenly erupted without any warning. All the living beings in the vast Great Desolate sensed the towering anger coming from the forbidden area of the Great Abyss. Black fog erupted. All the living beings in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers were instantly killed. The mountains and rivers shifted, all things returning to nothingness. There were no living beings who survived. After the eruption of the abyss, news came from it. He wanted all the demon beasts in the vast Great Desolate to gather here. At this moment, outside the Great Abyss forbidden area, various demon beasts were already kneeling. They were informed to enter the Great Abyss. Among these more than 10 ferocious beasts, the youngest was 300 feet tall and more than 1,000 feet long. Its body was as huge as a mountain, but in the eyes of the Great Abyss, he was as small as dust. More than 10 ferocious beasts looked at each other. All the ferocious beasts swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Where was the arrogance they usually had when dominating the vast Great Desolate? Looking at the pitch-black abyss, they felt that it was unknown how deep it was. It seemed to be connected to the end of hell. At a glance, their entire souls seemed to be sucked into the abyss. We can't stay here forever. We can't go against that will. Many ferocious beasts looked towards the voice. It was the three-headed black leopard. The three-headed black leopard was considered experienced among the many demon beasts. At this moment, its expression was gloomy as it slowly said, "I'll go in first." After saying this, the three-headed black leopard took a deep breath and leaped into the pitch-black abyss. Seeing the three-headed black leopard take the lead to jump down, the remaining dozens of demon beasts also clenched their teeth, braced themselves, and jumped in one after another. All the demon beasts were very nervous. Ever since they jumped down the abyss, they felt as if they were falling endlessly. Many demon beasts fell for an unknown period of time before finally landing. In the abyss, it was quiet and dark. There were no sounds or fluctuations, everything filled with an ominous feeling. A demon beast carefully emitted a bit of light, illuminating the surrounding area. In the next moment, many demon beasts felt their scalps go numb. This was because the place where they landed was not the ground at all, but countless bones. Bones covered the entire ground. At a glance, one could only see an ocean of bones. How many living beings died back then? Some demon beasts swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, "Let's hurry up and walk forward. I feel that the Supreme Being won't have much patience," some demon beasts said nervously. The other demon beasts nodded in unison. With the help of a little light, the many demon beasts slowly walked forward. In fact, at their realm, they no longer needed any light. However, the light at this moment was not for them to see. It only allowed them to feel at ease. It had to be said that this was a form of mockery. These ferocious beasts had once dominated the vast Great Desolate and killed countless people. They had never been afraid of anything. Now, they needed some light to dispel the darkness in their heart. This was enough to show how terrifying the Great Abyss was to the demon beasts. Creak. More than 10 demon beasts walked on the empty ground of bones. From time to time, there would be an unknown tall mountain of bones in the distance. These bones maintained their appearances even after countless years, but had lost all luster, like they would fall apart at any moment. Along the way, none of the beasts dared to speak. Finally, after the demon beasts walked for an unknown period of time, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. Suddenly, the demon beasts trembled and hurriedly increased their speed. A golden light appeared in the silent black abyss. Many demon beasts hurriedly increased their speed. After a long time, they finally saw that the owner of that golden light was a huge, ferocious beast. It had a golden single eye and a pair of pitch-black horns. Its entire body was black, and it emitted a dense, ominous feeling. Its entire body was covered in hair, it had 2 legs, and its lower body was a thick snake tail. The huge beast was too huge. Wherever it stood, it was as if it could touch the sky. Moreover, it seemed that even this world was unable to contain it. Therefore, it could only bend down slightly and look from afar, as if it was using its shoulder to carry this abyss. Many demon beasts looked up in shock and recognized this legendary creature almost immediately. The horns of a bull, a single eye, and a snake tail. This was the legendary ancient desolate beast, Fei. Many demon beasts were shocked. Wasn't this creature extinct long ago in the ancient era? Why would it appear in the Great Abyss? Could it be that it was the owner of the Great Abyss? As if hearing the many demon beasts walk over, the ancient desolate beast slowly leaned down and revealed its golden eye. That golden eye looked at the demon beasts faintly. Immediately, many demon beasts felt a chill that was unforgettable and deeply imprinted in their hearts. Just by being enveloped by his gaze, without saying a word, all the ferocious beasts trembled. They felt dozens of mountains pressing down on their backs, and their breathing almost stopped. Greetings, Supreme Being. In the next moment, all the ferocious beasts knelt down and crawled on the ground. Their foreheads touched the ground as they shouted respectfully. However, the huge beast above did not answer. The huge abyss fell into a strange silence again. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of many ferocious beasts, but they did not dare to move at all. Many ferocious beasts prostrated like this, not daring to move or breathe. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After an unknown period of time, a chain suddenly sounded above the many demon beasts. Then, ancient fluctuations sounded in the demon beasts' ears. At the same time, the deterrence that was originally pressing on their backs instantly disappeared without a trace. The demon beasts looked up in confusion. In the next moment, their expressions froze. Because above the legendary ancient desolate beast, Fei, there was actually an ancient palace. It was a very majestic ancient palace. On the top of the palace, there was a strange power. In the hall, it flowed with brilliant colors, the ground covered in golden luster. It looked holy and majestic. However, this hall was dilapidated. Even though it was glorious, the damaged pillars were in all directions, as if countless years had passed, carrying traces of time. Only some places had exquisite ruins that had yet to shatter. From these places, one could see the grandeur of the ancient palace. In the center of the hall, there was a blurry figure. Many demon beasts could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. They widened their eyes and tried their best to look. In the next moment, they finally saw the blurry figure. It was a huge creature whose face could not be seen clearly. However, that creature had a body that was even larger than a mountain. He sat on a throne alone with his legs crossed. His body seemed to be incomplete. Boom! In the next moment, countless lights began to bloom in the hall. There was a lightning pool, a violent storm, a nomological pool, and so on. Mysterious powers appeared one after another. The demon beasts from the vast, great desolate below finally saw it clearly. Under the brilliant golden light, black fog spread out. In the desolate hall, a blurry figure sat cross-legged on an emperor's chair made of stone. His entire body was pitch black. His true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, his entire body seemed to have rotted, emitting a dense black substance. Seeing this, the beasts were horrified. The black fog that filled the abyss was actually emitted from this black shadow. The entire black fog in the great abyss was actually from this black shadow. The ferocious beast with the huge eye was actually his mount. Was it helping him carry the palace? All the demon beasts were stunned. Looking carefully, there were iron chains binding him, trapping the black shadow on the emperor's chair. At the same time, the entire hall was also shining. The holy and brilliant golden color seemed to be suppressing him, but it was already mostly corroded by the black mist. Many demon beasts felt their scalps go numb. How long had he lived? The black shadow did not die. He still breathed, and the chains that bound him could be seen rattling. After a long time, the black shadow finally spoke. After so many years, the vast great desolate is still the same. The black shadow's voice was obscure and difficult to understand. It carried the aura of time, as if it came from the ancient era. He did not look up and instead spoke. You are all in the vast great desolate. Do you know my treasure? My five-colored altar. Although his face could not be seen, many demon beasts could clearly sense that the black shadow in front of them was in extreme anger. The black shadow slowly raised his head. Endless black fog spread out. There was a pair of pure black eyes. The five-colored altar had been taken away. In fact, even he had not expected this to happen. The ancient five-colored altar came from ancient times and was found by the black shadow by chance. There was his treasure inside that could help him break through. At the same time, It was also the treasure that the Black Shadow was prepared to use to break through the seal and restore his main body. In order to let that treasure mature, the Black Shadow had already nurtured it for tens of thousands of years. Originally, with this, he could directly enter the legendary realm. However, a few days ago, his treasure suddenly disappeared. Without any warning, it disappeared. Not only was the treasure gone, even the five-colored altar was gone. One had to know that the reason why he placed the treasure there to nurture was because of the mystery of the five-colored altar. Even he could not use violence to break open that altar. However, now, be it the five-colored altar or his treasure, they were both gone. That five-colored altar had actually been opened by someone. The treasure in it had actually been snatched away? How was this possible? The black fog spread and transformed into a five-colored altar. Looking at the illusory altar, the Black Shadow looked down and said with a cold and bone-chilling tone, "What do you know about this five-colored altar?" The black fog transformed into a five-colored altar and floated in the air. The surroundings were silent. In the entire abyss, only the chains around the Black Shadow rattled. His entire body was rotting. His body was pierced by chains and locked onto the throne. Below, all the demon beasts searched crazily in their minds for news regarding the five-colored altar. However, how could they find it? One had to know that these demon beasts were the top existences in the vast Great Desolate. Usually, they were all in the depths of the ancient Great Desolate, but the five-colored altar was at the edge of the vast Great Desolate. Moreover, it was gray and did not have any reaction at all. Who could pay attention to this? These demon beasts stared intently at the five-colored altar and crazily searched in their minds. But no matter how they racked their brains, they could not figure out what this was. Many demon beasts stood there awkwardly, unable to think of a reason. The black figure sat upright on the emperor's throne, his gaze dark and deep. "Don't you know? The vast Great Desolate has declined. You need a wake-up call." The Black Shadow's tone was calm, but its voice was so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. A cold voice sounded. A large area of black fog surged around it, as if it was alive. When one looked carefully, they would discover that this black fog was actually formed by fine and dense patterns that were like dust. "Supreme Being, we have really never seen this five-colored altar. Please give us some time." The nine nether bird crawled on the ground, its entire body trembling. It spread its wings and was already completely pressed to the ground. "You all are not worthy of my time." A cold voice pierced through the dark hall. If not for the fact that there were huge beasts surrounding him, and this was the ancient Great Abyss, this icy cold voice would definitely shake the world. Even so, the entire Great Abyss began to tremble violently. Large amounts of bones rushed into the sky, and countless corpses of ancient creatures turned to dust. Everything cried out. In the darkness, the eyes of the rotting Black Shadow that was locked onto the throne emitted a blinding divine light. It tore through the void, and it was crimson like blood as it spat out like a large expanse of blood flames. It was terrifying. My lord! My lord!" The nine nether birds sensed that the situation was bad and wanted to escape. However, before it could move, its soul was burned by the blood flames. Mysterious flames spewed out from its 7 orifices. In the blink of an eye, it had already burned into a pile of corpses. Its soul was destroyed. Gulp! All the demon beasts swallowed their saliva and were drenched in sweat. It died just like that? One had to know that the nine nether bird was a demon beast that had been famous for thousands of years. In the entire Great Desolate, in terms of strength, it was 1 or 2 existences. With the 9 nether flames, it was said to be able to burn the world with invincible might. Moreover, the 9 nether bird even had a trace of the phoenix bloodline. However, now, in the blink of an eye, the 9 nether bird was burned by the flames that it was most skilled in. "It's your turn next. Who took away the five-colored altar?" The Black Shadow said coldly. He was very domineering, supreme, and high up. He did not have the intention to refute the demon beasts below at all. He looked at the next demon beast as if he could control everything in the world. "Supreme Being. I remember." The demon beast that was being stared at felt its scalp go numb. It was a purple 1,000 feet long feathered python. It had a horn on its forehead and wings on its back. It screamed and shouted flatteringly, "Supreme Being, when I was young, I had once seen this five-colored altar at the edge of the vast Great Desolate. That vast Great Desolate, that vast Great Desolate." That's right. It's in the southwest of Chi Mountain County. However, as soon as the feathered python finished speaking, the void was torn apart. A corrupt, blood-colored beast claw that was covered in black hair and 30,000 feet long appeared from the void and directly grabbed the feathered python. "Lord, the feathered python cried out miserably. Slash. The beast claw pinched hard, and immediately, the feather python was covered in blood. It was easily crushed like a ball. I'm asking you who took away the five-colored altar. In the dark hall, a black shadow emitting a corrupt aura emitted a grand and shocking voice. Where he was, endless black mist erupted, turning into a shocking storm that swept through everything in the surroundings. The black storm swept through the wilderness. This was too terrifying. Several demon beasts could not withstand it. With a moment of carelessness, they instantly exploded into bloody flesh. In the blood-colored storm, the three Black Panthers desperately spat out a mouthful of blood, forming a light barrier that enveloped them. At the same time, they cried out miserably. "Supreme Being, I think I know who took away the five-colored altar." On the southwest edge of Chi Mountain County, there's a human city with the Shao family there. It's extremely close to the five-colored altar. The world-destroying black storm slowly stopped. The remaining dozens of demon beasts vomited blood and fell from the sky. The three-headed black leopard crawled up with all its might and ignored the injuries on its bodies as it shouted, "Supreme Being, it's very likely that the five-colored altar was taken away by the Shao family." Hearing the three-headed black leopard say this, the other demon beasts also recalled. Previously, there seemed to be a phenomenon appearing in the direction of the Shao family. Moreover, that phenomenon was extremely close to the five-colored altar. I remember now, Supreme Being. Back then, when the five-colored altar was stolen, it seemed that the Shao family erupted with a phenomenon resembling an eye. It's most likely the Shao family who took away the treasure. In the pitch-black hall above, he was silent for a long time. He suddenly recalled that not long ago, a phenomenon had erupted outside the vast Great Desolate. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the five-colored altar had disappeared before and after him. Shao family? I've never heard of such a family. The pitch-black figure sat back on the throne. He looked down and said coldly with an endless chill, "Since you know, what are you waiting for? Quickly retrieve it. Don't tell me I have to do it myself. I want to see results within a day." When the demon beasts heard this, they hurriedly crawled up and ran towards the great abyss. After running for a long time, more than 10 demon beasts ran out of the abyss with all their might. They returned to the ground and gasped in a sorry state. Many demon beasts were glad that they barely survived. They looked in the direction of Chi Mountain County in the distance, their eyes completely red. "Damn it, why did you steal the five-colored altar of all things? Call all our brothers. To Chi Mountain County we go. We'll tear apart the Shao family. Leave none alive." In the southwest of Chi Mountain County, the Shao family's Wu-Tan City. A day ago, the news that the Xian family had come to the Shao family in Wu-Tan City to end the engagement had already spread completely. While many people in Wu-Tan City sighed at the shocking phenomenon, they also whispered to the Shao family. On the other hand, the Shao family had long accepted it and completely ignored the rumors. The facts proved that the Shao family did not publicize what had happened earlier. They still had some sense of shame. Of course, this was also greatly related to the Xian family compensating them with 2 spirit stone mines. Ding dong, ding dong. At the core of Wu-Tan City, the Shao family's residence was a busy sight. They were repairing the Shao family. Due to the fact that Lin Xuan had awakened the dual pupils and divine eye earlier, more than half of the entire Shao family had been blown up. Countless buildings had shattered, and there was even a deep chasm that rushed from the Shao family's main hall to the vast Great Desolate. Hey, do you have enough people on your side? If it's enough, go fix Wu-Tan City. It seems that half of the western wall has been blown up. Why was it that the Lin family caused this but just left like that? They left behind such a huge mess. All right, didn't the Xian family compensate us with 2 mines? Moreover, it's indeed not right for us to always use marriage contracts to pressure others. It's mainly because young Master Xiao Shui has finally recovered. Have you heard? Young Master Xiao Shui's body seems to have improved. Yesterday, someone saw a white flame appear beside him when he was cultivating. He's still refining pills. Really? Alas, young Master Xiao Shui has probably been completely dealt a blow. Of course not. By the way, I've long disliked the Ancestral Hall. It's just nice that we can make a new one, huh? Everyone from the Shao family was finding joy in their misery. They knocked on the door and repaired all kinds of houses. Of course, not all the people from the Shao family were so magnanimous. Many people from the Shao family held their breaths and wanted to cultivate diligently. In the future, they still had to rely on their own strength to ruthlessly slap the Lin and Xin families' faces. However, it was not so easy to defeat the Lin family. Xiao Zhan looked at the energetic Shao family and smiled. However, this was not bad. Shui'er was right. The Shao family still had to rely on itself to grow. Near the city walls of Wutian City, there were also many people from the Shao family repairing the city walls. Some set up array formations, and others controlled their qi to grab huge rocks and place them on the broken city walls. At this rate, half a day should be enough. Someone from the Shao family rose into the air, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the sky. Then, he was suddenly stunned. Oh, over there, what's that dark patch? The Shao family disciple rose a little in confusion. He narrowed his eyes and slowly looked into the distance. After looking for a while, the expression of this Shao family disciple suddenly changed drastically. Beast. Beast tide. Haha, what are you saying? Beast tide. Why would a beast tide come for no reason? Even if it's a lie. Beside him, a cultivator laughed as he entered the sky and looked in the direction of the vast great desolate. Then, his expression stiffened. What the F asterisk CK? What's that? In the distance, on the distant horizon of the vast great desolate, a patch of darkness suddenly rose. Then, it slowly expanded and spread. Accompanied by towering demonic qi, it assaulted the face. If that was not a beast tide, what was it? At this moment, the many cultivators cultivating the walls here had already reacted, all of them looking shocked. How can there be a beast tide now? Quick, go back quickly and inform the family head. Hurry up. Some of the Shao family disciples rushed back crazily. At the same time, some cultivators came to the top of Wutian City and knocked on the alarm. The beast tide is here. The beast tide is here. It had to be said that the Shao family disciples and the cultivators of Wutian City reacted very quickly. After hearing the alarm, they rushed into the sky one by one. After seeing the beast tide, they were temporarily shocked, but they quickly took action. After evacuating the civilians in the city, they spontaneously picked up their weapons and came to the top of the city wall, forming defenses 1 inch after another. In the past, it was not that Wutian City had not welcomed a beast tide before. However, this beast tide was different from before. In the past, the beast tide was at most some ferocious beasts at the edge, not to mention the three-headed black leopard in the depths of the Great Desolate. Even those inferior to it had never appeared. Now, more than 10 beasts had come at once. Moreover, they were more than 10 ferocious beasts, and they had all brought their strongest subordinates. It was an endless beast tide. Accompanying the demonic qi that was as vast as an ocean, they brazenly rushed into the front of the Shao family's Wutian City. Facing the array formation of Wutian City, the three-headed black leopard in the lead and more than 10 desolate beasts revealed their true bodies at the same time. Roar! The 100,000 feet ape demon, the three-headed black leopard with a mountain-like body, the ash wolf with wings that hung down from the sky, a flood dragon that occupied the entire sky, and a 10,000-year-old tree demon with a canopy that shrouded the entire Wutian City. Oh my, the eyes of the Wutian City cultivator were stunned. Boom! The three-headed black leopard stretched out a huge beast claw that carried a force that covered the sky and the earth as it ferociously sent out a large number of cracks on Wutian City's defensive array formation. It raised its head to look at the dozens of wild demon beasts in the sky with reddened eyes and sent a voice transmission with a low roar. Don't be anxious. Don't kill anyone in this city. Our target this time is not to kill. We need to find someone in this city who has news about the five-colored altar. It's not too late to kill them after we obtain the five-colored altar. Beat them up first. We'll ask them after they submit. Ask about the phenomenon and who took the five-colored altar. The eyes of many demon beasts of the vast great desolate flickered with a ferocious light as they nodded in unison. Then, they would first interrogate the people in this city through force. Demonic qi spread in all directions one after another. The entire Wutian City was surrounded by demon beasts. The beast tide came too suddenly, and not many people reacted. Wutian City's defense was not that strong to begin with. So how could it withstand the attacks of the demon beasts of the vast great desolate? One had to know that each of these demon beasts of the vast great desolate was an existence that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Each of them was not weaker than the old antiques of large families. Which one of them was not at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm at least? Some were even stronger. In Wu-Tan City, the strongest was only the Shao family. As for the current Shao family, they did not even have an old antique. The only strongest Shao Zhan was only at the early stage Golden Core realm. Facing the siege of more than 10 desolate beasts, Wu-Tan City had no room to defend at all. In a short 15 minutes, the defense of the entire Wu-Tan City shattered. Demon beasts attacked from all directions. Damn it, pay attention. You can beat people or destroy things, but don't kill anyone. Before we ask about the 5-colored altar, no one is allowed to die in this city. If we can't ask about the 5-colored altar, we won't be able to live. After asking, it's your choice whether you live or die. The voices of more than 10 desolate beasts spread throughout the entire beast tide. Many demon beasts in the beast tide nodded in unison and roared as they killed their way into Wu-Tan City. These demon beasts also felt the dignity of the great abyss and naturally did not dare to resist. They rushed into Wu-Tan City and began to destroy wantonly. The demon beasts that could be brought here mostly had good intelligence. Facing the surrounding people of Wu-Tan City who roared and rushed up desperately, they sneered and slapped their claws out. Their strength was grasped very precisely. They slapped people unconscious, but they did not kill them. We're looking for the 5-colored altar. I don't need to say anything about what an altar looks like. In the sky, dozens of demon beasts roared and ordered. As for these dozens of demon beasts, they shrunk their figures and directly rushed towards the Shao family. Don't you dare take a step forward. This is the Shao family in Wu-Tan City. Seeing the demon beasts of the vast great desolate walk over, a group of fearless Shao family members roared and rushed up, wanting to block them. 3 Shao family elders roared and used their extreme methods. They even ignited their blood essence and rushed up to use a suicidal attack. However, the huge flood dragon circling in the sky directly slapped down with a claw. Silence. Endless water chi circled around like a sea dragon. Not only did this claw of the flood dragon extinguish the blood essence that ignited them, it also directly slapped 3 elders down from the sky, like sandbags. The remaining dozen or so desolate demon beasts landed from the sky. Demonic chi spread out and directly turned the Shao family upside down. All the members of the Shao family were fiercely slapped away by them, and they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell far away. Demon beast. Xiao Shui and the others did not hear the roars of the ferocious beasts. They roared and charged forward. The outcome was obvious. They were easily slapped flying by the 3-headed black leopard, and their bones were broken as they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Have you found it? The 3-headed black leopard turned its heads and roared. The ash wolf, who was covered in jade light and had wings on its back, shook its head with an ugly expression. Scumbag. The 3-headed black leopard roared and came to the struggling Xiao Shui. Its huge claws pressed down on Xiao Zhan. It inhaled as its 6 eyes turned red. It stared intently at Xiao Zhan and said ferociously. Xiao Shui was also a tough nut to crack. His eyes turned red as he looked at the Shao family that had turned into a sea of flames and was crying endlessly. Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled sinisterly. F*CKU. I don't know. The 3-headed black leopard's eyes erupted with killing intent. It raised its claws and grabbed Xiao Shui into the air. After looking around, the killing intent in its eyes immediately became even more dazzling. It's here. There was a flash of light here yesterday. One beam rushed into the sky and another beam rushed into the wilderness. Only that strange and grand eye technique can locate the 5-colored altar. The 3-headed black leopard lowered its heads and stared intently at Xiao Shui. Its voice rumbled like thunder, and saliva flew everywhere. Tell me, where did you hide the 5-colored altar? What 5-colored altar? You can kill or torture me. It's up to you. Xiao Shui roared angrily. At the same time, he contacted the ring on his finger, wanting to use the cold flames to retaliate. Looking at Xiao Shui, the 3-headed black leopard was furious. What the heck? He was still trying to act tough. What was the use of killing a worm-like person? It only wanted the 5-colored altar. Taking a deep breath, The three-headed black leopard endured the urge to kill Xiao Shui and forced itself to calm down. It pinched Xiao Shui's head and turned to Wutan City. It tried its best to be calm, but in the end, it did not follow the plan. Kid, watch carefully. We came for the five-colored altar. No one has died in Wutan City. Tell me the location of the five-colored altar, and I can spare your lives. Xiao Shui struggled, but when he really saw Wutan City, he was stunned. What the heck? Although Wutan City was dilapidated, these demon beasts did not seem to have killed anyone. Xiao Shui was stunned for a moment. This was because he saw that not only did all the demon beasts not kill anyone, they even rather irritably sent a rock that was about to hit a commoner flying. What was going on? It was not only Xiao Shui. At this moment, the others from the Xiao family were also dumbfounded. Looking at the situation in the family, they were puzzled. Why? Why did these demon beasts not kill anyone? Truthfully, they did not want the demon beasts to kill. However, if demon beasts did not kill, what else could they do? This was abnormal. This was too illogical. What exactly happened? Then, Xiao Shui looked at the demon beasts again, feeling even more puzzled. There must be a reason for this abnormality. There was probably something more important than killing people here. Otherwise, demon beasts who love to kill would not come here with such fanfare. Something must have happened. Moreover, Xiao Shui determined in his heart that this matter definitely had a huge origin. It was definitely a huge matter for these top-notch ferocious beasts from the vast Great Desolate to come here together. Seeing that they could be persuaded, the three-headed black leopard immediately persuaded. A few days ago, you guys erupted with a divine light here. An eye technique erupted. Only that kind of eye technique can see the five-colored altar. Tell me where the five-colored altar is, and I'll spare your life. The three-headed black leopard was telling the truth. If they could really find the five-colored altar or news, these demon beasts would keep their word. So what if they let Wutan City go? In their mind, the people of Wutan City were nothing compared to their own lives. Eye technique? When he heard this, Xiao Shui was stunned for a moment and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In other words, you're looking for the person who caused the phenomenon that day? He took away the five-colored altar. You know? The three-headed black leopard's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Of course I know. That's not someone from our Xiao family at all. It's the Lin family. The one who awakened the phenomenon and caused the fluctuation is a descendant of the Lin family. Great Yin City's Lin family. It's not our Xiao family at all. As soon as Xiao Shui's words were spoken, not only was the three-headed black leopard stunned, but the remaining 10 demon beasts in the air were also stunned. The cause of the phenomenon was a human eye technique, but it was not from here. Great Yin City's Lin family. When Xiao Shui saw this, he confirmed that Lin Xuan was the person they were looking for. After knowing all the reasons, Xiao Shui wanted to cry. Damn, the Lin family took away the five-colored altar. What did this have to do with their Xiao family? Great Yin City, Lin family. They took away the five-colored altar. Was it actually someone from the Lin family? When they heard Xiao Shui, the expressions of the many demon beasts immediately became slightly strange. They had captured the wrong person? Was it not the Xiao family? Xiao Shui looked at these dumbfounded demon beasts and was really furious at this moment. He was on the brink of tears. His eyes were red as he forcefully endured the anger in his heart and roared in a low voice. If you don't believe me, you can search Wutan City. In any case, you've already finished searching. This kid is not lying. The mountain-like ape opened its three eyes. Its expression was a little ugly as it spoke. As a demon beast of the vast Great Desolate, it could see through many things. It was impossible for a body refinement realm Xiao Shui to escape its notice. Hearing the ape's words, the expressions of the surrounding demon beasts immediately became even uglier. The pitch-black abyss was silent. Many demons crawled below and respectfully explained everything they had learned. Supreme Being, that five-colored altar was indeed snatched away by the cultivation family of Qi Mountain County, but it was not the Xiao family, but the Lin family. Someone from the Lin family came to the Xiao family to end the engagement. He awakened his talent and left. That pupil light phenomenon was left behind by the Lin family. We have previously followed the path they walked. At the edge of the ancient desolate forest, we saw a huge pit. The aura there is indeed from the Lin family. Black fog spread, and no sound came from the hall carried by the huge beasts. A completely corrupted black figure sat on the throne. Only his eyes swept down. His gaze was like a sword, bone-chilling and cold. All the demons trembled and did not even dare to breathe. In just a few minutes, they were actually drenched in sweat. After a long time, the black shadow on the throne slowly spoke. Lin family. The pressure suddenly decreased. Many demons felt their bodies lighten and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was so suspenseful, and all of them knelt on the ground weakly. Fortunately, they reacted. A demon hurriedly explained the situation of the Lin family. The black shadow listened coldly. His pitch-black eyes spun like two black holes, cold and unfathomable. After hearing the many demons finish speaking, the black shadow slowly said, "Go take a look for me." When the demons heard this, they thought that he was talking to them. In the end, before they could nod, a ripple appeared in the depths of the abyss. Then, an old servant walked out from the ripple. This servant was not tall and was shaped like a lion. However, black flames seemed to be burning around its body, jumping like a living creature. It was difficult for it to be called a living being, because its entire body was dilapidated and rotten. It was very similar to the black shadow on the throne, its entire body wrapped in a dense aura of death. "Yes, master," the servant said respectfully before turning to look at the many stiff demons. Only at this moment did the many demons discover that this creature's pupils were actually dark black. "Master, what do we do with them? They're still useful. You don't have to worry about them. Go and retrieve the 5-colored altar and bring the person who caused the phenomenon in the Lin family here. He has an extraordinary origin. If I devour him, he can help me recover and break through." The black shadow on the throne replied coldly, "If he resists, kill him." "Yes, master. This old servant will definitely not fail you." The servant nodded respectfully. Then, it silently dissipated on the spot and turned into a ball of black fog that walked out of the abyss. The servant of the Supreme being slowly left. As for the demon beasts present, their bodies stiffened. What did they see? A pure-blooded Swanee. Shouldn't the Swanee race have long gone extinct in the ancient era? Why were there still survivors in this world? One had to know that the Swanee was an auspicious beast that symbolized pride and holiness. But now, one had become a servant. Moreover, the entire body was covered in black flames. What exactly had happened? All the demon beasts of the vast great desolate trembled, shocked by the domineering aura of the great abyss's master. Was this the legendary forbidden area? Any random servant was actually a creature like the Swanee that could easily crush them. The shock in the hearts of many demon beasts could not be any greater. However, the Swanee that walked out of the great abyss did not stop. After it walked out, it revealed itself in the void. This is the world outside. How long has it been since I last came out after the ancient war? 10,000 years. Or 100,000 years. The world turned dark as black flames burned. Endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth transformed into a storm and crazily surged into its body. Most importantly, it did not intend to attract this. It was only a phenomenon caused by natural breathing. As it breathed, flowing light flowed in from its surroundings, and this was sufficient to prove its terrifying strength. The Swanee slowly walked in the void. Its mouth and nose had thousands of flowing lights circling around. With each step it took, it left behind black flames footprints in the void. The Swanee seemed to be walking slowly, but with each step, its figure flickered and dissipated. When it reappeared, it was already thousands of miles away. In a short few hours, it had already followed the instructions and arrived outside Great Yin City. Looking at the huge Great Yin City, Swanee stopped and slowly raised its head, its eyes cold. "Where's the head of the Lin family? Our Lord has given the order. Come out and receive it." Under the night sky, the Swanee's arrogant voice was especially loud. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread throughout the entire Great Yin City. In the city, countless people raised their heads and looked around in surprise. Isn't it too arrogant? Does it not know that this is the Lin family's territory? What sound is this? Who is this? It actually dares to be impudent in front of our Great Yin City. I saw it. It's near the western city wall. It seems to be, a demon beast. Is it injured? Why are there so many injuries on its body? Was it injured by the Lin family? Demon beast? Why is the demon beast in Great Yin City? In Great Yin City, countless people were discussing. In the night sky, as the Swanee looked below, its eyes clearly revealed some impatience. It looked at the humans who were pointing at it and sneered. "Ants, how can there be anyone in this world who can hurt me?" Its dark eyes suddenly shot out two beams of black light that pointed at a certain place in the city below. This black light carried a domineering and violent fluctuation. If it landed on the ground, it would definitely cause heavy casualties. However, right at this moment, a golden and jet black light blocked it. A slender figure holding a golden and resplendent halberd swept up and sent the light flying. Boom, boom, boom. Light exploded in the air, and pitch-black flames burned a hole in the thick clouds that was hundreds of thousands of feet in radius. As the fire rain descended, the figure waved his sleeve and destroyed all the ashes. The figure slowly walked up and looked at the Swanee. His expression was gloomy, and his tone gradually became cold. This friend, has my Lin family ever offended you? Isn't it a little too much to use such a vicious move on a civilian from the beginning? This person was none other than the city lord of Great Yin City, Lin Hao. Just now, he was eating at home and playing with Lin Xuan while reading the contents of a technique to him. The latter would occasionally open his eyes and would always look at him inexplicably, as if he was looking down on him. However, as a father, Lin Hao felt that it was Xianer's love for him. It was just that the expression was not right. Lin Hao had originally planned to read another basic body refinement technique to Lin Xuan to pave the way for his cultivation, but in the end, he heard a roar outside the city. He happened to come out and encountered this scene. At the same time that Lin Hao appeared, several of his cousins appeared behind him. All the Lin brothers had bulging muscles all over their bodies. They also rose into the air, their eyes carrying an unfriendly gaze. One of them said in an unfriendly tone, "Demon beast of the vast, great, desolate? Who are you? What are you doing in my Lin family's territory? Demon beast of the vast, great, desolate." When the Swanee heard this, it sneered and raised its head proudly. Immediately after, the Swanee said proudly, "Don't compare me to those demon beasts in the vast, great, desolate. I am a Swanee, the servant of the great abyss's master." Swanee. Hearing this, Lin Hao and his cousins were stunned. Wasn't this race long dead? There were actually living creatures now. As if it had seen through the surprise of Lin Hao and the others, the Swanee sneered and said with a disdainful tone, "The sky is filled with myriad phenomena, and the earth is filled with 100 beings. You are all frogs in a well. When have you ever known how vast this world is?" The people behind Lin Hao narrowed their eyes. It was only a servant. Wasn't it a little too arrogant? So what if it was a Swanee? So what if it was an ancient ferocious beast? If it dared to come here, it would have to kneel. Only Lin Hao frowned slightly and reached out to stop everyone. "You said that you were the servant of the great abyss's master. Are you talking about the forbidden area, the great abyss, in the ancient great desolate?" "That's true." The Swanee nodded proudly. It was actually the forbidden area of the ancient great desolate. At this moment, Lin Hao and the people behind him frowned. As the top family in Qi Mountain County, they naturally knew of the existence of the great abyss. That was a forbidden area called the vast great desolate. It was at the core of the vast great desolate and did not allow any living beings to step foot there. Even the ferocious beasts and demons of the vast great desolate were especially afraid of it and did not dare to approach. Now, there was actually a living being walking out of the vast great desolate. Moreover, it was the servant of the great desolate's master. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "My Lin family and the great abyss have always minded our own business. What are you doing here?" When it saw Lin Hao and the others, the Swanee thought that they were afraid. It immediately sneered and slowly spoke, "Minded your own business? Are you sure?" As the Swanee spoke, black flames flowed and slowly formed a small five-colored altar in the void. Seeing the five-colored altar, Lin Hao and the others were stunned. This shock only lasted for an instant, but how could it escape the gaze of the Swanee? "You really know? Despicable thieves, it's really you. The five-colored altar is my master's treasure. It disappeared yesterday." The Swanee's gaze was cold as it berated coldly, "Speak. Is the five-colored altar in your Lin family?" When Lin Hao and the others heard this, they were immediately stunned. It was actually the five-colored altar. This thing actually came out of the great abyss. No wonder Xianer noticed and even took the initiative to search for it. "Hand over the treasure, or you will all die. I hope that you will not court death." The Swanee said coldly and stared at Lin Hao's group with an icy gaze. When Lin Hao and the others heard this, their bodies immediately became a little stiff. No wonder this guy's tone was so unfriendly. It was because the treasure of the great abyss's master had been taken away by Xianer. However, when they returned yesterday, the five-colored altar had already been swallowed by Xianer. They had only glanced at it vaguely and did not even see it properly. How were they supposed to return it? What's wrong? Did something happen to the five-colored altar? Looking at Lin Hao and the others whose expressions were not right, the Swanee asked coldly. The black flames around it gradually spread. The five-colored altar. That thing, cough cough cough, is indeed in our hands. However, brother, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Looking at the nearly angered Swanee, Lin Hao hurriedly shouted and patted his chest. He said righteously, "Don't worry about this. The five-colored altar is still well preserved. It's in our Lin family's treasure vault. I thought that it was brought back because it was lying somewhere. I didn't expect it to have an owner. It's yours to begin with. Our Lin family will definitely return it. We will definitely not delay this. We'll return it now. But friend, are you not considering coming in for a drink after such a tiring journey?" Behind Lin Hao, the corners of the few cousins' mouths twitched. Damn it, Lin Hao, even if you want to bullshit, at least use a good excuse, right? This was such a bad excuse. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he felt that the reason was a little forced. He looked at the Swanee awkwardly. That's true. How can you humans damage the five-colored altar? That's my master's precious treasure from ancient times. The Swanee slowly said as its expression eased. It worked. Lin Hao was a little stunned. In fact, this could not be blamed on the Swanee. This was because in the ancient era, humans were still weak. When they saw it, all humans were respectful and respectful. In the eyes of the Swanee, humans should be so respectful. Looks like you still have some self-awareness. The tone became arrogant again as the Swanee slowly said. The arrogant tone made Lin Hao and the others feel sick in their hearts. They almost could not help but want to rush up and attack. In that case, hand over the altar. After handing it over, on account of your respect, I can report to my master that perhaps he can spare your lives. It's not impossible. The Swanee raised its chin and glanced at everyone from the side. Its tone was high and mighty as it said, "However, even if you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. Just be mentally prepared." Lin Hao and the others felt utterly disgusted. This old thing really thought it was high and mighty. All right, hand over the five-colored altar. By the way, I saw several high-grade spirit stone mines nearby. They're not bad. I can use them to appease my master in the future. Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Hao and the others immediately became a little strange. Spirit stone mines. That's right. The few mines in the east are all not bad. They're rare. Even in the ancient era, they were not bad tributes, the Swanee said. Lin Hao and the others smiled at it. Oh, I didn't notice earlier that the place where Great Yin City is located is not bad. It seems to be the place where Dragon Chi gathers. After handing over the five-colored altar, this can be my cultivation place. The Swanee nodded and looked down greedily. If it becomes your cultivation place, where will my Lin family cultivate? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and asked. You can stay elsewhere, but you most likely won't have time to cultivate. Our master is about to come out of seclusion, and you need to work in the surrounding mines. After the mining is completed, perhaps we can carve out a place for you. As the Swanee spoke, it added, other races have never received such good treatment. Lin Hao laughed in anger. He admitted that his Lin family was wrong to have taken away the treasures of the Great Abyss, but now, wasn't this servant a little too domineering? What it meant was that not only did the people of his Lin family had to give up their spirit stone mines, but they also had to dig up spirit stones. Moreover, they had to relocate the entire family and give up the entire Great Yin City. Wasn't a mere servant a little too overbearing? Did they really think that his Lin family was easy to bully? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and was about to say something. At this moment, the Swanee suddenly thought of something. It turned around and asked, Right, is there anyone in your Lin family who has extraordinary talent? Back then, in the Xiao family, did two beams of light erupt. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. Indeed. That's good. The Swanee slowly nodded. Give it to it along with the five-colored altar later. My lord said that if he can devour it, it will be greatly beneficial to his cultivation. Upon hearing this, the people from the Lin family, who were already on the brink of exploding, finally could not hold it in anymore. First, they asked for exorbitant amounts of spirit stones. Then they wanted to enslave the Lin family to do manual labor. Next, they wanted to drive them out of the ancestral home and carve out a remote area for them as their reward. Earlier, when Lin Hao and the others heard its words, they did not take it to heart or have the intention to give in. However, the following words of this Swanee completely angered them. It actually wanted to take away Lin Xuan, their Lin family's saint child. This completely touched Lin Hao's bottom line. No one was allowed to say this, even as a joke. You want my son? Lin Hao slowly stopped and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Swanee. His tone was calm. You're just a servant. Do you really think you're something amazing? The Swanee was stunned. Then, it slowly narrowed its eyes and turned its head. Grayish-black flames rose from its body. What did you say just now? However, what welcomed it were several figures who had long been prepared. Figures appeared from the void one after another. An extremely huge array formation was born in the void, completely isolating this world. The Swanee was furious. Seeing the surrounding ambush, it roared angrily as the sound waves surged. You actually dare to resist. Resist your mother. A vulgar curse sounded as old antiques who had long been prepared appeared from the void. The leader, Lin Bao, instantly arrived in front of the Swanee and punched its head with a resplendent light. On this day, all the residents of Great Yin City fell into a sleepless night. The furious roars of the ferocious beast and the sounds of battle filled the sky. Accompanied by a blinding light, the ferocious beast and figures that filled the sky illuminated the entire Great Yin City. Endless powerful fluctuations rushed into the void and earth, shattering mountain ranges and rivers. Finally, all the residents of Great Yin City saw a sorry-looking black figure roar as it rushed out of the array formation. Following that, there was a loud curse from an old antique of the Lin family. F***ck off. The five-colored altar is in my Lin family. If you want it, ask that great abyss's owner to come here and beg for it. The night sky was dark, and countless stars hung in the sky. Under the starlight, a dark figure fled at high speed in a sorry state. How dare they? How dare mere humans treat me like this? You actually dare to resist me. You actually dare to resist my master, and you even dare to set a trap. As the Swanee fled in a sorry state, it roared. A large amount of black blood fell from its body and dripped to the ground, corroding a large area. Buzz. Endless lightning and sword lights corroded its body ruthlessly. The Swanee looked at the injuries on its body with a ferocious expression. How could this mere Lin family dare to do this? How could they dare to resist its master? How could they dare to hurt its body? When it thought of the trap and array formation set up by the Lin family to deal with it earlier, the Swanee's heart was completely filled with anger. It was so angry that it was almost about to explode. From ancient times, wasn't it respected no matter where it went? Who did not tremble in fear when they saw it and its master? Who was not respectful? But now, in just tens of thousands of years, they had actually been humiliated by a mere Lin family of Qi Mountain County. When had it, a dignified Swanee, suffered such a loss? When had it been treated like this? Not to mention those few spirit stone mines. Even if it wanted to eat the entire family, it would be a piece of cake. Even if a mere Lin family became its food, it was also their fortune. If it wanted something, how could their Lin family dare not to hand it over? The Swanee had a ferocious expression as black qi suffused and boiled around its entire body. In its chest, the endless anger could not be suppressed at all. It's been too long. Could it be that these people have already forgotten Master's reputation? What a great Lin family. Good, very good. Remember this. Even if our Master is not at his peak state, and it is not convenient for him to attack now, how can we let you live when you are so ignorant? You're just a pile of food. How dare you resist? How dare you? The Swanee's gaze was cold, and its pitch-black pupils, killing intent boiled. In that case, just wait until you become our food. Master will send you to the afterlife. Great Yin City. The Swanee fled into the distance with deep injuries. As for the people from the Lin family, they slowly descended from the sky. The array formation slowly retreated. Old antiques from the Lin family descended from the sky one after another. Their faces were filled with regret. What a pity, this is a Swanee. We actually let it escape. It's actually a pure-blooded Swanee. This thing is covered in treasures. What a pity. Its bloodline is all right. Unfortunately, its mouth is too rotten. It's too arrogant. Sigh, I still acted a little early. If I made more comprehensive preparations and took out the precious blood in this Swanee's body to let Shinner temper it properly, it would definitely be greatly beneficial. Many of the old antiques of the Lin family shook their heads and sighed. They were very regretful and did not feel any danger at all. This Swanee is considered powerful, as expected of a ferocious beast that has survived since ancient times. Even when surrounded by so many old antiques of the Lin family, it could actually forcefully break through the array formation and escape. Below, Lin Xuan also saw this huge battle and thought silently in his heart. If this conversation was heard by the Swanee, it would definitely vomit blood and die. Not only were these old antiques of the Lin family not afraid of it and its master, they even had the intention of obtaining its precious blood. It was really true that there were still calm people in the Lin family. Lin Hao's expression was solemn as he slowly arrived beside the many old antiques of the Lin family. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Ancestors, although this Swanee is rather rare, it seems to have lived for a long time. However, this Swanee seems to have come this time for the five-colored altar." Many of the old antiques of the Lin family looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a deep breath and explained the situation in detail. As the old antiques of the Lin family listened, their expressions gradually turned solemn. Five-colored altar. The five-colored altar that little Xian swallowed is actually the possession of the owner of the Great Abyss. This time, the Swanee came for that five-colored altar. If this Swanee is only a servant, this matter will probably not end so easily. An old antique of the Lin family looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. His expression was solemn. For a time, the atmosphere fell into silence. After a long time, Lin Bao's laughter broke the silence. "Why are you all so serious? In any case, the five-colored altar is gone. It's useless for us to think about anything. Just prepare to fight. Right? He wants to treat Xianer as his food? This Swanee really dares to say that." Many of the old antiques of the Lin family nodded. Everything else could be discussed. Even if it was the five-colored altar, they did not care about it. At most, they would compensate accordingly. However, when that Swanee came, it immediately wanted their Lin family's saint child. This was definitely not allowed. "If you want to touch my Lin family's saint child, we will not rest until you die. The Lin family's saint child is the Lin family's hope. How can we allow anything to happen?" Speaking of which, that five-colored altar. When little Xian swallowed it earlier, did you find who sent those assassins to assassinate him? Of course I found him. The person who led the assassination is the current head of the Wang family, Wang Ganquan. Lin Hao said respectfully. Then he smiled and said, "I've already ordered people to bring the news of Wang Ganquan's death back to the Wang family. I believe that the Wang family will know soon. I wonder what the Wang family's expressions will be like when they hear this news." When the many old antiques of the Lin family heard this, they immediately could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Looking at the many old antiques of the Lin family chatting here, it seemed that they did not take this matter to heart. But the meticulous Lin Xuan discovered that no matter which old antique of the Lin family it was, they did not relax their guard. None of them returned to the place where they were in seclusion. They quietly chose to sit cross-legged in the corner of the Lin family and rest. This matter would definitely not end so easily. The reason why these old antiques of the Lin family appeared so relaxed was just to calm the many Lin family disciples. As expected, at dawn the next day, when the sun had just risen, a pitch-black pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky in the distance. The black pillar of light emitted dense and blazing fluctuations, and vast spiritual chi shot into the sky. It was like a pillar of heaven that stood towering between the heavens and the earth, and it pierced through the sky and appeared out of thin air. At the same time, a cold and dignified voice spread throughout the entire Qi Mountain County. "Where's the Lin family?" Boom, boom, boom. The sky continuously emitted sounds, and a dignified and icy cold voice resounded throughout the entire Qi Mountain County. "What's this sound? Someone's looking for the Lin family." In Qi Mountain County, countless people had shocked expressions. When they heard this voice, almost everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the source of the voice. At this moment, countless cultivators rushed into the sky together and looked towards the direction of the voice in the distance. Then, these cultivators were shocked, and their pupils constricted to the size of needles. In the distance, a black pillar of light stood between the heavens and the earth. From top to bottom, it was like a thick black line that divided the blue sky and the robust ground into two. Even from millions of kilometers away, the cultivators could still see the black pillar of light that led to the sky. Feeling the terrifying fluctuation emitted from the black pillar of light, everyone was shocked. That's the commotion from the vast, great desolate. Who is this? Could it be that another powerful greater demon has appeared? The cultivators of Qi Mountain County also broke out of seclusion. There were elders and young people, but without exception, everyone who saw the black pillar of light had shocked expressions. These were all places far from the vast, great desolate. As for the people closest to the vast, great desolate, they all covered their ears. Even so, because of this voice, everyone was shocked to the point of vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Among them, the first to be included was the Shao family, who was closest to the vast, great desolate. Dark clouds filled the sky, and a terrifying pillar of light rose not far away. A vast demonic chi that was like smoke stood towering in the sky. The world seemed to have transformed into a faint black smoke because of this. In the void, ghosts wailed incessantly. The entire place seemed to be strange and terrifying. Xiao Shui's body was wrapped in bandages and covered in white spirit flames. When he saw this scene, he barely straightened his body and looked at the sky with an ugly expression. At this moment, a huge black figure could be vaguely seen from the pillar of light. "I am the master of the great abyss." Countless demonic chi boiled. This world was covered by black shadows. Even the sky seemed to be convinced by him and hung low. His voice was very loud and clear. Everyone in the entire Qi Mountain County heard him clearly. Hearing this voice, everyone could not help but reveal shocked expressions. It was as if they saw a peerless demon king walk over from ancient times. It carried a body filled with demonic chi and wild aura as it rampaged between heaven and earth. In a flash, mountains and rivers shattered, and with a wave of his hand, the sun and moon dimmed. All the cultivators of the Qi Mountain County watched this scene in shock. Even the people of the few counties around the Qi Mountain County were attracted by this ancient voice. An old figure shot into the sky and looked at the black figure. However, the black figure in the sky above the abyss did not care about these people at all. His gaze was always staring in the direction of the Lin family, as he said coldly, "I will give the Lin family of Qi Mountain County some time to prepare. Be it the five-colored altar or your genius that's meant to be my food, I will personally retrieve them. When I come out of seclusion in the future, it will be time for me to trample all of you. Enjoy your last beautiful moments." His voice was grand, and it was like thunder as it reverberated throughout the entire Qi Mountain County. At the same time, a black path spread out from the black light beam and arrived near the Lin family. This distance crossed more than 10 million miles. Everyone looked at this terrifying path that crossed hundreds of millions of miles in shock. A black decree slowly descended from this path. As the decree that covered the sky descended, the towering black shadow of the abyss slowly dissipated along with it, and the terrifying pressure that originally enveloped the surroundings gradually dispersed. Everyone from the Shao family immediately seemed to have collapsed. They knelt on the ground without caring about their image and gasped for breath. Xiao Shui was the same. His entire body was already drenched in cold sweat. A domineering declaration. This was a blatant declaration. It was a declaration from the black shadow from the great abyss to the Lin family. It was not only the Shao family. After a short moment of shock, the expressions of many elders of the families in Qi Mountain County also changed. The master of the great abyss. The owner of this voice was actually the master of the great abyss. As an elder of an ancient family in Qi Mountain County, he naturally had an understanding of the existence of the great abyss's master. That place was not only terrifying, but it was extremely intimidating. Not to mention entering the great abyss. Ordinary families would find it difficult to even enter the depths of the great desolate. The master of the great abyss? Wasn't he already dead? Could the rumors be false? How long has the master of the great abyss been alive for? In Qi Mountain County, the expressions of countless families were extremely ugly. The name of the great abyss's master could not be mentioned casually. From some era on, this name had become a taboo. Back then, when several large families of the Qi Mountain County had just arrived here, the master of the great abyss had already existed. No one knew when the master of the great abyss had started to exist. All the information about the master was legends. The power of the great abyss's master was information obtained at a bloody price. In the past, when many large families sent their strongest experts to the great abyss to chat with the master of the great abyss, they had also fought him. However, no matter when, it was always the humans who suffered a crushing defeat. No one could deal with the master of the great abyss. In Qi Mountain County, the master of the great abyss was a forbidden existence. It was even to the extent that it caused shocking waves in the northern Azure province. In the ancient family, an old man slowly raised his head and looked at the changing sky. He slowly stretched out his hand, and a moist wind blew past his palm as rain fell. A storm that'll sweep through the entire Qi Mountain County is about to happen. The entire Qi Mountain County could hear the voice of the great Abyss Master piercing the heavens and earth. An eerie dark path connected the world. After that decree was issued, dark light surged over from all directions. Even though the decree was cut off by the Lin family, it could not stop the spread of this news. This news that suddenly appeared stunned the entire Qi Mountain County. Oh my God, is this really the so-called Master of the Great Abyss? That's old news from 10,000 years ago. Shouldn't the Master of the Great Abyss have long turned to dust and been hidden in the ancient site? How can he have turned to dust? How can a mighty figure with such a cultivation level die? You don't even think with your brain. That's right. You have to know that even in the primordial era, the Great Abyss was a forbidden land. It is difficult to extinguish 100 battles. The heavens will not bury him, and the earth will not bury him. Even if his body is destroyed into dust, his soul will never dissipate. I really don't understand how the Lin family provoked the owner of this great abyss. There were also families similar to the Lin family who looked into the distance with furrowed brows. One had to know that the Master of the Great Abyss had also made a move many years ago. All the families of the Qi Mountain County had joined forces to deal with the Master of the Great Abyss, but in the end, they were still unable to match him. Now, it seemed that the cultivation of the Master of the Great Abyss was even deeper and more unfathomable. He had not appeared at all, and he could construct the path to heaven with a single breath. Moreover, the will that descended could cover the world. No one knew what realm the Master of the Great Abyss had reached. In their opinion, the realm of the Master of the Great Abyss was already difficult to pry into. What a pity. If we had waited a little longer, Ancestor Lin might have been able to reach that realm too. On the mountaintop, an old man with a white beard and white brows sighed lightly. Not long ago, Ancestor Lin had sent a message that he could break through his bottleneck in 3 years and step into the legendary realm. However, now, the Master of the Great Abyss clearly would not give him much time. After the appearance of the Great Abyss's owner and news of this spread, many wealthy families began to speculate what huge matter the Lin family had stirred up to provoke the Great Abyss's owner to this extent. Countless families also sent out their spies and scouts, either in the open or in the dark. However, the Xiao family, who had something to do with this, kept quiet. No matter who came, they did not say anything about this matter. Clearly, they did not want to get involved in this. It was not known which family was well informed that finally obtained some information from the Xiao family. They knew that the Lin family had actually angered the Great Abyss Master because of that saint child of the Lin family. Originally, we heard that a peerless genius of the Lin family broke through and provoked the Master of the Great Abyss, but we don't know the exact situation. They are also unwilling to say, but there is one thing that is definitely related to the Lin family's saint child. When this news spread, the Qi Mountain County's wealthy families were in an uproar. It's actually caused by this Lin family's saint child. Looks like fortune and calamity really rely on each other. Having a genius might not necessarily be a good thing. If it's only because of one person, I'm afraid there's still some hope. If they hand over the Lin family's saint child, the Master of the Great Abyss can calm his anger. That's right, this is the smarter choice. Although that Lin family's saint child might be considered a prodigy of his generation and the hope of the Lin family, compared to the matter of the Lin family being annihilated, it's better to hand him over. At the very least, the Lin family will have a chance to catch their breath. In Qi Mountain County, many families were guessing the outcome of this matter and also thinking of various methods. However, no one felt that the Lin family could face the Great Abyss Lord head-on. This was because it was impossible. One had to know that many years ago, the Master of the Great Abyss had once caused a bloody storm in the northern Azure province. Even if the Qi Mountain County's families joined forces, they were no match for him. Even the ferocious beasts in the Great Abyss retreated. Could the Lin family fight him alone? It was a joke. This matter did not only spread in Qi Mountain County. What the Great Abyss's owner said also spread throughout the entire northern Azure province. I didn't expect that voice to be his. He, the Master of the Great Abyss, is actually still alive. In the ancient forest, thin mist curled up, and a white crane flew. With a bright idea, the two old men sat opposite each other and played chess. After hearing this news, they could not help but frown. They said in unison, "Looks like the Lin family is in trouble." In the Qizhua County that was connected to Qi Mountain County, In a small school in a remote mountain village, the sound of books being read could be heard. That small thatched house also contained a faint scholarly aura. The person teaching the children was a refined middle-aged man. At the same time that the huge abyss lit up with a pillar of light that shot into the sky, he frowned. He put down the book in his hand and walked out of the school to look into the distance. Through reincarnation of yin and yang, through the flow of time, he still doesn't lose his vitality. He's really a centipede that doesn't vanish even after death. With this encounter, the Lin family will suffer a calamity. In a mountain range far from Qi Mountain County, the roars of the beasts and the lightning finally stopped. Earth and rock shattered, and the mountain collapsed. The ground was covered in divine blood that contained lightning. A single-horned flood dragon let out a whimper in the rubble. Its 30,000-foot-long body was covered in scales, and its flesh and blood were exposed. One could vaguely see ghastly white bones. A skinny old man landed from the sky. His skinny palm was like an eagle's claw as it stirred in the flood dragon's eyes. Blood that was emitting lightning flowed out of the flood dragon's eyes. The skinny old man directly took out a 5-colored pearl that could cover his palm. The pearl flowed with light and was not ordinary, but the old man did not look at it much. He only placed it in and chewed. The skinny old man looked into the distance. That was the location of Qi Mountain County. The shriveled old man's lips curled up into an arc as he pulled out a smile and said, "Looks like we can watch a good show." At this moment, a faint figure suddenly appeared in the void. The figure could be vaguely seen cupping his hands and said, "Ancestor, that Lin family can be considered to have formed a good relationship with the dynasty. Now that they're in trouble, should we send people to assist them? Moreover, we heard that a saint child has appeared in the Lin family." The thin old man's smile turned cold instead. He grabbed with his hand, and the figure turned corporeal from illusory before being slapped over. The figure was instantly stunned. What assistance? I've said it before. We'll just watch the show now. If the Lin family can survive this calamity, we can always just bring that saint child over. Regardless of whether it was the Qi Mountain County or the various families and families of the other counties. After everyone knew that the legendary master of the Great Abyss wanted to attack the Lin family, no one felt that the Lin family could defeat such an existence. There were even fewer people who felt that the Lin family could escape death. Some of the wealthy families and some large factions in Qi Mountain County had started to distance themselves from the Lin family and secretly planned to draw the line with them. This was not because they were disloyal, but in this situation, it was the only choice. This was because the Lin family would definitely not win in the battle with the Master of the Abyss, and they had no room to resist. Snowflakes fluttered in the wind. On the peak of the mountain, snow danced in the wind. On a huge rock, an old man was sitting cross-legged. A whistling wind blew past, and black lotuses floated around the old man. When the wind and snow were 3,000 meters away from the old man, they had already lost all their strength, and they reduced and dispersed. Moreover, his surroundings had formed a vacuum. As the old man breathed, he felt as if a profound mystery of the world was brewing. After a long time, the old man opened his eyes. His pupils were dark green, like emeralds in the darkness or irises of wild beasts like snakes. They were vertical pupils that were suffused with cold and indifferent killing intent. What happened? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared on the top of the mountain. The figure knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Ancestor, you sent the family head to assassinate the Lin family's saint child. We've already received news of the result." The Wang family's ancestor slowly raised his head. As he breathed, countless spiritual qi circled around. What's the outcome? Is the Lin family's saint child dead? The person kneeling on one knee was a little afraid. He stammered and did not dare to answer for a long time. "I don't have much patience." The Wang family's ancestor's eyes turned cold. The secret agent could only grit his teeth and say, "Ancestor, the family head's assassination failed. The Lin family seems to have expected this and made thorough preparations. The family head and the elders have already. All of them died." Just as the agent finished speaking, he discovered a terrifying fluctuation erupting from the Wang family's ancestor. An earth-shattering pressure emitted from his body. The surrounding flying snow turned to dust, and the white clouds in the sky dissipated. The black-robed spy was sent flying directly and crashed into a rock. He had broken a few bones and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. However, before the black-robed secret agent could wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth, he heard a whistling sound. Before he could recover, he was grabbed by the Wang family's ancestor. The Wang family's ancestor's claw-like hand tightened around his neck. His tone was extremely angry, and his eyes were as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Say that again. Although Wang Gankuan is useless, he's still at the Purple Prefecture realm. Coupled with several assassins who can fight above their realms, how can he be defeated so easily and even die? With such a powerful lineup, not to mention assassinating a Lin family saint child, even if they faced Ancestor Lin, they should be able to retreat safely. At the end of the Wang family's ancestor's words, he could no longer endure his anger. His voice turned into a sound wave that shook the black-robed secret agent to the point he spat out blood. Ancestor, wait a moment. There's still a video stone sent back. The secret agent had already stopped breathing and was on the brink of death. He could only barely hand the round video stone in his hand to the Wang family's ancestor. The Wang family's old ancestor's face was cold. He was almost about to crush the video stone, but he barely restrained himself and activated it. With a swoosh, a light screen appeared in front of him. The scene in this light screen was exactly the scene of Wang Gankuan and the other's violent assassination earlier. In this light screen, Lin Xuan did not appear, and even Lin Hao and Xian Yu did not appear. These were all the scenes of Wang Gankuan and the others being suppressed and killed. Looking at the light screens in front of him, the Wang family's ancestor's breathing became heavy. The killing intent in his eyes was already difficult to restrain. Invisible wind blades appeared around him and directly cut everything in his surroundings into pieces. Boom. After the last scene of the light screen was played, the Wang family's ancestor had already crushed the video stone in his hand into pieces. In the sky, the clouds dispersed, and a hole that could peer into the starry sky was directly blasted open. How are the Lin family members so powerful? Moreover, I see that Ancestor Lin's strength has become even stronger. He's completely unlike before. It's only been a few days since we last met. Could it be that he has encountered a fortuitous encounter? Could it be that he can really step into the legendary realm? This is definitely impossible. Even if anyone wants to enter that realm, it's definitely me, not him. The Wang family's ancestor was furious and jealous. He was so angry that his beard and hair blew up. This time, their Wang family could be said to have suffered a huge loss. They had originally thought that it was a slightly risky assassination, but they did not expect it to end up like this. Ancestor, actually, yesterday, cough, 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 there was another piece of good news. The black-robed agent was already heavily injured and his life was in danger. He could only barely speak. Yesterday, the master of the Great Abyss from the ancient Forbidden Ground announced that he wanted to fight to the death with the Lin family and destroy them all. What? Hearing what the agent said, the Wang family's ancestor was first stunned. Then, his vertical pupils stared intently at the black-robed spy, and his tone was cold. Don't play tricks in front of me, or you know the consequences. I wouldn't dare. Only then did the Wang family's ancestor slightly restrain his killing intent. The body of the black-robed spy who thought that he had found a chance to live trembled as he hurriedly explained everything he knew. When he heard this news, the Wang family's ancestor's cold expression eased a little, but his eyes emitted a glow. The Wang family's ancestor did not care about the half-dead black-robed agent. He directly rubbed his chin and paced around the mountain peak in thought. I see. The master of the Great Abyss actually wants to destroy the Lin family. Why didn't you say so earlier? The black-robed agent, who no longer had any strength, hurriedly knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, I deserve to die. The Wang family's ancestor stared at the black-robed spy for a long time. Only when he was about to faint did he look away. That's good news. That's good news. The Wang family's old ancestor faced the sky and laughed loudly, his eyes filled with brilliance. I'll remember you. What's your name? I am Wang Hui. The black-robed agent trembled. Go get your reward. The Wang family's ancestor directly waved his sleeve and pulled that agent down the mountain, not caring if he was dead or alive. All right, Lin family, you're done for now. Although you killed my family's elites, you can't escape even with the Saint Child. Even if you hand over your family's Saint Child, the master of the Great Abyss will probably not let your Lin family off. I want to see how you resolve the situation. In the distance, the Wang family's ancestor laughed crazily at the mountain peak. He did not know that the Lin family's Saint Child was actually a baby. The atmosphere over at the Lin family's side was very strange. It was pouring rain. Great Yin City, which was covered in dark clouds, looked especially dark. 10,000 lights were flickering in the dark sky like candles in the wind. Even if the rain was pouring now, they could still see that the city was filled with carriages and horses. They were all from rich families who were packing up the gold and silver pieces and preparing to escape. 3 days had passed since the master of the Great Abyss sent the decree. There was no news from the Lin family. However, above Great Yin City, a pitch-black scroll could be seen floating in the air. That was actually the decree of the Great Abyss's master. Although the elders of the Lin family had already cut it off when it was announced, it seemed to be eternal and instantly recovered. This scroll did not have a single word on an ordinary decree, but it was suffused with a fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate. Dark light swept out as if it could devour everything. When others' gazes were focused on it, they could not help but be afraid and intimidated. This decree floated directly above Great Yin City. It could be said to be the greatest provocation. However, after so many days, the Lin family did not express anything. Could it be that the Lin family is already afraid? Aren't you spouting nonsense? Don't you know who gave this decree? That's the master of the Great Abyss, a veteran expert who has existed for a long time. Even if the Lin family can be considered to be very powerful, against the master of the Great Abyss, I'm afraid they'll still be defeated. The Lin family can be considered to be very straightforward and capable. They managed Great Yin City very well. Unfortunately, this Lin family can't escape destruction. Plop! Lightning flashed everywhere, and it was raining heavily. At this moment, no one in the Lin family walked around casually. The atmosphere of the Lin family became especially heavy and oppressive. Ever since the decree of the Great Abyss's master descended, the Lin family had fallen into a high alert. There were Lin family guards patrolling every day. Suddenly, a pair of patrolling guards fell to the ground. There was no sign at all. 2 figures suddenly appeared beside the patrolling guard. With the help of the lightning that streaked across the sky, they could barely see that these 2 people were Xian Yu and Lin Hao. Lin Hao secretly apologized to the Lin family's guard, who was lying on the ground. Then, he activated an array formation in a corner in front of him. "You leave quickly. This array formation can send you and Shinner out of Qi Mountain County. After you leave, you have to hide your tracks and not be discovered by others." Lin Hao's eyes were filled with gentleness, but one could see a little reluctance and determination. In this heavy rain, Xian Yu hugged Lin Xian in her arms. Even though Lin Xian had gone through bitter cultivation and had a certain level of cultivation, it was still impossible for him to not sleep at all. At this moment, he was sleeping. Xian Yu raised her beautiful face. Her gentle face was pale, and the usual gentle smile also became bitter. She clenched Lin Hao's sleeve tightly. "How? Why don't we leave together? We can leave before others find out." When Lin Hao heard his wife's words, his expression turned a little bitter. He did not reply at all. He stretched out his hand and gently touched Xian Yu's hair. His eyes were filled with reluctance. However, no matter how reluctant he would not leave. The words "the master of the Great Abyss" carried a greater weight than Lin Hao had expected. The Lin family members had already started requesting them to hand over Lin Xian and beg for the master of the Great Abyss's forgiveness. Even though the elders with authority in the Lin family suppressed these voices, there were still some old antiques who did not speak. Clearly, they already had the intention to resolve the matter through sacrifice. However, even if they handed Lin Xian over, the master of the Great Abyss would definitely not give up on the idea of destroying the Lin family. Because the 5-colored altar had already been swallowed by Lin Xian, the conflict between them could not be resolved. Lin Hao was the city lord of Great Yin City and also the next head of the Lin family. However, even if he had such a responsibility, he was still a father. After careful consideration these days, it was the first time he had betrayed the Lin family. That was, he wanted Lin Xian to leave. He wanted Lin Xian to live. Even if his backbone would be broken by the Lin family, even if he could never raise his head in the Lin family and would be despised after death, he would not sacrifice his child. "How? We can leave together. Take Shinner with us." Xian Yu's tone was very anxious, and she was already sobbing. "I won't leave. Although I'm Lin Xian's father, I'm also the city lord of Great Yin City and the next head of the Lin family." In the pouring rain, Lin Hao shook his head. Then, he leaned over and kissed his wife and son on the foreheads. I'll leave Shinner in your care in the future. I wanted to watch him grow up too." Lin Hao directly pushed Xian Yu into the array formation. However, the array formation did not activate. Lin Hao took a deep breath. When he turned around, his body lit up with golden light, and a weapon appeared in his hand. He protected Xianyu and the other two behind him. In front of Lin Hao was a white-robed person. Just his aura alone made it difficult for Lin Hao to move. "Where do you plan to go?" the white-robed man asked calmly. "Ancestor." Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Veins popped up on his forehead. He waved the halberd in his hand and forcefully broke through the restriction. The halberd swept towards the white-robed man. Ancestor Lin only raised his hand. However, before Lin Hao's halberd could reach, Lin Bao appeared and blocked the two of them. "Ancestor, listen to me," Lin Bao shouted. Ancestor Lin only glanced over lightly. Lin Bao trembled, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Ancestor, even if we hand Lin Xuan over, we will definitely die." Before Lin Bao could finish speaking, he was sent flying by Ancestor Lin's palm. Lin Hao and Xian Yu's faces were already ashen. Lin Bao struggled to get up, but was slapped away. "Who are you to lecture me? Who said I want to give up Xianer? Am I the kind of person who can't differentiate right from wrong?" Lin Hao, Xian Yu, and Lin Bao were stunned at the same time. Then, Ancestor Lin directly stepped forward and kicked Lin Hao away. "At least you have some backbone. You resemble my style from back then." Lin Hao seemed to have woken up from a dream and stood up to protect Xian Yu and Lin Xuan. "Your strength is not that great, so why are you still acting tough? The child is about to catch a cold." Ancestor Lin slapped Lin Hao away. Then, Ancestor Lin stretched out his sleeve to block the rain on Xian Yu's head. He directly threw a stack of invitation cards at Lin Hao's face. "Xianer's month-old banquet is about to be held. Send them out. Remember to invite everyone in Qi Mountain County. How dare you even think of sending away my precious baby?" Looking at the invitation letters that fell beside him, Lin Hao was stunned. After a long time, he asked with a trembling voice, "Ancestor, is what you said true?" Ancestor Lin glanced at Lin Hao and said, "Go and send out the invitation. What's the point of asking this?" Then, Lin Hao directly ran away. Ancestor Lin wanted to hug Lin Xuan, who was in Xian Yu's arms. In the end, Xian Yu took a step back, and there was a little fear in her eyes. Ancestor Lin was rather helpless. "Little girl, do you know my name? What is the name of the sword hanging on my waist?" Xian Yu did not understand the meaning of Ancestor Lin's words. "My surname is Lin, and my name is Qingtian. This sword is called 3-foot. This 3-foot sword is the key to my Tao corroboration." He gently flicked the sword as everyone heard a clear sound. The white-robed old man raised his head, narrowed his long and narrow eyes, and looked at the pitch-black decree in the sky. "By using the 3-foot sword, I can slay flood dragons when I encounter them." As soon as Ancestor Lin finished speaking, a voice sounded like thunder. "Lin Qingtian, you're declaring war on me. Do you know that in the future, there will be millions of corpses and rivers of blood?" On this day, the old man who was drenched in the pouring rain raised his head. His slightly hunched back straightened, as if he was a high-spirited youth. The old man took half a step forward and slashed apart the decree with his sword. Another sword slashed apart the rain clouds that covered the sky above the Lin family. The old man crossed his arm and looked into the distance, his hair flying. So be it. The mountains were verdant. Under the jade-blue sky, there was a gentle breeze. The sun shone brightly, and one could see ancient buildings hiding in the mountains. There were vermilion fences and jade tiles. Thin fog surrounded them, and spiritual birds danced in the air. It could be seen that cultivators with ethereal appearances came in groups. This was one of the 10 great families of Qi Mountain County, the Shun family. The Shun family was extremely powerful, but it was not only because of their strength, but also because of their wealth. They were also on good terms with the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce and was known as the #1 wealthy family in Qi Mountain County. A wealthy-looking man in his 40s was sitting before a table. He held an account book in his hand and was carefully calculating. This small account book recorded the changes in the flow of thousands of spirit stones. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a rhythmic knock sounded from outside the door. The stout man did not even raise his head and directly said, "Come in." A figure walked in and half knelt on the ground. He said respectfully, "Family head, there's news from the Lin family." "What news?" "I think it should be. Sigh. I didn't expect the Lin family to actually fall to such a state. Who asked them to provoke someone they shouldn't have? Everyone who does business knows to be friendly. Their Lin family is a large family in Qi Mountain County, and that Lin Hao is the city lord of Great Yin City. How can they not know how to be friendly?" The stout man directly sighed and waved his hand, saying, "If they really came to ask for help, there's no need to tell me. Just say that my Shin family hasn't been able to make a move recently. Just say that the sea beasts have already attacked. We don't have the spare energy to reinforce them. Ask the Lin family to understand our situation." Then, the stout man focused his gaze on the account book in his hand, but the person who came to send the message was a little embarrassed. He took out an invitation card from his pocket. "That, family head, it's not like that. The Lin family did not send anyone to ask for help, but sent an invitation." "What invitation?" Family head Shun was stunned for a moment before taking the invitation from that person. After reading the invitation, his expression instantly became strange. To Shun family head. The world is destined to prosper. Our newborn, Lin Xuan, arrived after 100 years. Before he was born, he was cared for by everyone. After he was born, he was congratulated by everyone. In order to thank everyone for their concern, the Lin family will host a banquet in Great Yin City when our child, Lin Xuan, is 1 month old. I hope the Shin family can send people to participate. From Lin family. Looking at the invitation in front of him, the shock of the Shin family's head was difficult to describe. Why? Why are they so confident? In such a life and death situation, they actually want to hold a month-old banquet. What time is it now? The situation is already so bad, yet they actually have the mood to hold a month-old banquet. The stout middle-aged man stood up from his seat and looked at the invitation several times. After confirming that it was real, he was stunned. Below him, the person who sent the message was still kneeling on the ground respectfully. Seeing that his family head was so surprised, he could only remind him softly, "Family head, there was news last night." Ancestor Lin appeared and directly cut off the decree of the Great Abyss's master with a sword. Moreover, he accepted the challenge directly and said that he wants to fight the Great Abyss's master. Severed the decree? He still wanted to fight the master of the Great Abyss. The wealthy-looking middle-aged man was shocked. Moreover, not only did Ancestor Lin declare war on the Great Abyss's master, he also directly responded to the Great Abyss's decree. This is what he said: "If you want to touch my Lin family, come at me. I'll suppress you." Hearing the person's words, the stout man's eyelids twitched. What the heck? Just come at me. I'll suppress you. This time, the Lin family was really too ferocious. Should they directly face them head-on? In the past, they could not tell that the Lin family's ancestors' temper was so explosive. Logically speaking, shouldn't the Lin family's saint child be handed over to protect themselves? A storm had already stirred in his heart as he thought this. However, what he did not know was that the Lin family saint child was actually the baby who was the reason for the month-old banquet. In fact, it was not only the Shun family who learned of this news. All the other forces in Qi Mountain County with a little bit of ability knew of this news. When the masters of those forces heard of this, their mood was not much different from the Shun family's head. They all felt extremely shocked and unbelievable. "If you want to touch my Lin family, come at me. I'll suppress you." Damn, isn't he afraid of embarrassing himself? No matter how domineering the Lin family is, it's difficult for them to go against the master of the Great Abyss. That's an almighty figure who was famous tens of thousands of years ago. All the forces in Qi Mountain County could not beat him even if they were all packed together. However, when they received the Lin family's invitation, their eyelids twitched even more. "Lin family, I really admire you. You're already in trouble, but you actually still have the mood to hold a month-old banquet? Who gave you the courage?" When those families saw the invitation in their hands, they did not know what to say. The master of the Great Abyss had already given them a letter of challenge, but the Lin family actually wanted to hold a month-old banquet now. Should they say that the Lin family did not know what was good for them, or that their confidence was good? Moreover, it'll be held in 7 days. It's exactly the day the master of the Great Abyss comes out of seclusion. Is this an invitation or a request for help from your Lin family? We don't know. After being speechless, after being shocked, they all sighed. Looks like the Lin family has really reached the end of the road. If we give Ancestor Lin a few more years, I'm afraid that after he steps into that realm, he might be able to contend against the Great Abyss's master. Do you want to guess if Ancestor Lin has already stepped into the legendary realm? Anyone with a brain would not think this way. Who is the Great Abyss Lord? You want to resist him? Dream on. It's really a pity for the Lin family. After so many years of accumulation, they actually died together with a saint child who might bring something to the Lin family. In the future, there will no longer be a Lin family in Qi Mountain County. Although this ancestor Lin's words have indeed vented his anger and can be considered to have a lot of backbone, what he's doing is pushing the Lin family to the brink of death. If they had chosen to hand over the Lin family's Saint Child, they could still negotiate for a way out. At the very least, they can delay it a little. At this moment, many families in Qi Mountain County were sighing. They felt that the Lin family had no chance of winning. One had to know that the Lin family's enemy was the master of the Great Abyss. Fighting against him was equivalent to resisting the endless Great Desolate. How could a small Lin family compare to the master of the Great Abyss? However, these families did not know that the Lin family's Saint Child was actually the child who held the month-old banquet. Moreover, some families watched coldly from the side, while others wanted to kick them while they were down. Looks like the Lin family is completely done for. When this news spread to the Wang family, they also laughed happily. You're really courting death. How are you going to suppress the master of the Great Abyss? On the peak of the snow mountain near the Wang family, a light flashed, and the Wang family's ancestor descended from the sky. Someone prepare the gifts. Go to Qi Mountain County and participate in the Lin family's month-old banquet. How can I not go take a look at the destruction of the Lin family? The Lin family issued an invitation and held a month-old banquet. Almost all the major forces in Qi Mountain County were invited, but not many responded. This was because the Lin family and the master of the Great Abyss were on completely different levels. Only a few old fellows from the same generation as ancestor Lin allowed their families to express their gratitude, but they only prepared a congratulatory gift. They tactfully said that they could not say it before leaving. Clearly, they did not want to be related to the Lin family. Most of them fled like they had encountered a ferocious beast. There were even some people who really found an excuse to make a fool of themselves. They watched the commotion and refused to go. Before the battle began, killing intent already filled the world. After Ancestor Lin and the Great Abyss Master declared war, a terrifying void crack appeared in Great Yin City the next day. This void crack was only 100 miles in the beginning, but as time passed, it stretched out to 1,000 miles or even 10,000 miles. It gave people a cold and terrifying feeling. This spatial rift was like a blade that cut open the sky, and it gave others a terrifying feeling. Dark lights seeped out from the rift, and dense demonic qi surged over. Moreover, the spatial rift seemed to be able to absorb all the sunlight, starlight, and even moonlight. The surrounding 5,000 kilometers was gloomy, as if the end of the world had arrived, causing others to feel oppressed and condensed. Even breathing became slightly painful. Moreover, after this spatial rift appeared, the terrifying pressure and terrifying aura of the Great Abyss's master appeared. A stream of qi that could corrode a person's soul spread. The mountain forest withered and the river dried up. Thousands of living beings cried and died. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it difficult to breathe. Many people had long fled Great Yin City. Moreover, at this moment, the Lin family had declared war, and countless people and cultivators had moved out. Many forces from the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce and the Spring Sun Chamber of Commerce also fled, afraid that they would be affected. It could be said that in a flash, Great Yin City instantly became desolate and dilapidated. A breeze blew past. Under the gloomy sky, on the ancient stone path, there were some elders who had lived here for a lifetime and were unwilling to leave. However, when they saw this empty and silent street, their hearts turned cold. There's no one left. This is the first time Great Yin City is so deserted. As for the Lin family's patrolling guards, they patrolled the streets of Great Yin City. Occasionally, they would look up at the black void rift in the sky. Then, they could only suppress the uneasiness in their hearts and continue their patrolling. In the next 2 days, the Lin family walked out of Great Yin City and helped to evacuate the surrounding residents. As for the black void crack, it gradually pressed down. The aura of the Great Abyss's master became richer and richer. Demonic qi and black fog intertwined and rolled out. It was as if an ancient battlefield had descended here. The nomological auras from the Great Abyss locked down the Lin family's surroundings for 100,000 miles. As long as someone wanted to go out, regardless of whether they were a cultivator or a mortal, they had to bow 3 times and cow down 9 times to the Great Abyss. At first, some cultivators felt indignant and wanted to forcefully charge out, but in the end, they exploded into a ball of blood mist. After that, no one dared to barge out. The black fog that spread out from the void rift enveloped Great Yin City, causing everything around to lose their vitality. The vitality of those who did not manage to leave in time was weakening at a visible speed. The battle had yet to begin, but it already gave people a terrifying feeling. Looks like the master of this great abyss wants to fight to the death. When the other families of Qi Mountain County saw this scene, their hearts turned a little cold. Some of them stayed in the range of the great Yin City's Lin family. When they walked out, they also bowed and kowtowed before leaving, feeling very aggrieved. They originally felt that what Great Abyss did was already terrifying enough, but the actions were even more terrifying than they thought. On the third day after the Lin family announced that they were going to fight the Great Abyss, the moon and stars shone brightly. At night, an unprecedented beast tide occurred near the Great Desolate. This beast tide caused people to feel despair. It could be described as covering the sky and earth, and there were millions of ferocious beasts and demon beasts inside. Dozens of families did not have the time to make any countermeasures before they were swallowed up. The pitch-black flames burning around the profound feather crow resembled a black sun descending. Under the night sky, it spat out words that made people despair. On the orders of our Lord, kill. From today onwards, all the families must sever ties with the Lin family. If you resist, this is the outcome. If you want to blame someone, blame the Lin family. Another beast tide swept through and started a slaughter in Qi Mountain County. Wherever the beast tide swept through, the city turned into ruins, and there were no humans or beasts left. In just a night, 1,000,000 corpses and blood flowed for 1,000 miles. Seeing all of this, all the families and even forces in Qi Mountain County did not aim the blade at the Great Abyss's master. Instead, they began to condemn the Lin family. Some families and forces that were slightly closer to the vast Great Desolate quickly retreated at all costs, not even wanting their own businesses. Many families and clans even directly knelt down in the Great Abyss, sacrificing their dignity and pleading for forgiveness. The Shao family of Wutan City was one of these families. They led many small families to gather and kneel day and night to the vast Great Desolate, begging for forgiveness. They even told the vast Great Desolate everything about the Lin family. Father, we shouldn't. Xiao Shui's expression was complicated, and he did not know what to say. However, Xiao Zhan directly shot a glance at him and stopped Xiao Shui from speaking. There was only anger in Xiao Zhan's eyes. What shouldn't we do? We shouldn't what, tell me? If not for those bastards from the Lin family. If not for them, why would the Great Abyss attack us? Isn't it just the life of the Lin family's saint child? On what basis should they not offer him to the Great Abyss? How can the tiny Lin family resist the master of the Great Abyss? What saint child of the Lin family? Can he account for the lives of my Shao family alone? Xiao Shui opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he recalled the countless clansmen who had died overnight. He felt something block his chest, and he could not say the words he wanted to say. He could only clench his fists tightly, even if his palm was already pierced by nails and bleeding. After the news of the beast tide spread, the Lin family immediately felt a huge pressure. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of lives lost in vain. It made the Lin family members feel extremely pressured, as if they could not breathe. It could be said that countless small families that relied on the Lin family to live every day were fleeing the range of Great Yin City. Some who found it difficult to escape felt despair. They felt that they would definitely die with the Lin family this time. A storm was brewing, and the entire city was shaking. In Great Yin City, in the Lin family's meeting hall, the atmosphere was also very heavy. This time, there were not many people attending the Lin family's meeting. Only a few old antiques of the Lin family and a few leaders, as well as the other juniors and those who were not strong enough, did not come. It was not because of other reasons, but because the things discussed in this meeting were very inappropriate to be spread to others. How's the preparation of our array formation going? An old antique asked. I've basically completed the preparations. I'm just a little short. There are still 3 days until the war. However, these 3 days are enough to prepare the array formation, Lin Hao said very respectfully. Many old antiques nodded. How's the preparations for the month-old banquet in a few days? Everything is ready. The banquet is being prepared. The invitations have been sent. We're just waiting for that day. Lin Hao received it. Do we have any replies? No one is willing to come. They used all kinds of reasons to decline. At this moment, Lin Hao's expression was a little bitter. I knew this would happen. Outside the meeting hall, a white-robed man walked over with a smile. His sleeves fluttered, and his expression was calm. Ancestor, Ancestor, Ancestor Lin directly let the Lin family sit down. He sat down with a smile and said, "To be honest, I really did not expect that the retreat path I prepared in the past would actually be useful after so many years. We'll wait for the array formation to activate. When we fight, we can use this array formation to let the younger generation leave quickly. As for resisting the Great Abyss, we old things have to do it." At this moment, there was no fear in Ancestor Lin's eyes. He looked at everyone in the meeting hall and smiled. "Although we might not be able to defeat the Great Abyss's master, no matter what, we can temporarily delay him. No matter what, I can be considered to have half a step into that realm. No matter how strong the master of the Great Abyss is, it's impossible for him to defeat me in an instant." Hearing Ancestor Lin's words, the hall fell silent, and the atmosphere became a little oppressive. No one present was stupid. They all knew what Ancestor Lin meant. The Great Abyss's master was so powerful. In fact, Ancestor Lin was not confident that he could defeat him, but he wanted to hold the Great Abyss's master back at all costs and let those Lin family juniors escape from Great Yin City. "I, Lin Hao, have let the Lin family down." At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to the many elders of the Lin family, and even Ancestor Lin with a trace of guilt. His forehead was pressed against the ground as his body could not help but tremble. At this moment, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth were also tightly pursed. He knew that if not for Lin Xuan eating the five-colored altar, he might not have faced today's life and death crisis. The Lin family would still stand at the peak of Qi Mountain County and not face today's embarrassing situation. These old antiques frowned. After a while, Lin Bao said coldly, "Why are you kneeling? Do you think that without Xianer, the owner of this Great Abyss would have lived peacefully with us? That's impossible." Previously, he had been hiding his strength in the Great Abyss for a long time. What was it for? It was for the day he broke through. At that time, would he let Qi Mountain County off? Even without Xianer, he would not let us off. Another old antique nodded and echoed. Now, the others in Qi Mountain County are all watching the commotion. They're simply stupid. When our Lin family can't hold on anymore, their good days will end as well. Another hot-tempered person shouted angrily, "Get up, Lin Hao. You're the father of my Lin family's saint child. How can you be so down and so cowardly?" When these old antiques saw Lin Hao kneeling on the ground, they were furious and pained. They were pained because they did not have the strength to protect their descendants. They were furious because the master of the Great Abyss was domineering and arrogant. Ancestor Lin stood up and helped Lin Hao up. "Why are you kneeling? I've never blamed you. Lin Hao, you have to know how many ordeals our Lin family has gone through in the past." Ancestor Lin's expression was very calm. He walked past the ancestral hall with his hands behind his back. He stood at the entrance and looked at the scenery in the distance. His eyes flickered. "Countless. I'm already used to using sword lights to illuminate the endless darkness. At this moment, a storm is brewing and the rain is falling. The calamity of the Great Abyss is about to happen. In the current Qi Mountain County, there are people crying and laughing in the rain. Some people use the roof to hide from the rain. Some people hold umbrellas and hang rainbows. There are even some people who watch coldly from the side. There are also some people who bend their backs and want to avoid this rainstorm." In the distant sky, it was dark. Great Yin City and even a radius of 50,000 miles felt a great pressure. Their breathing became stagnant. Ancestor Lin stretched out his palm and stretched it out of the door. His palm faced upwards and slowly tightened. He stared in the direction of the Great Abyss. A violent aura suddenly erupted from Ancestor Lin's body. Battle intent soared into the sky. He turned his head, and flames seemed to flash in his eyes. "No matter what others do, my Lin family will not hide." "Straighten your back? Isn't he just the master of some Great Abyss? If he dares to come, we'll dare to fight." The Lin family arranged many things in the ancestral hall. Ancestor Lin told the old antiques to choose the younger generation of the Lin family and prepare the array formation. They would be sent away during the month-old banquet. In Lin Xian's residence, Lin Xian lay in the arms of Xian Yu and quietly cultivated. Lin Xian knew very well what was happening in the outside world. The master of the Great Abyss was about to descend and slaughter the Lin family. A pitch-black void crack hung in the sky. In the huge Great Yin City, 9 out of 10 rooms were empty. Moreover, from the current situation, the Lin family's situation was very dangerous. The master of this Great Abyss could be considered an ancient mighty figure after all. Even the strongest expert of the Lin family, Ancestor Lin, did not have the confidence to win. Lin Xuan was very anxious, but he also knew that anxiety was actually useless. He could only barely suppress his emotions and quickly refine the lingering purple qi and Dao sounds in his body. I should be able to successfully absorb these purple qi and Dao sounds before the full moon banquet. I should be able to take action during the month-old banquet. At that time, I have a higher chance of surviving. Lin Xuan thought in his mind. His eyes were closed as he entered a cultivation state with all his attention. As Lin Xuan cultivated diligently, time passed. A bustling banquet was being held in Great Yin City. The dark clouds that filled the sky dissipated. Great Yin City was brilliant and resplendent. Auspicious clouds rose, and flowing light flowed vast and mighty. Spiritual qi flowed as if it was corporeal. There were waves of clear and melodious immortal sounds between heaven and earth, like the crisp sound of silver bells. Seeing the scene in front of them, many factions in Qi Mountain County were extremely surprised. So this is Ancestor Lin's strength? He's actually able to break through the pressure and seal of the Great Abyss's master. Isn't this quite normal? No matter what, Ancestor Lin is still the ancestor of the Lin family. How can he survive without some strength? However, he definitely can't compare to the master of the Great Abyss. There were also people who clicked their tongues and marveled at the Lin family's generosity and wealth. It's indeed the #1 family in Great Yin City. Just these things in front of us will burn up so many high-grade spirit stones. They're simply too rich. In my opinion, they probably know that keeping these spirit stones is useless, so they might as well just waste it all, right? Do you want to guess how many families are willing to participate in the so-called month-old banquet? I don't think any responded. Who would dare to come now? Everyone whispered to each other. On a certain mountain peak, the black-robed Wang family used the situation to report to the Wang family. The Wang family's ancestor looked at these with the help of the flower in the mirror and immediately sneered. The master of the Great Abyss is about to come. I want to see how you can puff yourself up at your own cost. On the muddy and dark ground, a pitch-black abyss soared into the sky. The place that was enveloped by it was filled with terror and gloom. There was only one city that emitted a peaceful light. It was especially eye-catching in the darkness. Great Yin City had long been renovated by the Lin family disciples. The air could smell the gentle fragrance of flowers, and the temperature was rather warm and pleasant. Faint sunlight scattered on the ground, illuminating Great Yin City in a faint golden color. All the surrounding darkness seemed to be a dream. A grand banquet had already been prepared in the Lin family mansion, but as time passed, no faction or family clan came to attend. The Lin family sat quietly without any anxiety. If someone with sharp minds came to take a look, they could discover that the people at this banquet had extremely high cultivation levels. Other than Lin Xuan, no juniors of the Lin family stayed here. The people from the Lin family who stayed here waited quietly. After a long time, the first family to come to the banquet arrived. I, family head Xian, have led the elders of the Xian family to Great Yin City to congratulate my grandson on his month-old birthday. A bright and happy voice spread throughout the entire Great Yin City. In the next moment, several figures appeared outside the Lin family. The person in the lead was tall and handsome. He looked to be in his 40s. He wore a light blue robe and had a gorgeous crown that raised his white hair. He also carried an immortal sword on his back. Brilliant light could be seen flowing on his clothes. He only appeared and countless domineering sword intents shot into the sky. Xian Chonglin greets Ancestor Lin. The white-haired middle-aged man smiled and bowed to the Lin family at the end of the long street. His expression was calm and his words were ethereal. Before the Lin family could send any news, a shout came from outside the house. Why is he here? It's that old antique from the Xian family, Xian Chonglin. The old antique of the Xian family is actually here. Why is he here? Is he crazy? The eyes of countless people from various factions immediately revealed shock. Some experienced elders immediately recognized the true identity of the white-haired middle-aged man in front of them. Xian Chonglin. This was the true old antique of the Xian family. He was the biological son of the Xian family's ancestor. When he was born, there were all kinds of phenomena accompanying him. He was once the strongest existence in the Xian family. As if hearing their doubts, Xian Chonglin turned his head and calmly said, "Why can't I come here? Xianer is the son of our Xian family's prodigy, Xianyu. He also has half the bloodline of our family. Xianer's month-old banquet is being held. Why can't I come here? Hearing Xian Chonglin's question, everyone did not know what to say. Attending the month-old banquet? Who the heck would believe this excuse? Even if the Xian family wanted to participate in the month-old banquet, they would not send the old antique of the Xian family to participate personally, right? Before long, these people sneered secretly. Haha, the Xian family also wants to get involved in this mess. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Not to mention you, Xian Chonglin. Even if your Xian family's ancestor comes here personally, he will not be able to change the outcome of the Lin family's destruction. Your Xian family and the Lin family combined are not a match for the Great Abyss's master. Who knows if he's here to help? Perhaps he wants to wait for the Lin family to be destroyed and come over to fish for some benefits. The forces outside had different opinions. After they recovered from their shock, they were very disdainful. Even if the Lin family had the help of the Xian family, they could not escape the outcome of their entire family being destroyed. At this moment, in the Lin family, Lin Bao stood up with a smile. He walked opposite Xian Chonglin and hugged him tightly. Xian Chonglin, it's been a long time since we last met. If you came to congratulate me, did you bring anything good? Xian Chonglin only pointed at the immortal sword on his back, causing Lin Bao to be very disappointed. Why are you giving us a sword as a gift? I'm just afraid that something will happen to Xianer. I'm not here to deliver the sword. Don't think too much, Xian Chonglin said speechlessly. Lin Bao was a little unhappy. You sound really friendly by calling him Xianer. Be clear, that's my Lin family's saint child. Xian Chonglin was also unhappy. It's as if your Lin family can give birth out of thin air. Isn't it half the bloodline of my Xian family's daughter? Lin Bao and Xian Chonglin looked at each other and laughed happily at the same time. Come. Lin Bao and Xian Chonglin walked into the banquet. Not long after, the Lin family disciple in charge of reporting outside shouted excitedly. The Beichen family of Qi County 1 has come to Great Yin City to congratulate Lin Xian on his 1-month-old birthday. The Northern Azure province had a total of 7 large counties. The Lin family could be considered to be one of the top families in Qi Mountain County. Not only did it have some influence in Qi Mountain County, but there were also many influential families in other places. Other than the Xian family, which was the first to visit, the Beichen family of Qi County also had a good relationship with the Lin family. The current head of the Beichen family, Beichen Zhan, has arrived at the Lin family. The middle-aged man leading the team from the Beichen family wore a golden armor. He took a large step forward and spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor overbearing. He was not afraid of the spreading evil fog and demonic miasma. As soon as he arrived, he bowed to Ancestor Lin and said with a very respectful tone. Upon hearing this visit, the expressions of the many factions outside Great Yin City who were prepared to watch the show instantly collapsed. There were actually 2 families who were willing to participate in the Lin family's month-old banquet. Were they stupid? Did they not know that the Lin family was definitely doomed this time? At this moment, everyone from the Lin family was very happy to see the Beichen family attending the banquet. Lin Hao even went up and hugged Beichen Zhan tightly. Congratulations to brother Lin's son for his 1-month birthday. Haraha, this child of mine might be stronger than your son than Beichen Mo. Beichen Zhan smiled. Then I made the right choice this time. Then, Lin Hao led Beichen Zhan to Ancestor Lin. The current head of the Beichen family, Beichen Zhan, greets Ancestor Lin. Beichen Zhan said respectfully, when we fight later, you don't have to be at the front line. Just help me take care of the Lin family, said Ancestor Lin with a smile. Actually, Ancestor Beichen told me that I'm only here to symbolically contribute. If I can fight, I'll fight. If I can't, I'll persuade you to let me protect the Lin family's final bloodline. That does sound like the old fellow. Ancestor Lin said helplessly. A bright light flashed in his eyes, but my Lin family might not necessarily lose this war. Ancestor Lin narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Now, it's time to start the banquet. 1. This is a different Qi. With a single sentence from Ancestor Lin, an immortal cry sounded in the Lin family. Spiritual birds danced in the sky, and the clouds were endless. The full moon banquet officially began. The Lin family could be considered to have enjoyed a joyous occasion. After everyone sat down, they drank to their heart's content. The Lin family basically left all the experts at the month-old banquet. Only an old antique led all the juniors to wait for the teleportation. Other than these people, there were actually quite a number of cultivators who chose to stay. They were not very old. There were experienced experts who were hundreds or thousands of years old. and there were also young people who were tens of years old. In fact, regarding this war, the decision of the Lin family was to stay or leave as they pleased. It was fine if they were willing to leave and preserve the future of the Lin family. It was also fine if they stayed behind to buy time for the ones leaving. Moreover, the array formation that Ancestor Lin prepared this time was extremely complete. It cost a lot of spirit stones and spiritual items, so it could naturally let many people leave. However, there were only a few women, children, and young people who were really willing to leave. Even if those people were usually only mediocre existences in the Lin family and were at the lowest level, they did not choose to run away. After settling his wife and children, the men from the Lin family turned around and walked to the banquet. In the bustling and grand banquet, they drank to their heart's content. At this moment, the difference in age and seniority seemed to not matter. Everyone could drink a cup of wine and smile. Let's go. I'll live as a Lin family member and die as a Lin family ghost. My Lin family doesn't have such a coward. Lin Hao and his 4 good friends also stayed here. No one was prepared to escape. The 4 of them also drank heavily with Lin Hao at the banquet. It was as if they had returned to their youth. Haha, Brother Hao, let's compete this time and see who kills the most. In any case, you definitely can't compare to me. At the banquet, the people from the Lin family were drinking happily and singing loudly. The people from the Xian and Beichen families who came to participate in the banquet were also very happy. They drank and sang loudly with everyone. Great Yin City was peaceful and peaceful. Multicolored lights spread, and colorful clouds stretched out. The expressions of the surrounding forces who were watching the show turned strange. They really started the banquet. Do they really not think much of the great Abyss Master? A person from the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce sneered at this moment. I really don't know if they're too arrogant or too confident. Family head Shun was a little helpless. I feel like they should be holding their final banquet here. The Lin family is really going to risk their lives. This scene was really shocking. In the sky, they could see the pitch-black abyss. Evil fog and demonic miasma spread in all directions. Everything in a radius of 50,000 miles withered, and it had almost become a land of death. One had to know that this was only the leakage of the great Abyss's master's aura. At most, it could only be considered his first move. His true body had not come here at all, and it had such a terrifying effect. Even the people who were observing everything from afar felt extremely afraid. They looked at the abyss in the sky and felt their breathing stagnate. At this moment, the people from the Lin family, as the #1 target of the great Abyss's master, were actually able to happily hold a month-old banquet here. Many people who came to watch the battle did not know what to say. Some had mocking expressions, some were helpless, and some were very disdainful. However, they all knew that this battle was definitely going to end with the Lin family's loss. Is that the main character of the Lin family's month-old banquet? Suddenly, someone noticed that at the Lin family's banquet, a woman walked out with a baby in her arms. That woman was Xianyu, and the baby in her arms was Lin Xuan. Xianyu was not wearing a very gorgeous dress today. She was only wearing a long yellow dress, and her long hair was standing up. Although she was already more than 100 years old, her appearance was as delicate and beautiful as a young girl. Lin Xuan stayed obediently in the swaddling clothes. He was working hard to absorb the final bit of purple qi and Dao sounds. His skin and bones seemed to circulate with a faint luster, making him look like an exquisite jade doll. When the old antique of the Xian family, Xian Chonglin, saw Xianyu appear with Lin Xuan in her arms, his eyes lit up. He strode over and glanced at Lin Xuan again and again, his eyes revealing joy. Xianer is indeed worthy of having my Xian family's bloodline. He's really the saint child. Seeing his physique and spiritual light, when he matures, he will definitely be a hero of his generation who can suppress countless geniuses in the northern Azure province. Hearing this, Bei Qinzhan felt a little strange and came over to take a look. However, after Bei Qinzhan saw the baby, he was first stunned. He felt that it was not as ridiculous as they had said. Although his bones were shocking and his body was very exquisite, it seemed to be only SOSO. Moreover, he felt that his cultivation talent was inferior to his mother, Xianyu. However, Bei Qinzhan did not see that Lin Xuan was actually a connate saint body Dao fetus. He also did not know that Lin Xuan was the Lin family's saint child. How's my child? Isn't he better than your Bei Qin Mo? Lin Hao came over and asked with a smile. He can't compare to my Bei Qin Mo. I won't talk to you anymore. Right? Has your Lin family's saint child been moved away? That's the future hope of your Lin family. Bachan Zhan said speechlessly. He and Lin Hao had known each other since young and had a good relationship, so his tone was casual. When Lin Hao heard this, he held back his laughter and did not want to say any more. He also knew that Lin Xuan was a prodigy and the profundities of his body were difficult to see through. Don't worry, it's definitely safe. Bachan Zhan heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. I'm relieved. Remember not to let your saint child be exposed. Many people hope that the Lin family will decline. I know. To be honest, other than the Xian and Lin families, the other factions did not know that the Lin family's saint child was already in front of them. When the forces near Great Yin City saw Lin Xuan, they only took a glance and lost interest. Where is the Lin family's saint child who caused a storm in Qi Mountain County a while ago? I'm guessing that I've already been sent out of Great Yin City. He'll definitely be hidden well and wait to lead the Lin family to make a comeback in the future. However, this baby should be the one who was in the womb for 100 years. That's the one. To be honest, he's quite pitiful. He stayed in his mother's womb for 100 years. I didn't expect that he would die after a month of birth. Many forces did not expect that Lin Xuan was the Lin family's saint child that they were looking for. The Lin family's month-old banquet was still ongoing. At this moment, Lin Xuan finally absorbed the last bit of purple qi and Dao sounds. He also opened his eyes. At the same time, Ancestor Lin, Xian Chonglin, and Bachan Zhan looked up. In the next moment, black clouds surged in the sky, and the pitch-black spatial rift flickered and twisted. A terrifying aura that seemed to have come from the wilderness suddenly descended here. Everyone could not help but raise their heads and stare at the huge void crack in the sky. It was as if something was blocking it. It felt as if night had fallen. Among them, there was a blood-red sun hanging high in the sky. It was as terrifying as the eyes of an ancient beast. Isn't this the so-called Great Abyss? Why do I feel like I'm seeing a brand new world? In Qi Mountain County, there were actually many influential families and forces standing in the distance as spectators. They were originally sitting in their respective chairs, but now that they saw the abyss in the sky, they all had extremely surprised expressions and suddenly stood up. This was because they seemed to see a silent world through the spatial rift. There was no vitality or living beings, only corpses. Then, they heard a loud bang that attracted everyone's attention. What is that? The forces near Great Yin City could not help but cry out in surprise. Even the pupils of many of the Lin family disciples and old antiques suddenly narrowed, feeling extremely shocked. A surging river shuttled through the deathly silent space, as if it had never stopped since the primordial era. The river water overflowed and ran past. However, when people carefully observed the river, they felt their hearts turn cold and their hair stand on end. This was because the river water was dark red in color and carried a trace of black, as if it was the blood of the dead. According to ancient legends, the master of the Great Abyss has a blood river in his hand. Supposedly, it's a branch of the water of the netherworld. It's originally yellow in color, but in ancient times, the master of the Great Abyss killed countless top experts. This river water was dyed red by blood and has never changed color since then. I really don't understand where the master of the Great Abyss obtained this treasure. An expert from Qi Mountain County said in a low voice. This expert could be considered an old man who had lived for a long time, so he knew this secret. Even through the abyss, everyone could see countless bones floating on the blood-colored river. These bones were also very magical. Some were completely jade-like, some were as brilliant as gold, and some were smooth and flowing. These remains were the remains of those experts back then. There were even many legendary divine beast bones. How many living beings were buried in this blood-colored river? It was simply unimaginable and difficult to estimate. This blood river was simply like a tomb. This was not the most shocking thing. In a short while, the many large factions sitting on the clouds in the distance of Great Yin City discovered that in the void crack, a ground filled with bones had appeared. This place, could it be made of bones? Family head Shin's eyes shifted, and his heart could not help but thump. This is simply. The person in charge of the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce was very afraid at this moment, because near the blood-colored river was a continent made of pale white bones. In their original estimations, the master of the Great Abyss was an extremely powerful expert. However, in this case, the power of the master of the Great Abyss was far from what they could imagine. It was a true, ancient, mighty figure. an existence that had crossed time and suppressed millions of years. Moreover, back then, it was the master of the Great Abyss. He was able to suppress the various large families of Qi Mountain County before he recovered from his heavy injuries. Presumably, after so many years of recuperation, his injuries had already recovered greatly. It was impossible for the Lin family to defeat the master of this Great Abyss. Seeing this terrifying scene in front of them, even these people from the Lin family were filled with fighting intent, their expressions turning solemn. Is that person opposite us really the so-called ancient mighty figure? Xin Chonglin could not help but ask. That's right. Ancestor Lin nodded slightly. He looked at the void crack in the sky that connected to the Great Abyss, and his gaze flickered as he said, however, it's impossible for him to treat his injuries. I've seen that wound before, and it's absolutely impossible for him to recover. Hearing the words of the Lin ancestor, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt that they were too small and weak. Even if the experts opposite them were heavily injured and had a terrifying aura, how should they deal with them next? Everyone, go take a look. What's this? In the next moment, everyone was shocked. They raised their heads to look at the sky. It was unknown if it was demonic clouds or immortal fog, but black and white mixed together and surged out from the abyss. It was as if the world had just been created, the chaos not yet settled, when yin and yang fused together. The most terrifying thing was that this black and white color directly formed a huge circle, turning into a vortex-like thing. Then, light flashed. It was a teleportation array. However, the range of this array formation was very large. It almost enveloped the entire Qi Mountain County, and it even affected a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In the entire eastern Qi Mountain County, this terrifying black and white vortex could be observed by others. In a space of nearly 1,000,000 miles, countless spiritual Qi was crazily sucked in by it. Moreover, it entered but did not leave. Could it be that the master of the Great Abyss wants to directly cross and teleport here? Someone saw the huge black and white vortex and could not help but feel fear as he spoke with a trembling voice. In fact, his guess was right. The deathly black and holy white intertwined endlessly. The two opposing forces underwent a strange transformation in the vortex. Slowly, the black and white began to rotate, and an earth-shattering force was brewing. At the same time, corpses appeared in the abyss in the void rift. The corpses and small ones piled up like mountains, the larger ones covering the sky and sun. They continuously moved about with this vortex, dark and strange fluctuations spreading, extremely terrifying. Be careful, everyone. Retreat quickly. Don't be touched by this power. The many families of the eastern Qi Mountain County who were waiting to watch the commotion quickly retreated. Even though they were already very far from the battlefield, when they looked at the abyss, they felt as if they could touch it at any time. However, before they could finish speaking, the distant Great Abyss directly emitted a huge buzz. Then, black fog surged out of the abyss. It formed a strange space, and then large numbers of shadows appeared. Those shadows were all living beings, and they were very huge. Some of them were in human form, some were ordinary demon beasts, and most of them were ferocious and twisted beasts. From afar, those living beings stood in the twisted vortex. There were countless of them. A dense demonic qi and ferocious aura assaulted their faces. There were also some who looked like humans, but they were wearing feather clothes and had wings on their backs. They were beautiful, but they were actually males. Some were completely emaciated and had 6 arms that formed seals, and they were said to be ancient cultivators of the Great Desolate. These living beings were like dark clouds that overlapped one another. They're coming, a young Lin family disciple shouted. Let's fight it out with them. Lin Hao and the others' blood boiled. The endless malevolent qi and evil qi made everyone's minds tremble greatly. Their heads ached like needles, and their bodies became unstable, as if they were going to shatter into pieces. At the end of the vortex, there was a huge, blurry figure. His appearance could not be seen clearly. He did not even move. He only activated the array formation and emitted a trace of aura before directly forming a dermic domain, as if it could destroy everything. An enormous figure appeared successively in the sky. Vast and mighty killing intent suffused the sky, and it was piercingly cold and filled with wanton destruction. In the dark area, the sunlight and white clouds had already disappeared. Wherever his gaze passed, there were countless ferocious beasts. Is that the so-called Great Desolate? Not to mention the Lin family. Even some of the surrounding families and forces watching felt despair. This was simply impossible to count. These ferocious beasts were as many as ants. Moreover, each of their strengths was rather extraordinary. Who could withstand them? Not to mention the Lin family. Even if all the forces in Qi Mountain County worked together, they would be no match for these ferocious beasts. Just these ferocious beasts alone could crush them in a tag-team battle. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the current master of the Great Abyss was still overseeing the Great Abyss. He did not attack or appear. This was a form of provocation and disdain. You are not worthy of me attacking. Even the servants under me are enough to deal with you. Seeing this scene in front of them, fear and panic surged in the hearts of the surrounding families and forces. After the master of the Great Abyss attacked the Lin family, would he let the beast tide ravage the entire Qi Mountain County? When this question arose in their minds, many families and forces felt their bodies go cold. They did not dare to imagine what would happen next. Come down if you have the ability. Let's fight. Who's afraid of you? Facing the vast and mighty ferocious beasts, the people of the Lin family no longer cared about life and death. They only felt that the master of this great abyss was very infuriating. First, he created a void crack and then a decree to seal it. Now, these minions of the great abyss had appeared, and the master was unwilling to reveal his true form. Did they think that there was no one in their Lin family? This made the Lin family furious. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly sounded. The black and white vortex arrived in front of the battlefield in a breath. Immediately, space shattered and the ground shattered. Lin Bao, Xin Chonglin, Bai Chenjian, and Lin Hao stepped forward and shouted. They released their spiritual qi to resist the terrifying fluctuation and made the huge storm stop approaching. The existence in the depths of the great abyss did not step out. He only snorted coldly, and it directly made the world tremble. Moreover, the ferocious beasts that filled the sky stood like iron towers, making one's heart tremble. You want to challenge our master with just yourselves? How laughable! In the black void crack, the cold voice of the Swanee sounded. Then, the figure of a Swanee appeared. Its entire body was surrounded by black flames. Its body was dilapidated, but its eyes were as deep as an abyss. With just your Lin family, you still want our master to leave the great abyss? What a joke! Behind the Swanee were dozens of black figures. No one could see its true body clearly, but the terrifying aura made people tremble in fear. If you kneel and beg now, I can still let you live. The Swanee's voice was filled with mockery. My lord, why waste your breath on these featherless insects? Then, a mountain-like black figure spoke, his tone filled with killing intent and arrogance. Do you dare to fight me? You claim to be the strongest in the world. I don't mind letting you know the true difference. The human race has a weak physique and low talent. They rely on their numbers and fertility to exist in the world. In ancient times, they were only our food reserves. Do you think you can provoke us? Another mysterious figure spoke with disdain towards the Lin family and even the human race. You're just a small family, yet you still dare to resist? You dare to steal my lord's treasure? You dare to resist just because I asked you to offer yourselves as food? You're simply too audacious. Hand over the genius of your clan. Calling him Saint Child is simply a joke. Another figure spoke with a cold-blooded and arrogant tone. When the Lin family heard this, they were furious. Food reserves? From the tone of these ferocious beasts, it looked like even without the matter of the five-colored altar, they would probably not let the Lin family off. The previous theft was only an excuse. You only said that we stole the treasures of your vast, great desolate? Have you ever heard how arrogant and domineering you sound? Lin Hao's eyes were cold as he said angrily, You destroyed my home, killed my people, and destroyed my future. Yet, we are not allowed to resist. I've said it, you're only our food. Your so-called human ancestors only crawled around our feet in search of survival back then, using blood sacrifices in exchange for divine arts and techniques to evolve your current cultivation methods. As their descendants, you actually want to fight us. A huge six-legged beast walked out from behind the Swanee. It had the head of a lion and the horns of a bull, and it was extremely powerful. I'm very ordinary in my clan, but it's enough to kill you. Get lost if you're just an ordinary beast. If you want to send someone, send an expert. Bai Chenjian berated coldly. Qi County's Bai Chen family? You're not part of Qi Mountain County. Do you want to die? the Swanee said angrily. You want to kill me? Humph, Baichunjan sneered. He also knew that this Swanee was roughly at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. Although Baichunjan had only just stepped into the Golden Core realm, he had brought his Baichun family's ancestral weapon. This was a human-shaped weapon. It was said to be forged from a fragment of the heavens. Relying on this ancestral weapon, Baichunjan was confident that he could fight this Swanee. You're not worthy, Xian Chonglin sneered and said. You want to suppress us? Stop dreaming. Good. The human race has grown audacious. In the black fog, a ferocious beast roared. The fog churned, and those figures completely appeared. Their cultivation levels were high and their blood chi surged. They appeared, as if the vast great desolate had descended. We're not willing to waste too much effort. This time, we'll completely break your back. Let's see if you can still stand straight in the future. A figure appeared and said in a penetrating voice, I've cultivated for 30,000 years. Who dares to face me? Anyone could tell that this figure's strength was extremely terrifying. I do. A hale and hearty elder walked out from the Lin family, his eyes flickering with light. The observing forces could not help but narrow their eyes slightly. They recognized this person. Although he was not one of the old antiques of the Lin family, he had been famous for a long time. Moreover, among those of the same generation as him, he could be said to be a prodigy of his generation. He was as dazzling and eye-catching as a shooting star and could be said to be peerless in the world. They had originally thought that this person was already dead, but they did not expect that he was actually still alive. My name is Lin Xuan. I've cultivated for 9,000 years. It's not long, but it's enough to kill you. Lin Xuan spoke and walked forward. Although his body was a little hunched and his face was a little old, his blood chi was powerful and was not inferior to those young experts. As he walked step by step, his originally hunched figure gradually started to straighten up. In the vast world, spiritual chi wrapped around him, and his body seemed to be covered in a layer of starlight. Extremely powerful spiritual chi fluctuations were emitted from his body and spread in all directions. This person is the strongest genius of the Lin family 10,000 years ago. He has made many achievements and should have some methods. He should be at the peak of the Purple Prefecture realm now. It's not impossible for him to fight the great desolate demon beast. In the distance, one of the spectators of the distant families spoke. Many of the Lin family disciples also had hope in their eyes. They all hoped that Lin Xuan could obtain the first victory of the Lin family. Among the ferocious beasts opposite, the owner of the voice that had spoken earlier also stepped out of the void. That demon beast realm was the same as Lin Feng's, both at the peak of the Purple Prefecture realm. Its aura was surging, and its blood chi was like a rainbow. Its eyes were filled with ferocity. My name is Lin Xuan. Come and fight me. Lin Xuan roared as his body flew over like a shooting star and directly used his strongest power. Is your name very important? You are only one of the nameless souls I'm about to kill, said the ferocious beast. It was an ape. Its entire body was pitch black, and 6 horns were lined up on its forehead. Hearing the ape's words, countless Lin family disciples were furious. Clearly, this ferocious beast from the vast great desolate was very arrogant and did not take the Lin family seriously. Against you, I only need one hand. The 6-horned black ape's gaze was extremely arrogant, as though it was intentionally humiliating the people from the Lin family. Kill! Lin Xuan roared angrily. The immortal sword on his back moved as he wished, splitting into thousands of immortal swords. At the same time, his cultivation directly boiled. Spiritual chi surged in his Purple Prefecture, and sword chi could be seen soaring into the sky. The black ape opposite him sneered and directly spread open its arms to welcome the 1,000 immortal swords. The frontal confrontation of this ferocious beast and cultivator directly triggered a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The so-called Purple Prefecture realm was to construct a purple prefecture in the body and have absolute control over the body. At this realm, they could already be considered the top experts of Qi Mountain County. The destructive power they could cause was simply not what ordinary people could imagine. Their punches and kicks could make mountains and rivers tremble and the void explode. At this moment, the pitch-black, demonic fog spread everywhere like an ocean. There were also countless brilliant sword lights, as if they could cut down comets. Then, in less than 5 minutes, a groan came from the battlefield as large amounts of blood flowed. Lin Xuan staggered and took a few steps back. The immortal sword in his hand had already been broken, and his left hand had also been torn off. Blood gurgled like a small river gathering, and the ferocious beast opposite him held his broken hand, its eyes filled with ferocity and ruthlessness. "This is all you can do." The six-horned black ape's gaze was mocking as it shattered the arm into pieces and took a step forward. "Ah!" Lin Feng directly shouted. The blood light on his left arm intertwined and condensed into a blood-colored longsword. He held this longsword with his right hand and was prepared to fight to the death. However, after half an hour, Lin Feng's body was directly punched through by the six-horned black ape. Lin Feng's eyes dimmed as he fell from the sky. He did not even have the strength to speak. "Senior Lin Feng." Lin Hao was furious and hurriedly rushed up to catch Lin Feng. When his spiritual qi entered the latter's meridians, his expression was extremely ugly because Lin Feng's cultivation had been crippled. Everyone from the Lin family was extremely pained. A few descendants of Lin Feng went up and used their essence blood, wanting to save Lin Feng, but it was useless. "Just this strength? It's really too funny. I didn't even use my own divine power and could easily defeat his sword array. I really don't know where you got the guts to challenge our lord," the six-horned black ape said, its eyes filled with disdain and mockery. "Quickly offer that genius in your clan. Quickly hand over the five-colored altar. Perhaps I can still leave your corpses intact, just like that one just now." Everyone from the Lin family was shocked and furious. They did not expect that this ferocious beast had crippled Lin Feng's cultivation to humiliate him. However, the most terrifying thing about this matter was that as an expert comparable to an old antique of the Lin family, Lin Feng actually could not last for more than half an hour in front of this black ape. "Who are you? What's your title in the vast, great desolate?" A descendant beside Lin Feng roared angrily, his eyes widening in rage. "You are not worthy of knowing my name, but I can tell you that I can barely be ranked in the top 50 among my peers." After the six-horned black ape finished speaking, it turned around and walked towards the ferocious beast camp. At this moment, everyone was shocked. It could barely be ranked in the top 50? Everyone from the Lin family was really a little shocked. While they were furious, a cold feeling surged. A top 50 ferocious beast could easily cripple an expert comparable to an old monster in the Lin family. This was simply unbelievable. In the distance, the factions and families who came to watch the commotion also felt extremely cold. This was simply too shocking. If a ferocious beast ranked in the top 50 had such powerful combat strength, then who could resist the ferocious beasts that could be said to be as vast as the ocean behind it? "I already said that we should demand the Lin family to hand over that saint child. Isn't it too late to hand it over now?" What's laughable is that the Lin family was so calm earlier, making me think that they have some trump card. In the end, they actually wanted to hold a month-old banquet for an infant. They're simply making a fool of themselves. They will definitely lose miserably this time. Although the Lin family also has extremely powerful old antiques, there are only 7 or 8 in the entire Lin family. But those ferocious beasts are dense, and there's no end to them. How can we resist them? The person in charge of the Curtain Rain Chamber of Commerce sneered. His gaze was focused on the core area of the demon beasts that filled the sky. It was directly connected to the Great Abyss, and there seemed to be an extremely mighty figure guarding it. Not to mention, there's such a terrifying existence backing them up. In the sky, the Swanee saw the change in the expressions of the Lin family and could not help but laugh happily. The Lin family was just a pile of trash, but they actually dared to join forces to ambush it. Today, when it returned, not only would it kill everyone in the Lin family, it would also ruin their reputation. It wanted to let the Lin family and the entire Qi Mountain County to know what it meant to provoke the vast great desolate. The endless blood, slaughter, and death was the best lesson. Then, the Swanee waved its hand. Among the ferocious beasts behind it that had bodies so huge they could block out the sun, another creature said, "I've cultivated for 10,000 years. Who will accept my challenge?" Almost at the same time, on the Lin family's side, someone said angrily, "I've cultivated for 30,000 years. Who dares to fight me?" The two voices were especially clear in this world. A figure walked out from the beast camp. As it walked, ripples appeared in the void like water falling into rain. That ferocious beast was not too tall or even in human form, but its entire body was covered in blood-colored fog. Dark red halos flowed beside it. These dark red circles of light were very terrifying. One could see that there seemed to be a dark red liquid flowing in them. Countless souls were screaming and crying in them. It was evidence of its slaughter. The souls of the living beings who died under its hands were all refined in this circle of light. Many people also cast their gazes towards the Lin family. The person who spoke was one of the Lin family's antiques, Lin Xuan. I'll accept the challenge. Lin Xuan was also an old man. His skin was yellowish, his hair was pale, and his figure was thin. He walked out from the Lin family crowd step by step. Lin Xuan's body did not have any luster or sword chi. He was as ordinary as an old man in the mortal world. He was even a little weak. His body was still trembling as he coughed continuously. Seeing this old man stand up, many Lin family disciples clenched their fists. They felt that they were really useless. They stayed here to resist the demon beasts, but they were completely useless. They still had to let these elders fight for them. Lin Xuan raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked ahead.